Hello, hello. Sorry for the starting and stopping. For whatever reason, the title would not update, but we finally have it fixed. So, want to make sure that was not messing things up. So, appreciate the patience on that one for sure. So, sorry about that. But we are here. We are live. We are ready to go with some EMEA action after the APAC North stuff this morning. Yes, for those who weren't here, I was up at 4 a.m. and watched all 6 games. And honestly, y'all missed an absolute banger if you were not awake, but totally understandable if you were not, especially for the U.S. audience for sure. But yeah, we're going to be ready for an absolute banger of a set again today. Um, Again, EMEA is always an interesting one. We won't have the big dogs with Aurora or with Alliance today, so I am safely wearing the Alliance jersey because I know I won't jinx anybody. Um, but yeah, we are absolutely back for some more Pro League action here on match day number 4. Halfway through our 4th match day, as we obviously have the European EU EMEA here today, but then we also have the Americas here later as well. So we are absolutely ready to go, to say the least. But hopefully y'all are doing well. Again, sorry for the starting and stopping when it came to the with the stream there. Um, yeah, like I said, just the title was all messed up. I just wanted to make sure everything was corrected on the stream side before we let the thing run. So appreciate y'all for the starting and stopping there. Sorry about that once again. But we are finally locked and we are ready to go. Hopefully everybody's doing good that's filing in. Appreciate you guys for hopping in right away and being here. But yeah, definitely excited for some more pro league action here with our EMEA region. So yeah, honestly, I would just refuse to come back. Honestly, with the how many times I said I was live, so I appreciate y'all for like I said for sticking around. Like I said, that title was giving me absolute fits trying to get that all sorted out. So I appreciate again everybody for the patience on that one. But yeah, we are back ready to go. Zero, how we doing? Chicken, how we doing? Great to have you guys on the YouTube side. Much appreciated for that, Chicken. Hopefully everybody else that's gonna pile in throughout the stream. Honestly, it was amazing group of people we had for the APAC North watch party. I really appreciate everybody being in there and locked for that one. We saw some really great action from that side of things, and definitely made it a ton of fun. So I appreciate everybody that was there for APAC North. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting here. Once everything starts going live, we'll be absolutely locked in and ready to go. But again, we've got Group A versus B, second time around here for our EMEA region. The teams we'll be looking at today are going to be Blessed. It's going to be Citadel Gaming, Gaming Gladiators, Heaveneer, Infinite, Orglis in Hungary, Priyaniki, SJP2, The Horde, Zipline Mafia, Three Men, Awakened, Bandits, DSK, Eclipse, Havoc Legends, Made in Heaven, Mamma Mia, Pot, and UAV. So for where we all are kind of standing at right now when it comes to the overall standings here in EMEA Pro League, we have got Pot is your leader so far after one rotation of games at 43 points overall. We got Aurora sitting there in second with 40. We have then Priyaniki and Alliance tied there with 37, and then followed by Gaming Gladiators there with 36. Not really too big of surprises when it comes to GG, Alliance, and Aurora. Definitely Pot and Priyaniki, I think, would be a surprise to most people. Two very good fighting squads that we've seen so far, and have done a really good job picking up KP, but also winning a lot of games as well. So going to be in a really good shape to watch them again here today, see if they can kind of repeat their performances that they've had so far. Other notable names here up in the top 10. We have got Made in Heaven. We have got Blessed. Some other names here, the top 10 that probably some people recognize, which is Nags, Tyler, and Cinetic for Made in Heaven, and then that's Light, kinda, and Henchman um, for Bandits there. Some other names as we move further down the leaderboard, we've got the Horde and Citadel Gaming kind of sitting there in the middle. Two surprises as they are land teams. Figure they might be a little bit higher, but again, just the first set of rounds, so we'll have to wait and see how things play out there. We've got Infinite, who would face the ban from scrims for teaming with Nasty Scheme. Yes, it was a game 6. Yes, it's scrims, but at the same time, like, we gotta be locked in, guys. It's the middle of Pro League scrims. You know, let's make sure we're not doing that kind of stuff. But they sit down there in the middle of the leaderboard as well, and then we move kind of further down, all the way down towards the bottom. I wouldn't say anything too crazy in terms of teams that are down here. I'd say maybe Nasty's team down there in 20th, maybe a little bit of a surprise. But other than that, really, I think a lot of the teams that we're seeing and expecting to do well for EMEA are definitely setting up more towards the top of the leaderboard here. So gonna be a fun one to say the least. Again, we are locked and ready to go. Gen G W, yeah, Gen G down in APAC South, so they'll be back and playing. I think next week, or maybe actually 2 weeks from now. I can't remember when they play next. But yeah, Gen G already played Friday night. Again, unfortunately, that's when my power was out and I was not able to watch. But they had a pretty good day for sure over there in APAC South. So looking pretty good on that side of things. Going to reload these streams here just to see if anybody is actually up and running yet, which I figured the main feed would be. So we'll lock in on, and of course I hit the wrong button. Shout out me. We'll bring up the main feed here just for the time being. And yeah, and lock in with these POVs here. Looks like we've got Rain Day, Vicky, and Gaskin on the mic today, so shout out to them for that. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens in EMEA today. So make sure you guys are locked in and ready to go with our match day number 4. Shout out to the multi-view guys. This is what I'm using. It's absolutely goated. Kevin and Chris Piper and the entire team that's been working on this stuff, absolute W's. The updates have been nice. I was using it for APAC North, and having this all up here and be able to fly through the POVs has been really nice. It made it so much easier earlier for APAC North. And again, as soon as you click it, it mutes the other stream and just pulls up their POV. So it was super sick. And it is much appreciated for the work that they're putting in over there. And literally, guys, if you have any feedback on like this viewing, like feel free to let me know. But also be sure to tweet it out on Twitter, because they are looking. They have been taking suggestions every single time. Like this was a suggestion that someone had brought up, and they got that added literally within the week. So these guys are absolutely locked in. So, oh god, this guy, jeez, who put this guy on the monitor, man? Good lord. No, I was kidding. W Jumba. W Jumba. What platforms you streaming on? So I'm on YouTube for the Apex Pod, and then I am on my Twitch channel, which is DKDon _. So those are the two platforms that we typically stream on. I know we're not really streaming too much outside of Pro League right now, but I do hope to start streaming on my personal channel maybe a little bit more. But yeah, that's DKDon _ on Twitch. So yeah, mainly Twitch and YouTube is usually what we'll do the watch parties on for probably the foreseeable future. So Yo, Faye, what up? How we doing? Hope we're doing well. Appreciate you being in here, having me on, listening to my voice. Hopefully it's not too annoying. But appreciate you being in here. And what a seamless transition into the main broadcast here. Here we go. Yeah, we are locked and loaded, ready to go today, guys. It's going to be another fun day of Apex. Again, big thing for these teams today is that they'll be halfway through their match days that they have for the regular season for Split 1. So where they're standing at after this match day is going to be really critical to kind of see, okay, like where they're at, where are they matching up with everybody else. Because, again, this is a really big point for all these teams because they'll only have 3 match days left after today. So we got Vicky and Gaskin on the mic. Gaskin, the one that refuses to come on the pod. Just kidding. Hopefully some good news on that here over the next couple weeks. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that one. So yeah, poor Vicky had her freaking AC go out. It's American, but I won't hold that against you. You know what? I appreciate it. Thanks, Faye. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, Q. Maybe just trying to mix some stuff up, kind of see how everybody's feeling. Never really know what they're doing behind the scenes, but yeah, it definitely seems like they're wanting to mix things up, get some new, tandems and maybe. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, I think just something fresh, something new. So, oh, here we go. Yep, let's maybe not team during the middle of Pro League scrims, guys. Let's maybe not do that. Let's not do that. If we can, that'd be great. As funny as it was to watch, it is not cool. Oh yeah, Faye. We saw. Well, at least I saw Bald Z. If you guys don't know, just go look up Walty's Twitter and you'll see. You'll see. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for sure, but again, not really too surprising. If if you're gonna put out sub goals out there, Baldy's coming out. So shout out Walty though for following through. Team Trident. Oh yeah, the post that Jayhog made was hysterical to say the least. Yeah, Jay was all over that one. Yeah, chicken. It's pretty hilarious to see. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie, it is pretty funny for sure. All right, I'm gonna stand up because I feel like I have more energy when I stand up. Ugh. Oh man. How we doing all today, everybody? Hopefully you guys are doing well as we're getting ready to lock in. We got Olympus. We have got Storm Point today. Taking a look at our POIs though, while they're getting locked in. Some of our bigger names. We've got Orglis in Hungary over at Rift. We've got Priyaniki down at Bonsai. We got Bandits at Salmers. Infinite there at Solar Array. Made in Heaven at Terminal. The Horde at Hammond. The Horde at Hammond's going to be an interesting one because they are... Yeah, they are going to be one that's going to wreak havoc in the middle of the map. But we've got Pot over there at Turnbind. We got Game of Gladiators at Guardians. UAV at Elysium. Again, we've seen a lot of the zones coming over here. We've seen a lot of Rift zones. We usually will see some zones also here as well. But again, a lot of different zones we've been seeing. But we'll see. Yeah, Faye, I don't know. Like I said, it's just, people that were bored. People that probably need to better understand what, again, it's one thing to have fun, but, come on, man. Like, let's be smart about it. Let's be smart about it. Yeah, Chicken, his head do be glistening. That is for sure. Drop, what's going on, man? How you doing? Good to see you in here. Good morning, good morning. Definitely not my second Red Bull of the morning already. No, honestly, Drop, I'm feeling really good. I slept for like 5 hours before I streamed APAC North. I then slept 4 hours after APAC North got over with. Then went on a 2.5 mile run. Before I came live here now, so I'm feeling pretty good. No, I don't think Wig ever went live from at least the recon that I got. So yeah, I think I was basically the only one. So had like 22-ish people. Wig did go live for APAC North. I heard a lot of people say he didn't go live, so yeah, I wasn't paying attention because I had everybody that was in here, but I hope he did. More streams, the better. Off to buy more Red Bull? Hell yeah. Love to hear that, Faye. Yeah, Chicken, I've been really trying to get into like walking and doing a lot more stuff. I've been talking with like Jayhawk quite a bit because him and I have both been trying to lose some weight. We've got Jumba in there as well. Moreover, for y'all that don't know. Um, um, but no, it's awesome though. I definitely love it to say the least with working out and stuff right now. Like I said, a lot of it's just more running, walking, things like that. But I was 270, 275 most of last year, and now I'm down to 251, and hopefully getting down to like 225, 230 by the time we get to the Vegas land. So we're feeling pretty good. The thing you say at the end of your casting is 10 out of 10. Love that energy. Honestly, I don't even know what I say half the time in my casting. But I appreciate it. Hopefully it sounds good. Like I said, I'm not really a professional caster by any means. I'm kind of just yapping, but I appreciate it though. Just trying to have fun with it, man. I got in my own head for quite towards the end of last year with how I was streaming and things like that, which is maybe why I haven't streamed as much this year. Um, but yeah, I'm just trying to have fun with streaming, bro. That's all I'm trying to do. Not really worry about if I'm getting a ton of viewers or this or that or whatever. So Priyaniki. Priyaniki. God. I always feel bad when people try to pronounce that stuff and it's wrong. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, hopefully for anybody that ends up going to Vegas, will definitely be a noticeable difference from when you see me on a podcast or anything like that. Because, yeah, definitely working hard. Like I said, I usually get about 10K steps in a day. Hopefully, the next couple weeks we'll be back in the gym once I'm feeling better with that. So nice drop. Love to hear that, bro. Love to hear that. Congrats. Yeah, that physical health really helps with the mental health, man. It really truly does. Yeah, Q, definitely. I definitely want to catch up with you and Stony. Um, at least a little bit. Definitely want to catch up with a lot of people that watch the show, listen to the show, things like that. So that's kind of part of the reason why I really want to like lose some weight and kind of feel like I'm at my best. Because I'm hoping to meet quite a bit of people out in Vegas. So this will really be the first land that I'm like, I really feel like a lot of people are starting to know who I am. Which again, not to like brag, but I just feel like I've just been on the pod long enough now that like people start to at least recognize me a little bit more. So I'm excited for that. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, if anybody sees me out in Vegas, sees any of the boys, definitely don't be afraid to say hi because we definitely wanna meet anybody that we can. So obviously we're busy with something else, might have to wait a minute, but for the most part, I imagine we'll just be watching the games, hanging out, things like that. So yeah, he said 6'3", so yeah, I can imagine you're probably about as tall as Wig. So but yeah, there's your teams again for Group A versus Group B. Again, second time around versus the first time. Definitely that's gonna be an interesting one. I believe Pot won the first time around, so we'll have to see if they can repeat their performance here today. So yeah, but gonna be a fun one for sure. Yeah, Gaskin's 100% right. This is a big day for a lot of teams that need to put up some points. Oh, Faye, that's too funny. Yeah, you probably would be the tallest. Yeah, because I've met Cody and Sang in New Orleans when they were playing with RKN. Yeah, they definitely weren't overly tall. They weren't short either by any means. Like I'm only freaking 5'10", so I'm not sitting there trying to judge anybody. So yeah, I'm literally Sang's height. So definitely not calling them short by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying they're not like 6'4", 6'5". You know what I mean? W Vicky. More than 6 foot. Hell yeah. Love that for you. Yeah, probably. It's that. Well, October though. October though, Faye. It's not gonna be as hot because we're going into November and it's definitely not that hot, especially at night in Vegas. So I would definitely be prepared for like a little bit of chillier nights. Not like anything too crazy, but like it's definitely not gonna be as hot as you think it is. So you could probably wear those still. But here we go for game number one here. I've got the map stream up on the other side, so don't mind me as I have this over here. I almost need a third monitor to be honest. Two monitors and a tablet, yeah. They have to see. I don't know if my computer can, or my PC could really handle three monitors though. That might be quite a bit. They're loading up here on Olympus. Honestly, I may just say screw the map stream and not worry about it. As much as I want it, it's gonna be kind of tough. Might just throw it up here. Yeah, so our teams have dropped in here. We are ready to go. Game number 1, EMEA, match day number 4. I'll have to see where some of these zone polls have been. We've had a few times where zones have all pulled to one area. We've seen that with Rift a couple times. Seen that with Hydroponics a couple times. We'll have to see if we get a little bit of a mix-up in zones today. As we see here, we're going to zone that does appear it's going to be up into Power Grid Rift. So we'll have to see here while they do that interview. We'll take a look here at the map as we're waiting for things. Again, a lot of the power positions, teams obviously trying to get into Power Grid here. Also, these side buildings are going to be in Rift as well. A big thing, though, with these teams, especially if we get a team from Rift playing here, is that we could have a lot of teams rotating from this backside that may have better shield. So Matafe and the boys over Orgulus and Hunger have to make a very quick decision with where they want to play, because based on this, I do believe it's going to be up here, but we've also seen some zones pull down more towards Gravity Engine, so we'll have to wait and see kind of what we get here. But it does appear we actually are going up here, like I thought, to Power Grid and things like that. So we'll have to wait and see. We're already into a fight, though. We got Mamma Mia already fighting over with Pot here. And that is a wipe there for Mamma Mia, but they are going to get wiped as well. That is GG. And we have Pot, who were our first team, our first place team last time these teams met, or these groups met, are out now. I mean, look at this. Look at this building already. We've had so many. I mean, we have already had so much fighting. We've got Orgulus and Hungary now fighting against CTG here. Looks like the altar port will get him back out, at least for now. But Orgulus and Hungary is not waiting around here. They've got some great shots down here onto CTG. CTG gets the second, or Orgulus and Hungary gets the second knock here. Yeah, no kidding. Right back into a Rift Zone queue. I mean, we have already seen so much fighting for those power spots we talked about. And we do see Citadel Gaming, a team that has to have a big day today, going down early as well. What a hot start to the day, to say the least. Who would have thought on Olympus we would see this? Never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. My goodness. Yo, Lady Gollum, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a good day. Appreciate you following and hopping in the stream. Yeah, Faye, Power Grid Rift, I'm so surprised. I am so shocked. Yeah, it's only been 2 minutes and we already have so many people dying already. But yeah, again, you already see where all these teams are piling up. So again, we'll have to see which side this pulls to. If it ends up being more Power Grid or if it ends up being more Rift. We've definitely seen some go back and forth. My guess is that it's going to be on the Rift side. But again, it definitely could pull the Power Grid as well. But most of the playable space is going to be over here. So especially with Altar that can queue through these walls, I wouldn't be surprised if some teams default to here and then they just port through the wall later. So that'll be one we definitely have to keep our eyes on for sure. But yeah, I'll definitely have to keep an eye on our team like Bandits, who can definitely play edge here and get a lot of evo, a lot of information for them to rotate up into here and see if they can pick off some of these teams that maybe don't have as good a shield. I mean, you can already see there we got purple, and then we got somebody with the over armor or their controller legend there on red. So gotta be a formidable team to fight against to start with, to say the least. Yeah, we'll see here which way they decide to rotate to. I'm assuming they're going to go to the Rift side, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, those backup take their time here, waiting for some more information to rotate into. Again, these buildings that we see Made in Heaven playing, we see Blessed playing, we see Infinite playing, they're not the best. And especially with Altar, with Crypto, could be very tough to hold early on. Rez, how we doing? We just started for EMEA, so you're not too late right now. We had an absolute crazy start as like 3, 4, 5 teams fought over the same building. But yeah, you haven't missed much. This is still game 1, so you made it at the right time. I do find it very interesting that Gibby's being played already because that hard counter in Crypto, I just feel like is going to make it very difficult for anybody to play Gibby. So we'll have to wait and see to see how that those comps play out. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, Faye. Not a bad shout at all. Definitely a very strong possibility for sure. And here we go. You see it more pull towards the Rift side. So again, you're going to have these teams that have to rotate out from this side here. Again, do they use Altar to go through? Do they try to rotate all the way around? Again, we're going to have to wait and see. We will see these teams also fighting for this more southern side as well when it comes to this. But again, UAV in a pretty decent spot up here. The Horde, if they can hold this backside, are going to be in a decent spot. And again, all these teams that are in the middle are just going to have their buildings ented, no matter where they're at eventually. So we'll have to wait and see where this ends up pulling. Again, we've seen a lot of the zones end up like in this area up here where there's barely any cover at points. So we'll have to wait and see where this decides to bounce back to, because we've definitely seen a lot of different pulls within Rift itself. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Thank God for Red Bull. That's all I'm saying. I have the pink one this time if no one's tried it. So good. So good. Now we got Bandits coming in. Again, on the triple purple. Now, see here, we got a fight. Kazakh getting aggressive here with the Altar. I mean, he's just getting so much damage down. He's trying to get these last kills, but there's another team on the other side, which is Micey. So they're going to get the kill, which is going to wipe 3 men. We do have Cinetic now also picking up a pick here. We'll have to see how they're feeling with everything here in a minute. But yeah, we got the Horde looking over K20 of them. Again, all of this space here for the Horde, they can definitely hold out that wrap on that backside. So we'll have to see if they're sitting pretty well. G-Dolphin on Vantage and a duo. I thought I heard that G-Dolphin wasn't even playing. So I'm just glad he's even playing, but if he's a duo, that's crazy. And we see Infinite now going down as well. GG off to another hot start here. I've really loved this combination with Zane, with Lufka and Blast, because we got Lufka and Blast obviously with a ton of experience playing together, and then Zane I really feels brings that punch that they really needed for this team when it comes to fights, being able to open up fights, being able to play the aggressive characters, so Blast and Lufka can really more focus on fortifying spots they want to play, and also their rotates around. So they kind of just give Zane a free leash to kind of do what he wants for the most part, especially when he's on Altar and stuff. We can kind of just go back and forth with the portal. So as you can see here, he's already doing the same thing, just walking up on a team because he has his Altar portal. But he knows that he cannot take that fight right now. So really good patience out of Zane, too. The big thing, too, is Zane has a ton of experience as well. So in terms of his fragging, he kind of knows his limits of getting back and forth. So I just really love that combination. I think a team that everybody needs to keep an eye on as the year goes on. And here we go. We get this pull. Like I said, a lot of them love to pull this open area that's up here. So again, the Horde should have a pretty decent rotate into here. We'll have UAV trying to fight for this main spots as well. And then all these teams, you have to find a way to get up into here and try to take some of this space that's in here. Orgulous and Hungary is going to have a ton of work on their hands to say the least. Cinetic is on Made in Heaven. He's with Nags and Tyler FPS. Is who he's playing with. That used to be FaZe, but now they're just Made in Heaven. 2 teams are duos? Interesting. I heard one team might play as a duo, but I didn't realize we'd have 2 duos. And there's Zane once again, dude. With the altar in play, as long as that character's available, he's going to be able to put in so much work, man. He's definitely one of the best fraggers in EMEA. And, I mean, if you look back to his past LAN performances, he's one of the best fraggers in the world. So, that character is just perfect for somebody like Zane. But yeah, we'll see this giant shift from these teams that are outside of Rift have to work their way in. So we'll see how that looks here. If we pull up the map view again just real quick, we'll have to see all these teams once again. This will definitely be a fight, and we'll see these power grid teams all try to figure out a way to get in some playable space on this side. Again, DSK, Zipline Mafia, all probably trying to fight with Heaveneer to take up this space that's over here. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here as we get back to the main broadcast, if my stuff is not frozen. Have to reset this here real quick. Come on. There we go. All right, we're back. We lose Havoc Legends here. Sorry about that. You see SJP2 able to make their way in. We got 12 squads up here. I believe it was solo up as well. But now you see this next zone pull where everyone's got to find their way in here. And a big fight here between Eclipse and SJP2 trying to clear out their backside. Oh, just some really good shots here. This is Kashera's team, I believe. I mean, my goodness. But it's going to be a 1v1. And that is the fight. But then we have, I believe, Heaveneer is able to rotate their way all from, I believe, Power Grid to come third this and clean that up. So actually a really good job of thirding that from Heaveneer to pick up some KP, because they're not going to be in a great position when it comes to rotating into this zone. So whatever KP they can pick up, really well done. Really well done from them. Now we get this zone closed here. 4 bandits. I believe that's UAV there as well, so this could be a big fight. We'll tune into bandits here to see what this fight looks like. Light's just getting shot in the back the entire time. But kinda with some big knocks here. They're trying to walk their way in here. It's going to be such a tough rotate trying to work their way in. Oh, some really good shots. But down they go. UAV down as well as they try to rotate in here. Always going to be a tough fight there. Bless doing a really good job of 30ing that here. We're down to 8 squads here. 1 solo. But you see again, this zone continues to pull all the way out here. So again, the Horde, who had that backside, should be feeling pretty good about where they're at. We'll see the map here real quick. Again, the Horde in a really good position. GG find themselves in a really good position as well. We're have to see probably Pri and Niki is going to work their way in here probably with an altar queue. And then we're going to see a fight probably with these teams down here. More than likely these 3. I'm assuming Bless might try to find their way up in this area here. So we'll have to wait and see how these rotates look as time goes on. No game audio? Come on.
In Hungary, who are running the baby comp, and
can you hear it now?
Gibraltar available in this final circle, which actually could be brilliant for them.
Was there no game audio that entire time? I apologize if there wasn't.
And maybe try and just slam themselves in, use that Newcastle wall to create a little bit of space.
I don't know why that changed on me, but it should be working now. Hopefully.
Getting knocks as well, so you've got to be careful. Kraber gets the job done as well. August and Hungary, as I was speaking about them, they get eliminated.
We got GG again having a huge game here. Looking really good right now. Sorry about that. The tabs must have got messed up when I got everything set up. So it was fine before I started streaming. So I apologize. What up, Abu? Appreciate the resub for 4, man. Thank you very, very much. Now we see Priyaniki and Zipline going down here, too. We got GG, and we got Heaveneer here. But GG in a really tough position because the Horde, once again, we're holding that spot up on that top side. So, all right, I appreciate it. Yeah, I meant to have some sort of game audio in the background, so sorry about that. But glad it's fixed now, at least. And thank you, Gucci, for the comms on that. That's my bad. I do know when I switch tabs to the map POV, there won't be any audio, but the rest of the tabs should have audio. So if you see me switch to the map, that's on purpose, because that tab won't have audio at all. For your top 3 situation, again, the Horde, having that top side, like we mentioned, was always going to be in a really good position. This should be their game to win. Definitely can't assume anything. Playing the Rampart early on, which is quite a mix-up. We haven't seen too many Ramparts from teams really at all, let alone it being this early on. So, a really interesting mix-up in the comp here, to say the least. And Heaveneer trying to walk their way up, but they're just getting picked apart here by everybody. Yeah, the 3v3 here is between Heaveneer and the Horde right now, with Zane as a solo. And Heaveneer, they get wiped. Zane is able to pick up the 2nd place. And that is the Horde. Again, holding that spot the entire time. Pick up that dub in game number 1 here. As we take a look at those game 1 results, you got the Horde taking game number 1 with 20. We got GG in 2nd with 18. We got Heaveneer in 3rd with 12. We got Zipline in 4th with 9. And then Priyaniki and Blessed both there with 8 for 5th and 6th place overall. So again, the Horde, Gaming Gladiators, Heaveneer, your top 3 after game number 1, along with a crypto ban heading into game number 2. Yeah, W Boo. Appreciate the resub as always, my guy. Abu, also, I really had to reevaluate my life after that finals gameplay last time. I swear to God, I'm not that bad. I just think your freaking lobbies are so much tougher than I normally play in. Dude, it was so bad, Abu. It was. If I didn't have to stream right after, I would have been in a lot worse mood.
Remember that time when Hardeki retired? I'm so glad he came back. It would have been quite a situation if I didn't have.
No, I can tell. I also need to get over myself because I definitely know I play different on stream than I do just hanging out, and I just need to play I'm just chilling. It's not that big of a deal what the hell the stream looks like. So I need to stop worrying about that kind of stuff.
Hardeki's currently sitting at about 68, which is not where you would expect. An individual player should probably be in the top.
I didn't know finals were that big of a system.
And so that just shows you.
Yo, Kevin. Appreciate the sub, man. Hey, guys, I just want to give, again, a huge shout-out to Kevin. By the way, he's the one that is behind a lot of this stuff you see for the multi-view. So, legitimately, guys, what we're watching on my stream would not be possible without him and his team putting this together. And, I mean, again, honestly, just the improvements from week to week are fantastic. So, again, really appreciate the work that his team has put in. And it's been awesome, man.
We've got levels to this conversation. We the people said day 2 of getting unwashed in Apex after not playing for 4 months was reminded yesterday. Apex.
Yeah, big shout out. I really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. And again, guys, if there's any feedback you guys have, please put it out there on Twitter. Again, make sure the ALGS people are seeing it. Send it my way, whatever you guys can think of, because they are listening and they have been updating stuff consistently. So.
How you guys been?
Been good, man. It was a tough 4 months without you. What happened and what brought you back?
I was playing some Battlefield and then came back.
Good game.
You know, I was seeing everybody having fun, and dude, I'm washed. You know, it's bad. It's bad. Yeah.
Long time no see, my friend. So happy to see your beautiful face again, man. We got to kick it back in Texas. All right. So we got to see a lot of the action. How has it been now, though? You know, you say that you're washed, but come on, man. It's Apex Legends at the end of the day. There's nothing like Apex where it just gets your blood pumping, your hands.
There you go. Yep. Right here for you guys. What Kevin's talking about, the gift feedback, right in there for you guys. So if you guys have this on your end as well, you can feel free to send it in there. It's, again, a fantastic feature. So they're all over it, man. It's awesome.
Did with Gibby with some added perks to it. And this is coming from a Gibby main, you know, ALGS LCQ winner right here on Gibby. But it's been really cool, man. I think the devs are really making a lot of cool changes to the game.
Always a character.
A lot of it is a little bit tough for
always a character
to get a hang of. But once they do, I mean, you know, you see what they do with Alter, you see what they do with Gibby, with Rampart, Valk now. It's been awesome. It's been awesome.
I mean, peeps, Apex is the itch that you can never scratch, is the way I like to put it, right? You always come back, even if you disappear for a couple of weeks. It's just, there's no game like it.
So true, though. So true. I literally just played Apex for the first time in a couple months yesterday, man. And like I said, winning the game of Apex, there's just nothing like it, bro. Running around on Maggie yesterday, bro, and ranked. Holy, that character's fun.
What do you think of the evolution of the Trident? Because you were around when the Trident was first introduced and everyone thought it was a bit of a joke, but now it's serious business.
No, I think what the Trident allows teams to do with repositioning and, you know, just a little bit of added cover definitely adds another level to the game. You see a lot of these teams prioritizing Tridents even before the update to the Trident. It just allows you to get across the map, collect Evo, you know, maybe third party a fight. It really opens up the game for a lot of teams.
Well, dude, you know, we love that you're back. There's so many things we could talk about. And, you know, one of the things I want to do is, since you are playing again, where can people find you? Where are you spending your time? Let us know how we can connect with peeps now that he's running some Apex games again.
Yeah, absolutely. Live on Twitch, We The People Won. I am taking some time off right now. I'm in between I'm moving out of my house, moving to an apartment. Okay. But I'll be there, and I'll be back, man. And, you know, give me a crutch weapon like the Devo, and we'll be good.
Not the Devo. Anything but the Devo, man. Come on now.
I know. I missed it.
Nerfed that bad boy.
I missed it at the height of it.
Peeps, we cannot be talking Devo, bro. We cannot be talking devotion.
And it's always great to talk to you, my friend.
That just made me throw up a little bit on the inside.
Love you guys.
That Devo meta was so brainless.
Love you too, buddy. Going to find a new apartment.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, he's been on a lot of Battlefield, so. Yeah, Kevin knows ball. That Devo meta was so awful. Like, it was, like, this is the thing. It was funny to do it once or twice, right? You know, you just have one of those days that things aren't going well. You load up the ballistic, you get your Devo, and just run at somebody, right? It's funny once or twice. But once you just start doing it multiple times, and you do it over and over, it's just so brain dead. Like, I just can't handle it, to say the least. It is not for me whatsoever.
looking at how these pros have approached it.
I do appreciate
I mean, Dan, did you
a lot of what Apex is doing right now, though. I do feel like there's a very diversified weapon meta. There's a lot of different guns that work really well. For ranked, I think there's a lot of decent legends that really allow you to play the game differently. I think a comp perspective, I still think there's some work to do with the legends, especially like Alter, Crypto. I think Gibby even a little bit too. Can you do some adjustments? Overall, though, I do like where comp is at right now. I still will say, like Olympus, I just still personally don't think this version of Olympus should be in comp. They took a big step in the right direction, but there's still a decent amount of cover that needs to be added, I think, for it to be like a really good comp map. But overall, though, I know they're definitely putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. Again, a lot of the stuff they have done recently has really helped bring the game back to a better level. I mean, we've seen some of the best Steam numbers that they've been putting up in a long time, so I definitely want to give them a lot of grace because I do think they deserve a good amount of credit. But again, hopefully they're looking at some of these things like the Alter Crypto and things like that, where I do feel like, again, Alter is just pretty brainless when it comes to her Alter portal being able to go as far away as they want and then just reposition back after they've been knocked twice. Like, I just think that kind of stuff shouldn't be rewarded. But other than that, though, I do really like a lot of what we got going on. But we're in game number 2 here. Devo enjoyers deserve jail time. Honestly, might have to be a freaking might have to be a command in the chat, honestly. Exclamation point Devo. Because I agree so much with that. But we got game number 2 here. We'll pull up the map view, see where we're headed real quick. Looks like we're going to be kind of over in Estates, sort of in-game. Yep, Estates, Hammond. So again, for Falcons fans, may close your eyes. Might be this one that ends over here in this particular area. That is my guess of where this is probably going to end up at. Just somewhere in that particular area here. Again, a lot of the playable space is going to be up more on these buildings up top. But once the zone starts closing, there's a platform down here you can play. You have teams playing out of terminal. So expect a lot of fights for the position on this side of the map. And definitely the teams working up here as well, trying to see where they can position. Anybody that can get to that spot first, obviously will have a ton of work on their hands. But should be some pretty interesting spots here. As we do see Citadel Gaming is the first one there. So
because we have 13 alters in the lobby. Mad Maggie also up there with 8. Then you've got Watson.
That's good to know. I personally like the pause feature because it allows me just to have like what's there. But I think at some point I might try to mix in where it's not pause too. But that's good comms though. I appreciate it a lot.
Apex Legends. If you're new to Apex Legends, firstly, welcome. But secondly, you're always wondering, like, you know, what legend do I play in the next game? Because you'll go into one game, you get.
Yeah, I tend to yap, so I like it to pause where I was at, so I can just circle it, talk about it, things like that. So, but no, that's a really good comm though, because I know I can probably mix that in at some point too. Especially when it's like live, I can kind of just like point here and there. So I'll definitely remember that.
What goes hand in hand with finding these rotations too is confidence, and Alonso actually got to talk a lot about the importance of confidence when you're trying to approach your own respective games within Apex Legends.
No, trust me, you guys have, honestly, like it's been really nice. I've always struggled with like trying to figure out little, you know, bits and ends of that, trying to get the stream all the way I wanted to, but just to have everything in here, like I'm telling you, like it's just made it so much easier to have the standings, the results, the streams, you know, I mean, there's just so much stuff in here that you can do. So it's again, you guys have been doing a really good job, and I definitely appreciate it.
I like to hear that too, because Dan, as you already mentioned, like how important it is here in Apex Legends. Just like, oh, okay, Xanus is farming, by the way, like together.
And we got Maiden Heaven picking up some kills on the Heaveneer.
But everybody is already duking it out, and
I don't quite think though that GG got the kills there onto Heaveneer though. I do believe those went to Maiden Heaven. So yeah, he is running for his life, but I am not sure he's gonna be able to get away. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Zidane is absolutely just full sending. That is a wipe. That is Heaveneer out of our first team here in game number 1. It does look like here we have a full lobby back. So whatever the duo situation was, it appears that we're fine now. So we are back to what we've got originally with the 60 players. So
there was definitely the hesitation and the worry that maybe another team was going to be there, which it always is in Apex. When you
yeah, again, I believe Citadel Gaming had the best spot so far.
fight.
in
especially
this
in
zone
round
here, as we'll
two.
take a look back at the map. It does appear, yep, we had Citadel Gaming gonna have to hold out their spots here. GG in a pretty good spot over here as well. Again, we're gonna see probably a lot of the fights coming out of here from the Hammond side for teams pushing in over to this side, and we'll have some teams eventually probably trying to play for more of this eastern side, trying to rotate into the west to get into a decent position. So we'll have to wait and see how that looks. We tune back in, though. We have SJP2 against UAV, I believe. You have to be really smart with this fight, though, because we have Blessed just inside there that can easily third this.
Literally one shot by a pixel of health and raining down the destruction. The Barbarian coming down and the caustic gas being the nail in the coffin. SJP2 in some trouble here, but I'm expecting that 3P to come in.
Yeah, we see SJP2 just down to the solo. I believe it's a 2v1.
Get this heal off, and then you see a caustic barrel, and you're like, oh crap, this ain't gonna happen. We are definitely going down, but you can see the last remaining.
I'm assuming Bless is going to have to get in on this fight at some point. Because Bless is right next to him. Yeah, they're already overlooking. There they are. That is SJP2 dead here. We'll have to see if Bless tries to go for more kills on UAV, but it looks like they may play this pretty slow here.
It is going to be in zone. They are going to be able to hold this. They've utilized the Trident to a very strange but important way to do so, using it as cover. But we'll have to see how it goes down later on, whether they kind of get locked in that spot.
And when we talk about
See Zipline Mafia getting some shots down onto Awakened. Awakened really doesn't have to take this fight, I don't think. Maybe they try to grab some Evo that they haven't quite gotten yet. But I think if I'm Awakened, I'd definitely back up and play this slow. They don't really have like the fighting comp to play a fight out here on edge, especially when they're facing a Maggie that can definitely get rid of that bubble. So probably smart for them to back up and not take this fight, especially early on when this can get thirded pretty easily in ring one. Yeah, just as I say that here, you already see G Dolphin and the boys rolling up. So they need to make a quick decision here. They either need to take this fight immediately to avoid getting third by Zipline from Terminal, or they just need to leave. You can see DSK wanting to take this fight immediately. We got the Bang Seer and Maggie. We'll say just standing there like that may not be the best idea, but they do get some good damage. Again, the shields definitely favor a little bit to DSK with the Maggie having purple, and those Qs are going to absolutely do work on these guys inside. Yeah, he's got a pretty decent position here he can drop on, but he might start getting shot in the back, which he is. Yep, and that's why I'm talking about. Zipline from Terminal could easily third this if this fight took way too long. And you already see it happening now.
They've answered the call, but they don't want to overextend because they don't want to get grief themselves. They could have rotate priority if they go up the bridge.
This might be the most patient I've ever seen teams actually play a fight out in EMEA. Not even kidding.
They had a beacon over there.
You never see this much patience ever. Usually we see full sends, I'm not even gonna lie to you.
CG Dolphin backing away too, and the rest of the weak cube also trying to know if there's going to be a 3P in the distance. So all these teams just completely disengage and are trying to prio the rotate, because in the distance you have 3 men. Awaken still holding on to that building. Zipline Mafia now.
As we see here, ring 2. Get ready to close. We don't have any fighting. We'll go back to the map view. Again, we've got CTG in a really good position, still holding strong. Again, all these teams from the top gonna have to rotate in to probably try to play for, I'm assuming, this side. Zipline might go ahead and try to rotate over here, but they'll obviously run into some traffic on that particular side. And again, you'll see some fights here, maybe between like Bandits, Eclipse, Made in Heaven, Orgulus, and Hungary will also probably rotate into here. And we'll also have the fights between Infinite and Paraniki also over here. So quite a bit of fighting will take place here soon, as we'll see some of these teams trying to rotate in.
3 men have turned into 2 men here. They don't want to go down into 1 man.
And here's your fights. Like I said, we've got a lot of shots by Awakened here. They're going to eliminate DSK, getting some kills there. Myci picking up a triple there. Down to 17 squads here now. Really good third party there by Awakened. Really good position there to pick up some nice KP. And 3 men literally were able to go from Talkyard essentially and third-party Oasis like that. It's crazy how that works. Wonderful to see an alter nerf in our future.
Elsewhere, UAV, remember their position. They're gonna have to move.
But again, Bandits gonna have to take up the fight here on this edge, like we said earlier on. Oh my goodness, and it gets absolutely ripped by Kings here. But once again, you get knocked, all you do is just rip the altar portal. Can we please nerf this character? I'm so sick of seeing it.
Are they gonna be followed? As you can see, Eclipse now considering it, but it looks like no, they're gonna be more than happy to hold this spot.
Eclipse walking up on this, but they're getting shot in the back. But don't worry, they get shot in the back, and now they go back through their altar portal. This is insane! This is insane to watch. Teams take bad fights, they back out. That's all they do.
Side by side though, while they're trying to get the reset from Eclipse.
Holy cow. Please nerf this character.
And they're going to be able to see where Citadel Gaming are currently situated.
And here you go again, Citadel Gaming in a good spot. Might be interesting to see if this pulls on this side though. We'll have to wait and see how that looks. We might need a freaking exclamation point altar. Just says nerf altar. Now we lose Orgulus and Hungary to Pot there. Pot with the big fight win. Now we see Bandits getting in on the action here. But don't worry, they're just going to altar port back. Oh my gosh.
Legends Global Series at the moment, and we are going to see just how powerful the Rampart can be when you get yourself in that kind of a spot. But a lot of these engagements have disengaged now, people backing off.
I can't, guys. I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm starting to lose it. Oh, man. We'll talk more after this game. I might even have to bring it up on pod, too. Yeah, Rez, you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, we take a look at our game standings here with these teams that are eliminated. Orgulus and Hungary, no altar. DSK, no altar. SJP2, no altar. Heaveneer, they had the first team that were out, but they were an altar, but they took a fight pretty early on. But really good comms there by Rez. Only one of our 3 teams that were eliminated early so far, or one of our 4 teams that was eliminated early so far, didn't have altar. So we see Bless going down to Zipline. That was one of our fights on that that north side that we figured we'd run into eventually.
And this is going to be a crazy Enzo with round 3 closing in, Light taking a lot of that damage, trying to take the TP out. He's one shot though.
Portal Legends, yep, good comms.
The zone closing in, they have to start moving, but they're getting looked at by 2 different teams on each side.
Yeah, we see our Bandits always getting held out here. Gonna be a tough one for them to live here. Oh my god, he is just chilling between 2 teams right now. GG taking a pretty big fight on to Priyaniki here. Might tune into that one real quick. But down they go. Great comms by me, getting in way too late to that fight. But Priyaniki doing a great job, though, of wiping GG. A pretty decent spot that they'll still have to rotate into until we see 3 men come rotating in here. I mean, he's jumping in the zone. I mean, he's not making this wrap. Oh my god, you got it off. This is insane. He's taking this portal back. Yeah, I mean, it probably his only play, but yeah, he goes down here. That is 3 men, eliminating them there. Oh my god. Like a Shara. Kashare hiding out there. You see UAV walking in here against CTG. CTG had left that spot up in the building here. Oh, some good kills there by Zuni. Trying to put a ton of pressure here. They still are holding the houses up top here. We just have Zuni overextending with the altar here. Trying to pick up some KP. Some really good shots. My goodness, a well dumped. Oh my god, he's 1 HP. He's gonna go down. He's gonna go down. They're gonna have to pull him so quick. They're gonna have to pull him so fast. And he gets out. Because of course it's altar. Of course it is. Of course she gets out. God forbid a team makes a good decision and doesn't just get nuked. Oh man. 10 squads though. 25 up. Oh my. Oh, he missed the Kraber. The guy wasn't even facing him, bro. We gotta hit those. We gotta lock in and hit those.
They may not have had the success going into this final zone because they are in one of the prime positions. That being said, zone is going
See his zone closing up here. So look at the map stream real quick to see what our next zone is going to look like. And it is going to pull up here. So that's going to be a very interesting one. See which teams are able to take up that space late and who can win the important fights to own one side of that wall.
Closing in on his back. They've lost out on that second player here. Missy moving up, but the third party is waiting.
We do lose Eclipse.
It's infinite now with the hemlock in hand. Eclipse do get taken out. 9 squads left before backing away, though. The Watson, unfortunately, from Miku does go down. Citadel still are able to put in that pressure from the right side of that platform without giving up too much space.
Yeah, they're fighting on this side here, but we have to rotate the complete opposite side of the zone. So that Wraith portal is going to be huge for these guys to make it all the way across. Probably what I expect these guys to do is probably try to take a fight on the left side of the wall, potentially. But it looks like Zidane is trying to get super aggressive onto CTG. He gets the knock, too, as well.
Wall to play with. That's the important thing. This wall is going to be a big shield for a lot of these teams.
And they have the baby comp on the other side if they want to be able to reposition just as
looks like here they're able to get the res up onto Zuni here. So many Gibby ults coming in too at the same time. Oh, nice Kraber shot there for sure. But the rotate's gonna have to come out here. The Don trying to go for a kidnap. Kobe. Oh, so close.
In such good position had the zone just been a little bit further south, ending towards this platform, but you can see how it moves that further bit north. And actually now they're going to be
trying to see here which teams can win the battle of this platform here. Oh, we can't be pulling off that shot. Oh, come on, man. We got to hit those. We see her awakened. Pretty good spot on their side. Trying to take the height of zipline here. A big fight for this side of zone. Some nice shots. I love the Gibby bubble to isolate, but Micey goes down. The Newcastle's got to come in and res here. Oh, he stops the Valk ult. And that is a good wipe by K20 and the boys over at Awaken, and they have won this backside of zone here. We're down to CTG, UAV, Made in Heaven, Pot, Infinite. Can Awaken in a really good spot, but they still will have to watch for alter queues. My goodness, that was a questionable alter queue up. Not sure if there's a queue through this wall. I'm assuming there's probably not. It's a queue to the other side. My goodness, the mix of characters. We got the Gibbies, the Newcastles, the Ramparts, the Altars. So many different combinations of characters early on here. Again, Awaken going to be... Oh, and he gets picked by Pot here. And UAV does go down to Pot, who I believe are playing on the top side along with Infinite. Cinetic here still chilling as a solo right now. But again, Awakened in such a good position right now. Their biggest losing condition, though, is a team alter queuing through that wall if it's possible. I don't know if it is, but they do control all the space here. This should be Awakened's game to win here. My goodness. So many alter... Dude. Dude, he just got absolutely finessed by the portals and everything. It's just down to Zuni. And there's the queue through the wall. I was wondering if a team was going to try to do this earlier. I really thought 3-man queuing through that wall would be a lot better than most of the options he would have in trying to fight this side. Oh my god, how is he alive? And he goes down, CTG goes down, and that is going to be an Awakened win, as we figured it would be. They controlled all the space. Again, I'm really shocked no team really tried not to queue through that wall and get themselves into a better spot to potentially take the game-winning 3v3. But that is a win for Awakened in our game number 2. Our match 2 stats, we got Awaken taking the dub with 23. We have Pot, they're in second with 19. We have Citadel Gaming in third with 12. We have Made in Heaven in fourth with 7. And Infinite in fifth with 10. Taking a look at our overall standings here. Awaken jumps to number 1 here with 26. The Horde in second with 21. Pot there in third with 19. Along with Gaming Gladiators with 19. And then Zipline Mafia there in fifth with 18. So again, Awaken just really winning that side from the estate side. And we're able to hold on and hold out the rest of those teams as they had to funnel in. A lot of teams obviously expected this, the pull more onto the Hammond side where the Falcons game ended. But a good read there by Awaken to win their side and ultimately win Godspot over to take our dub in game number 2. And we do see how typical the bans have been. We do lose out on Alter, so no surprise there. So not surprising here to probably see a lot of Valk, Gibby, Newcastle potentially come out. We've seen some teams also run some sort of Valk, Watson, Gibby, a lot of different combinations with that. But again, probably the more predominant one is to be Valk, Gibby, Newcastle. So potentially we'll see maybe a Valk or a Gibby ban if possible. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as next game goes on here.
Boy, am I worried about what will happen.
You know what I'm not worried about, though? The fact that we have multi-view in action, everyone. Make sure to visit algs.ea.
W multi-view.
Your own personal multi-view. So that way
say it every single time, W multi-view.
Teams get some tips here for your own gameplay and how a lot of these pros utilize these legends, these rotational comps, and maybe even get creative with your own drawings when you want to try to draw a path.
Sorry, you guys will see me look down at my phone sometimes because I'm adding every bottle of water I drink, I add into an app, so I keep track of how much water I'm drinking a day.
Don't go anywhere, guys, because we do have some more action coming to you on the other side here. Game number 3 is among us.
So what are our thoughts so far through 2 games? Questions, comments, concerns? What are you guys feeling so far throughout the games? How we all feeling so far?
Red Bull gives you wings.
How we all feeling after 2 games, chat? What are the vibes out there? Not too bad. Fair. Very fair, Rez. Honestly, Rez, that's the answer I expect from you every time, and that's not even a dig. That's just consistency, and I appreciate it. Always know what to expect. Watching Apex with the homies. Hell yeah. You'll love to see it. Yeah, great start here again from EMEA. We got 2 games down, 4 to go, 1 more on Olympus here. Again, expecting a lot of Gibby Newcastle with the bans we have. We'll have to see if some teams potentially counter that, though, with the Maggie, since Maggie is still in play. So we might get a little bit of a variation, potentially. Maybe some Wraith, Seer, Maggie as well. So, interesting spot here, because usually when we see Crypto Maggie banned, it is 100% Valk Gibby Newcastle. But with it being Alter second, we'll have to see how teams decide to play this out. Alter gameplay isn't that bad. I mean, if you're talking about the Seer meta from, like, a while ago when he was broken, yeah, like that's... I mean, that character was just dumb. I mean, he just literally did everything. But, like, Alter again... My main thing with Alter, it's not even, like, a lot of her kit. It's just her ult. Her ult is what really pisses me off. Because it allows bad teams to make stupid plays. That's what pisses me off. A lot of the other stuff I can get over. But, like, it's just her ult. Like, I think her ult is just dumb. I think it's broken. I think it's stupid. And I just don't think it should be in the game. Because you'll just allow bad teams to make bad pushes. Islander Boy, once again. Do you just have skill issue, like, on speed dial? Like, is that, like, a command you have on your keyboard? So you say skill issue for basically anything. Is that just, like, a command you have?
Rain skin, Gask Day, I think both sound perfectly acceptable.
No, I get it. Like, you obviously still have to make the adjustment to it, for sure.
Like that one. It makes them feel uncomfortable, and for good reason.
You definitely have to adjust, obviously, because that's what they have to play with. Again, I just think that... I just don't think that, like, you should be able to get away with everything that Alter allows you to get away with.
She is a legend that does something that
W macro. Yeah. Absolutely W macro for sure.
Brackets and seeing which ability would win against which ability. I went through every
Set that up.
legend, and you know who came
Fair.
out on top? Alter. I think her Void Passage is just generally the best value ability in the game. You can do so many different things with it.
Pretty much. Would absolutely get spammed.
Other legend, because it's not just the invulnerability, Dan.
It's not Alter's fault. The pros can't finish their kills.
That you normally could not traverse. And it's not
I love getting the other side of the argument. It makes things so funny from my point of view. Because obviously for the podcast, you know, we listen to fans, we listen to pro, you know, we see the pros, like all that kind of stuff. So it's always funny to kind of feel like you're almost in the middle sometimes. Kind of see, like, you know, how you feel about it. Again, for me, I think it's dumb. I just don't think it's really like a... I just think that is way too frequently be able to use. And I just, personally, I just think it's dumb. But what's more dumb, though, is that we got APAC South and APAC North that don't consistently get that character banned. Those two regions gotta lock it the hell in. That's all I'm saying. Because that character is broken, and she should always get banned. The fact that she doesn't get banned all the time is insane to me. Alter got banned, John. Alter got banned. So here we go. We see already with Bandits, we got the Valkyrie Newcastle. Well, the self-revive 100%, dude. That was dumb. Like, come on. We shouldn't see that in comp at all. The Digi thing, you know, that's a conversation I can understand from both sides. But the self-revive thing I thought was kind of dumb, I'm not going to lie.
Then potentially hitting third ring and either getting into Godspot or fight for Godspot. That's basically our game plan if we're playing Edge. For that one game we're playing Newcastle, we're going to be on Newcastle, EB and Valk, so we're not going to be on Beacon, we're not going to know third ring. But we'll just go on and Valk from ring 2 to 3, from ring 3 to 4, and so on. Valk is pretty good.
Oh, it was a casual for sure, and if you want to keep it in the casual game, by all means, but like...
Valkyrie to get them into position, and also, more importantly, trusting when they land that Newcastle and Gibraltar will be able to clean things up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game plan, right? Just Valk in,
the Digi days.
Hope you can slam down, take position, and get...
I mean, Islander Boy, the only thing that has to happen to fix the Kraber is just they put in helmets, bro. Like, you have to understand from the player side of things, like, that is so dumb that your game can end because of one RNG gun that has a one-hit headshot. Like, at least put in helmets, man. Like, at least put in helmets. That's all I'm saying. If you're not wearing a helmet and you get one-shotted, 100%. But helmets at least should be a thing in my opinion. Yeah, heat shields are stupid. I think we all can agree that heat shields might have been the dumbest thing that was in Apex for a while. That was dumb. But we'll take a look here at this zone. We've got the Salmers zone potentially coming in. I will say, though, because this is not touching all the way at the back, I would not be surprised if we do see this pull out a lot more, since we don't have like the first zone all the way back here. So we could potentially see something more pull towards this side, but I definitely know a lot of teams are going to play for this Salmer side as well. So we'll have to wait and see how teams decide to play this out.
Being a world champion there, and now with one of the GOATs, I mean, really in terms of French representation, but also just in terms of being at LANs, he had the highest record of attending LANs.
I mean, you guys can make the argument that everything's a skill issue in the game. Like, you can make an argument for essentially everything. You know what I mean? Like,
from the side.
I'm not saying there's some stupid excuses for that, but I just at least can sympathize with pros that they're playing for this much money and there's a one-shot headshot gun out there. You know, it's just like, I get it. Like, RNG still has to be in the game. It's a battle royale, but I'm just trying to understand it from their side of things. Like, imagine you play an entire game correctly, you make the rotates you need to, and a team that is just not in a position to win the game at all, or in a position to fight you all, just one headshot Kravers you from across the map. I mean, you look at freaking DKK at Champs. They literally all got one-shot headshotted, and that knocked them out from winning, you know, first place with, you know, $500,000 or $600,000, you know what I mean? Like, and they played that game correctly the entire time, but Fnatic from across the POI one-shot headshots them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to sympathize a little bit. I understand from the viewing perspective it's fun, and I get that. I'm just sympathizing from their side of things as well. That there's definitely moments where, like, the Kraber is just, it's just insane, and that's what, like, ruins tournaments. But no, there's definitely times too, though, that when there's a Kraber out there and you know it's out there and yet you still peek it. Like, I get that too, for sure.
Realize it, and that's where the issue is coming in, because they're not giving up on this chase. They have the Valkyrie that,
and like I said, I don't even want the Kraber removed. I think the Kraber should 100% be in. I just think they should have helmets, in my opinion.
And you can see it here, continually just kind of being on their toes. Awaken in first place, very alert, and they see the Valkyrie ult there. That will mean that maybe they assume that was Zipline Mafia.
I mean, knockdown shields, if anything, you can maybe tone down how much is in the knockdown shield, but I don't think they should be removed. That's too much of a staple of Apex to be able to play a knockdown shield.
I think it was Zipline Mafia.
I think if you get rid of that, you're just, like, basically copying Fortnite. If anything, if you're gonna, I think you keep knockdown shields in and maybe lower the amount of damage it takes to get rid of it. But I think knockdown play is too essential to Apex.
Disperse. No one's going to take that fight because, again, when the zone's coming in and in this position, it just seems a little bit useless to Awaken. They will
should make all guns blue attachments, blue knockdown, and no care pack to Pro League. Absolute even playing field.
But the advantage for Zipline Mafia, just to lastly talk about them, is no one is really ahead of them in Gravity Engine because everyone moved to zone.
Yeah, 100%, lady.
Zipline Mafia have a lot of freedom on their rotation here. On the other side for Bandits, it's somewhat similar on this southern side, but the further north they go, the more...
Yeah, I don't know if now you're just being sarcastic, Rez. That feels like a little bit of sarcasm. You have to let me know if you're being serious with that or not. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Islander. Like, I get it. I get why it's not changed. Because, again, at the end of the day, this is an entertainment business. And I understand, like, the Kraber is an exciting thing. Trust me, like, I get hyped when I see Kraber shots, too. I'm just seeing it from a pro's perspective about how they feel about it and what their point of view is going to be. So that's my thing. You know, that's absolutely my thing, is just trying to understand it from both sides of the equation. And trust me, at the end of the day, I'm a fan, and seeing the Kraber shots are insane. And I'll still go crazy for it when it happens. But I'm just understanding it from their point of view. So
more efficacy because there's really less choices for who will win once you whittle down that.
Yeah, I've learned, Rez. I've learned more often than not. Well, I shouldn't say more often than not, but a good amount. There's some sarcasm in there, so I kind of figured. Yeah, I don't know. If you get in a chat long enough with Rez, you'll know there's some good sarcasm in there. And here's the pull. Like I said, with it not being too deep, where the zone originally was, we do see it's going to pull more towards this side. So where Infinite, Eclipse, and all these teams are at are going to be in a really good position. We're going to see a lot of these teams from this north side having to fight their way through here, potentially through here, all trying to claim spots in this zone. But again, all the teams that have already made it to this structure are going to be in a really good position early on. Tim, I know exactly what post you're talking about, and that man should have his Reddit privileges taken away. That was insane to see that post. I literally almost commented, but I was like, you know what? I can't do that in my position. Shut up and take it in the chin. All right. What you got, PO Drive?
Really, wow, the power of that Maggie finish off that fight. That is going to be the end of our first place team away.
I mean, yeah, you can always look back and see, but I think in order for Apex to get where it is now, he had to go through those moments where things were a lot more RNG back then. or a lot differently structured. But I think the version we have now is pretty damn good with the POI drafts and legend bans and things like that. If I ever see weapon bans, though, I'm gonna be like, bro, we gotta chill. Like, we just gotta... I commented. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I saw that. I was going to bed last night, and I was like, that's insane.
Which is going to be more interesting when we go into Storm Point than it is here in Olympus, so I will bring that back up later. But for now, they're on
Round 3, 20 teams. Yeah, honestly, shocked with EMEA. Very shocked. Yeah, weapon bans, I saw like a part of the post. I swear to God, if anybody agrees with that ever, like, if there's one thing I feel like the devs, for the most part, at least recently, there's definitely been moments where they haven't been great with it, but for the most part, they've done a pretty good job of balancing weapons. So, like, that should never happen. Yeah, like I said, when the double Mozam crypto thing with Mannheim, like when all that was going on, P20s, like all that, I was like, guys, we gotta lock in a little bit in the dev department and kind of get some of this stuff out of here, bro. So I feel like they've done a pretty good job since then.
Primed up, but it is a team that has some flexibility with the Valkyrie ultimate, so we'll see how they handle that. You can see Babylon's and 3 men landing as well. They've already got some KP to their name. Gonna take the
we only have one player right now, guys, out of the lobby. That is insane as we get ready with round 3 here on our map. Again, we take a look at the zone, and again, those teams that did a really good job of getting to this structure here are just in a prime spot to hold this out. So again, we're going to see all these teams having to rotate out of grow towers, fighting to get in here. We'll have some teams probably on this side, potentially all fighting for this side of zone as well. And then we have obviously the teams that are all up here fighting for this north side. So we have the teams right now, guys, but this is going to get chaotic so fast. So keep an eye on the kill feed with how quickly this game changes, because it is going to be a bloodbath when this zone closes.
Also trying to make that move through, which might make them a little bit of a target. But this is going to be a very congested next zone rain day, because everyone is kind of around each other at the moment, but there's a lot of fights that aren't happening.
We got the Val coming in here with Pot. They found a spot at least for now.
Pot will full send themselves dead center here. So now we have
and here's one of the fight on the north side here, like we thought. I think it's SJP2 and 3 men.
Engagement from the low ground, stepping up on high, seeing if they can push a team. Journey and Denze, they're going to back off a little bit alongside 7, throw that electrified Gibby Dome down, and just say, do not even try to pass their best Gandalf impression. But it's really
we see here again, so we have 59 bods up right now. We're going to start losing people out here now, though. As we see Orgulus and Hungary in the mix, we got Awakened in the mix, our Game 2 winners, along with Zipline Mafia here as well, with a different fight here.
Seems like Orgulus and Hungry.
And my goodness, Orgulus and Hungry allow them to reset that here. I mean, my goodness, this has to be one of the best Olympus games I've ever seen. And here comes the Valk ulti. For one team, again, keep an eye on that kill feed. This is going to get quickly eliminated most of our teams here. You see here, DSK on this edge here. They're definitely going to go down. G-Dolphin does get that off, but I don't think he's going to have the heals to survive the rest of this or find a way into this zone here. Made in Heaven getting involved here. GG getting involved. This is a really big fight for these buildings here. We see 3 men, and I believe that is Made in Heaven involved here too. And down goes 3 men. That is our first team out. That is Made in Heaven pick up the kills. Awakened going down here as well. Made in Heaven found a really good spot to play, at least for now. This is one of our better spots in zone that they'll be able to chill in right now. A really, really good spot for them.
Up on top, holding it down, and Hardeki, I believe, next to him. 9 impulse. Down, need the banner. They're fighting.
My goodness, we've got still 18 squads up somehow. We're starting to start losing them here now. No Mamma Mia, they go out. 07 to Mamma Mia here on Olympus.
That's certainly beginning. This next zone will be even crazier. Seems like maybe right.
Orgulus and Hungry getting the respawn here. We got Zipline trying to take the fight onto CTG. Zuni looks like he's trying to get out.
Probably going to push them if they feel they ever get the chance.
Taxington gets respawned as well, so Orgulus and Hungry are going to be back up.
So many fights are about to take place here. SJP2 out of the lobby here as we start to lose our numbers.
Couldn't make that rotation that they were trying. All the meanwhile, the zone is going to actually shift away from the central.
All right, now we're just getting sarcastic. I'm about to time you out.
going to be rewarded for their patience and waiting as the
I'm going to limit on my sarcasm, my own boy. You've been here since APAC North. I'm going to have to time you out if you keep talking up.
Briefing at the moment from this very advantageous position, but as I said, they will have to move that little bit further south shortly. But for now, it's about trying to pick up KP. You know full well there are going to be teams arriving from the
See a Priyaniki.
You
Got to rotate in here on this side.
To get some extra points.
I was kidding with the timeout drop. I was kidding. Drop. Come on, bro. Okay, you got... Untime him out. Untime him out, bro. I was kidding. I was kidding. Come on, man. Dude. Please untime him out. Okay. Please untime him out if you can. Okay. I don't know, boy. If you can hear me, that was not me. I had a mod go way too crazy. He was just over here too. I don't know, boy. I want you to know that was not me. We got a pre-fire from drop there. So that is on him. That is on him. That was not me. I did not want that to happen. Oh, man. As we see here, closing in. Time me out here. Oh, man. Take a look at this map here real quick. We have a much more southern pull, so Priyaniki, if they can hold out here, they're going to be a really good spot. Again, all these teams, this top part of the zone, they have to fight their way in. ALGS and Hungary might be a problem for Priyaniki here as well. Priyaniki, I believe, is playing much more of a aggressive comp, so this will be a tough one for them to hold this space potentially. So we'll have to wait and see. Also, watch for some Valk ultis coming in late here as well, so we'll have to wait and see.
25 seconds until we go into this final zone, and still a lot of teams to try and move in, but no one.
I figured you could see it wasn't me. I just wanted, I had to put it out there that it was not me. It was not me at all. Oh, man. Havoc Legends going down here in the kill feed. But again, Priyaniki, a tough comp to really hold space with. But again, look out for some late Valk ultis and everything here. Would not be surprised we see some bubbles and some ults coming out here.
Right now, Priyaniki have not done that, so could be something to pay attention to as we enter into our top 10.
All right.
Priyaniki fighting again to hold on to the space.
We do need to chill. We do need to chill with that one. We need to chill with that one. That is some crazy comps. That is crazy comps. Australians are wild, bro. The Australians are wild.
Showcasing their ability to control space here with the Maggie and with the Catalyst coming up and some huge shots from the triple take.
Some big cracks here on the right here by Priyaniki. We got the bubbles coming out here. ALGS and Hungary trying to hold out GG here. Snack and Maiden Heaven in a decent spot here. They're going to end up probably taking this fight against Bandits here. They drop down. Snack does go down. Bandits trying to hold out here, though, but they're just in such a tough spot, getting shot in the back the whole time. Down go Bandits here. We'll go back to the main POV here. And Maiden Heaven somehow hold out for now. Yeah, you're not wrong, Islander. You're not wrong. Priyaniki again doing such a good job with this comp, holding space here.
Beyond themselves, 100 meters. Dan, this is an incredible showcase of the power, not just of what Seer can do.
ALGS and Hungary now trying to take this fight against GG, and GG doing such a good job here.
There's really only one team that can kind of counter this, and this might be forcing a really good defensive bombardment.
Some decent shots there by GG, but down goes Lufka. And they don't have a Newcastle to res. So it's just down to the Watson, I believe, for GG here. We've got Eclipse, we've got Pot, we've got Infinite up on top of that structure still, but they're going to have to move here. Yeah, just the Watson right now trying to hold out here. There's no way they rip this res. Are they going to get this off? Oh my god. Oh, but he gets killed. He gets the bubble off, though. He got the bubble off just in time so they can get the res on the Gibby.
He got the bubble off, which is huge for GG's chances as a duo here.
And the swing here. Oh my god, I gotta see the rest of that. I gotta see the rest of this. Oh my god, they wiped this side. I cannot believe they stayed alive and through all that. I mean, what a good job here. We'll go back to the main broadcast to make sure we catch everything, though. Pre-Niki here, the team that's been holding the best spot in this zone this entire time. Catwall comes out. Such a big catwall to cut off half the zone here. We lose Gaming Gladiators. We're going to have Made in Heaven. We're going to have Pre-Niki. And we are going to have Infinite, our top 3 here, into this last fight. And down goes the wall, but down goes Infinite. They lose 2. It's just a done. And down, still got a couple up here. And Pre-Niki with the wipe. It's going to be Made in Heaven versus Pre-Niki for the 3v3 here. Down goes one member, though, Pre-Niki. There's the trade, 2v2. Just such good shots from up top here. Down goes one more. The Valk trying to come up and make a play, and that is Pre-Niki. The team that held that spot for most of the game ends up with the dub in game number 3. Draw, appreciate the gifted to Islander Boy. Probably owed him, to be honest, so, you know, there we go. Big shout out to the gifted sub. probably a good call, and I appreciate that from Drop's perspective there. Handshake, and you guys can move on, so we're good. We'll take a look though at the series or the match 3 standings here. We got Pre-Niki with 19 taking first place, Made in Heaven with a 22-point banger there in second place, Infinite in third with 12. We got GG in fourth with 7, and Eclipse in 5th with 9. Taking a look at the overall standings for the series, we got Pre-Niki there at 31. We got Made in Heaven jumping up to second with 30. Awakened in third with 27. Pots and Gaming Gladiators in 4th and 5th with 26. Moving on down the leaderboard, still pretty close after our first 3 games, as we've got Infinite with 22. We got the Horde with 21. Zipline with 20, and those are all your teams at 20 or above. Look at the bottom of the leaderboard. Orglis and Hungary struggling today. Bandits also down in 13th with only 13. Citadel Gaming kind of an average day so far with only 15. So we'll still have to wait and see as time goes on. Now, I believe it was John, right? John, what I can do for you, I have not had a Made in Heaven POV on here yet. Do you want me to add them or not? Because I haven't had them on here and they've been playing well. Do you want me to add them as another POV to potentially see later down the road? I'll leave it up to you, so then I'm not the one that's called the jinx. So John, you specifically let me know if you want Made in Heaven's POV. I'll throw them up here.
17 and 19 points respectively, and now they already find themselves surpassing that after 3 matches.
We'll see, future. We'll see.
Is very important here, and that could come down to POI draft.
I wouldn't mind it if we still got I don't want to jinx. All right, I got you. I'll leave it on. It's just depend future, because I typically just like to watch and not stream Americas, just because usually like Jayhawk streams, I like to mod his channel and just kind of hang out and watch stuff. But if we got a good group here and we got a bunch of people, they'll stay in and watch Americas. I could probably be persuaded, so we'll see.
You fellas keep saying this game's a death sentence, but here I am. Just kidding, it's Lace, here to bring you the top 5 community plays of the week, starting with number 5.
Oh, Lace.
Brandon has 1 goal and 1 goal only. Give this guy a haircut. God damn. What? And then celebrate afterwards.
Please tell me you're flipping.
All right.
Moving on to number 4. Petition for Parm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because down goes the Bangalore. Next is
Chicken Parm. What a name.
Begin to get the no scope, hitting the winner Parm chicken dinner, slicing our way into number 3.
Yeah, we'll see how we're feeling after this.
F1L Knees hits him with the Colby. And I don't think this team knows what's about to happen. Boom goes the
Oh.
take call with his
Oh
pants
my
down.
goodness.
F1 Elnese knows they need to go clean up the mess that they created. But don't stress, it's not over yet. And I don't think this fuse has their
I'm just a
glasses on.
fish. What a name. And playing Ash in 2026.
Right in front of the rest of the enemies, and that is exploding our way into number 2.
Whack-a-mole, huh?
Vitalis knows that there's enemy teams inbound. Whose strategic alter cues are placed? I'm going to let the clip do the rest of the talking.
I mean, that is a crazy chow. Oh, this clip's definitely older with the G7 on the ground. Bro. Bro. Coming up. Coming out.
Yeah, move
Bro,
on to
that
the
guy
right.
was so
You're not the
confused.
only bamboozler
Good
in
lord.
this town. Now for our number 1 clip from the
Maggie's
community
gone
plays.
mad.
Looks like I ain't the only Maggie of these parts. Valtori pushing out the drill. 2 enemy teams in their sights. Vital zone is closing in and knows it's about.
I mean, probably Islander Boy. Vitality just wins everything, so. Anytime some team faces them, even though that team's playing really well at that event, they just shit themselves when it comes to playing Vitality, so. Would not surprise me. I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna go piss while I have another minute. And probably grab some water. Be right back.
The 3 Mad Maggies looking at each other. Down goes Maggie and the ultimate team. Gotta play this patient at a little bit of health, getting the shield swap. Conduit pushes in, but Valtori is the champion of this game and the champion of the community plays. All right, consider me impressed, Apex community. That was the top 5 community plays of the week. If you too would like to be involved, head over to the ALGS website on the community tab and submit your clips. If you want to follow my content, Lace on Twitch, Lacey Somerville on socials, and I can't wait to see what you guys do next week.
Alright, we're still back.
Gives you wings.
Yeah, Rez, other esports are definitely a ton of fun to watch. I watch Call of Duty, I watch League, I watch Valorant, Apex, obviously. A little bit of CS here and there. I watch quite a bit. I just enjoy competition, honestly.
I guess Dan needed one. I didn't need one. I'm going to save mine.
Yeah, that Maggie was moving crazy.
But Dan, I guess you bring a good point. There really is never a bad time for Red Bull. Vicky, however, that looks like a tea bag. So let me just analyze, do a little commentary on Vicky's choices here, because she's lost her AC. She's sweating so much that she basically is talking to us in mid game like, I don't know if I can go on. And then she's having a hot tea. Dan, can we break this down a little bit? What's the analysis?
I've heard rumors, Rain Day, that actually drinking a hot tea on a hot day is good because of your body temperature.
That's right. I was just going to say that. You're right. I've heard that too. Okay.
The tea is kind of crazy.
Vicky, we do wish you the best. Any alternative, ways to solve this?
That actually is pretty insane, Rez.
Hey, maybe it is. Maybe we can help regulate the temperature.
Yeah, it does feel like esports was definitely headed in a pretty crazy direction until, people realize it's not that profitable, but there's still some big things I think in store for esports moving forward.
Here from HM. No. It's great to have you. Thank you for taking your time today on the ALGS, and we're excited to hear a little bit more about how you've been doing and what you've seen in these first 3 games.
I've seen a lot. I'm gonna say that. I see people not doing the same rotates as when I'm playing. I saw Godspot still free for game 4, and the first game in Rift too. Middle was still open after 3 zones. It's pretty weird. Never happens in scrims, at least. So
wow,
it's pretty interesting for now.
No. I am. It's great. Our first time having you here. Am I detecting a French accent?
I am Belgium, so I speak
Belgium.
French and Dutch. Yes. I speak French and Dutch because
It's got my only credit card out here kicking Dad's ass. Hell yeah, drop.
Awesome.
Atta boy.
I love it, man. Well, I love the way that it's coming.
Man,
out.
he's called
I
a
wanna
Belgian
give
French. I'm pretty
bigger,
sure that's a bad thing,
kind of
isn't it?
question to you, just
Don't they hate that?
You guys have been intense
I feel like
so
that's a
far. You
bad
got
thing.
Fourth place, obviously in match day 1 for you. It was match day 2. How have you guys been feeling about this season so far, and just your team, HM? Starting
I thought
out and
so.
what you need to improve
I
heading
I
into
thought there was
your
like a
next time to
little
play, which will be next
thing
weekend.
with that. So can confirm
Honestly,
that's
it's
a
been
bad
a
thing.
very long
Okay.
journey.
I thought it was. I thought it was.
One of us were already playing with
I,
our teammate when we
Obviously, this doesn't
created this team.
compare
I
whatsoever.
just decided to
I would be
find
as
some
a
people
Belgian.
who I knew were like confident
Oh
in,
man, no,
and being
I took
confident in
French
what
when I was in
I'm
high
able
school
to do.
and a little bit into
Obviously,
college, and I know
now I'm
there's
very
definitely a
happy
little bit
about
of
what we've been doing
little bit of
pro
beef
league.
that I've
We've
seen
seen a lot of
throughout
things we can also improve on.
throughout kind of just
Our last
cultural
match day was pretty
upbringings and things
pretty
like
rough.
that between
Honestly,
France and a lot of
I didn't
other
think
French-speaking
Old Town would have
countries.
been
So
such a difficult pick for us, but it is what it is. And
the Dutch-speaking
we'll go
part
next,
of Belgium,
next week, and I'm
gotcha,
very confident
gotcha.
for next week. We just need to work on things.
Yeah,
and if we can
you know,
make them done,
hopefully
then
it's
I don't see any issue.
hopefully that doesn't happen too much anymore. But yeah, I can imagine how annoying that can be for sure. So. I mean, you could also be dumb. You could also be called a dumb American. You know, we get that a lot when it comes to international stuff. So even people that know me well still call me a dumb American. So you know, there's that. I don't know which one's better or worse, but you know, that's something I usually get quite a bit. I try not to be, but you know, it happens.
They're my friends. But they did
We
decide
are
to
dumb
match
though,
day,
from another American.
so,
Shout out.
I'm gonna say it. Infinite is very lucky for that second game because you cannot tell me they knew what they were doing. They were just running around the map on edge on Rafe Castle Watson, and then they just walk in, and there's trippies going on everywhere, and then they can just walk in and get 10 points for free. So yeah, I'm gonna call out them for not knowing what they're doing, pretty much. So.
Good for you, and I hope you're able to get your revenge as well.
For not knowing what they're doing.
Just to talk about the region as a
Can you imagine how Canadians feel then if they get called?
EMEA
Dude,
has been going
Kevin,
through a rebuild
as
for
obviously
a
knowing
while.
Jumba,
We've seen changes now right at the top.
obviously none of us really mistake them for being American, I don't think, at least from what I've seen. But yeah, I couldn't imagine how they feel with some of that stuff. I guess they should get tied out again. We just gotta get dropped finger off the trigger finger there. Gotta get him off that ban button. And that timeout button.
Very different. You see it like with the metas. Everybody doesn't play the same. I was watching APEC earlier, and once crypto is banned, nobody goes on baby comp. But in EMEA and NA, everybody does pretty much. So everything is different. I'm not gonna say that one region is better than the other because we see that a lot of.
Did get confirmation that Jayhawk will be live later.
And
so I didn't know because he was away from his house so far today, but Jay will be live later. So more than likely, I'll probably just go hang out in his chat, maybe raid him if we're still live by then. But
I need to know is that my teammates trust in me and that we trust in each
gotta get
other.
Jay off to make me a mod.
I feel like trust is one of the biggest parts of the game.
I don't know if he wants you touching his chat. Mine's a little bit different because I don't have as big of a a following, so it's kind of whatever. But with with Jayhawk, that might be a little different. Might be a little different.
One of the top teams in the entire world.
I'm stable, I swear.
At this point, you've accomplished a lot.
Yeah, we'll keep testing you out in this chat. We'll keep testing you out over here and see.
Who's in your life helping to support you? You support your teammates by IGLing, coming up with the game plans. You have any family, friends, mentors that have helped you to get to this place? Shout them out. I want to know a little bit more about you before we let you go.
Honestly, it's a very great question to ask because I'm not really the person that wants to work hard for himself. But when people put trust in you and they believe in you, I'm the type of guy that won't stop until job is done. If they believe in you.
W.
I'm gonna give a really big shout out to my dad. That is like very a big part of my
Because
life.
the challengers you call for That is such good comms, and that is so true, Kevin. That is so true. Yeah, I gotta make it through CC, bro.
Go to go to EWC, go to Las Vegas. We're gonna come with you and we're gonna support you there. So I know that.
You know what? I'm gonna wear that badge with pride. You gotta get through me first to get into JALGS chat, so I wear that with pride.
You cannot. It's not worth money. You can't. Wear this. So happy because it.
Oh my god.
Well, that's
Honestly, just for that.
Thank you for that backstory. We certainly
Hold on.
hope to shout out your parents if they can make it to our lands coming up here in Las Vegas, even EWC. That would be incredible. But overall, it's great to
Give
hear
me
your
one
thought
second.
process. You've got people counting on you, and you're gonna make sure you get going until the job is done. I'm excited to see you guys play next weekend now after this chat, and thank you for spending your time with us today and giving your analysis.
Thank you for inviting me. It was very fun. So. See you next weekend, I guess.
See you then. No, from HM, they're sitting 10th place right now in EMEA. Vicky, what a great showcase of that young man right there in a prime position to do some damage in this EMEA region that is wide open.
Hold on, I'll have to figure this out eventually here. Give me one sec.
Want to get your thoughts on that before we head into it.
I mean, he's so well-spoken, Rain Day. Literally, like, Nono being 18, young and upcoming himself, he's a great example for those of you guys watching at home that want to shoot your shot and try to compete yourself on the big stage. If you think you're better than some of these players, literally look at Nono's journey, because it's just been amazing. The fact that this is his second year in Pro League and how he keeps on going with the way that his attitude is an IGL. Trust is the name of the game. And Rain Day, we are trusting our transition into our next map when it comes onto Storm Point. Maybe a lot of our pro players feeling a little bit more comfortable and at home.
Absolutely. And Dan, I'll let you pick up on No, but as of now, it's time to go. Round number 4 coming up. First match on Storm Point.
I'm sure Rain Day will be disappearing to dry his eyes. I know he's an emotional man, and when we start talking about being
Honestly,
a
I
dad,
had to
he's got a brand new kid.
had to VIP Kevin for that one, and honestly for the multi-view stuff too.
I know he's going to enjoy the interview as we
Now VP in my chat, Kevin. So if you refresh, you'll see your fancy VIP button.
an upcoming player, and I can't wait to see how Nono does next week. But now it's up
JALGS chat CC, come one now, guys. No, JALGS chat is definitely not CC. I will wear the CC with honor.
Talking about earlier, Vicky, is I believe SJP2 didn't turn up to draft on time, so got given Northpad, which meant that
Yeah, Kevin's the one that did the multi-view. He's the one that works for the ALGS and did the multi-view.
From their position, and it just means that we're gonna get for an interesting rotation here on that northern side.
And for free, we'll take
Cryo, what up? What up?
You know what I mean? For free. I mean, Nick,
How we doing, Cryo? Good to hear from you.
Come out of that dub with that 7 kills.
You tune in more often. Hey, I got you, bro.
Storm Point, which, by the way, I have to note, Dan, Watson is the most picked.
Like I said, man, you've made my job significantly easier when it comes to streaming, because typically, with how busy Jump is, how busy Wyatt is, I'm the one that has to do a lot of the streaming stuff, so you've made my job significantly easier, so I appreciate it.
And looking at the zone alone, oh man, we've seen.
Yeah, Cryo, hopefully you're doing well, man. I know it's a long time no talk, but hopefully you're doing good, man. I know it's been a while. Yeah, we're gonna see this Cedo Cascade sort of pull. Have to see how these teams decide to play this. So it feels like there should be more Cedo, but we do have a lot of teams moving up towards Cascade. I don't think teams are ready to realize this might pull back, so we'll have to wait and see.
Zone-wise, we're going to be going to Ceto Station, and there's a lot of teams that can move very quickly indeed. You can already see Pot are going to full.
Love to hear that, Cryo. Very nice.
Central here, and after speaking to Nono, it sounds like there was a few positions that were up for grabs.
Yes, it is, Drop. Yes, it is. It's been an absolute banger.
Teams will start to change their direction going into this.
Cryo, appreciate it, dude. You guys, okay, so a little lore for you guys. I tried to order this for weeks, but for whatever reason, not my bank, but my card that I have would not allow me to order this jersey, because apparently just didn't trust where like it was being ordered from, even though it's literally directly from Alliance, right? So thankfully Jay went to Japan, obviously, with part of the broadcast, and he thankfully bought me this in a Gen G jersey, and I absolutely love this, and it feels so good. It's so comfortable. So if you guys can, I recommend 100% ordering this jersey, because this is so nice. It is so nice.
Having to be careful, literally one shot is able to get away.
Stagger gets staggered.
Yeah, Kat, we definitely appreciate it, man. Like I said, you've been absolutely killing it for sure. Definitely a very welcomed addition for sure for the for all the stuff in the background and things that make this even better experience for people.
Which looks like they're going to attempt, but Zane's starting to push up with his aggression, but now you've got to be careful here if you are Zane, because you don't want to overcommit.
Here we go, DSK trying to back up here. We did see a Valk ban, by the way. Valk was the one that got banned last game. You see Pre-Nikki picking up some kills. Again, picking up where they just left off.
Because there's so many other teams now trying to collapse on that north side. I know Eclipse is probably about. There is that beacon over to the north side, up the hill, on top of that building, so they can get their set of information. Infinite, too, as well as Bless that are now showing up.
Got some fights here in the distance real quick. We'll tune over to the map here in just a second, but we got Bandits needing a big fight here, going up against SJP2, and they get the first knock, so that is a huge knock here. We're going to see the Seer ult come out. I'll have to see if they can get this wipe on this kill here.
Unintentionally taking Northpad because they weren't there for the POI draft and got given it. It is typically where Bandits would be drafting, so instead they've gone for Trident, and it looks like no matter where they find themselves,
yeah, and they get SJPT 7 eliminated here.
And the rest of SJP2 is gonna have to scarper away, or will they? Because the Hemlock just doesn't miss. Breach charge finishes off one, and surely the last player gets away.
See here, we only got one more. I think that guy might be able to get out here. Gaming Gladiators out early to a combo of DSK and Bless. So that is a big one on Stormpoint to start with. Oh boy, does he even get this evac off? I feel like there's no way, right? Oh, he's literally won. He might just get out. I'm doing good, Cryo. I've been walking a lot, trying to get like 10K steps in every day. Only eating like 1,500 calories a day. Trying to really knock out some weight before I go to Vegas. Down to 251. Was like 270, 275 most of last year. So my goal, hopefully by Vegas, is like 230. Hopefully a little bit lower than that, but we're kicking ass so far, man. The undercard matches before the main showcase NA. Love it. Appreciate it, Rez. I mean, honestly, like, huge shout out to Jay. Jay's been doing a lot of the same thing. He doesn't have to lose as much weight, obviously, as I do. But I know we've been talking about quite a bit, getting some steps in. Jumba's joined us. Morris joined us. So the boys are getting locked in. So we're getting locked in. Hopefully, could be looking real good for Vegas. And hopefully see some of you guys there, too. I'm anxious to hopefully meet some of you guys if you end up in Vegas. So. Ew. Nice spray there with the R9.
It's a trade-off from both ends, but it's a better position for Zipline Mafia.
Yeah, this is such a difficult fight to try and take, to try and push in as well. And the bubble is going to arrive, and now they are going to get in the face of Zipline. They said, you push us, we push you instead. And they've done some good initial damage, but now down to just a 1. Still winnable.
And here's another team playing Pathfinder. We saw it in APAC North, how effective the Pathfinder was at times. Oh my goodness, and that is headshots all day. Havoc Legends going out here. That is some nice KP for Zipline Mafia. That is 4 KP early on. Get back into running again, get my lungs back. I mean, Rez, dude, honestly, it's not even about running for me. I don't really run that much. It's just like good paced walking. And I just get a lot of, I mean, I've done like 4.5 miles a day usually for the past like 2.5, 3 weeks. And I've been feeling really good about myself. I play volleyball too at times. And get out and do all that. So between all that, that's really what I've been doing. I plan on trying to get into the gym once I lose a little bit more, just so that I can start turning some of that into muscle and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it doesn't have to necessarily be in running. Just even getting out walking, even getting like 6, 7K steps in, you know, kind of start somewhere. And food, honestly, food is huge for anybody that's trying to get into better shape. Again, I've really cut down to like 1,500 calories and try to stick to that. And I've been feeling really good. I found some really good stuff that I've been eating, and I make every single day. You know, do protein shakes twice a day. Drink like this greens, like drink that in the morning just to help with digestion and stuff like that. But we're feeling good, man. We're feeling good. Like I said, hopefully to look real good when it comes to Vegas. So generally shiver when I hear those words. What words?
It's going to be a team neighboring pot here, and it's so many other teams awakened, waiting right behind them.
God, this Pathfinder just cannot move. He is trapped in the corner.
Into this Dutch oven that Ozzy has already set up here in favor for pods.
Wait, did I say 6-7?
Want to rotate? You could hear the pings from pot. It may have been an attempt, honestly, off of like a Wraith kidnap.
Oh, I might have said. Yeah, I might have. Now I realized what I did. I'm just gonna do it because why not? You know. You just gotta lean into it, Cryo. You just gotta lean into it. Run. Yeah, who runs nowadays? Yeah. Yeah, definitely W health. Definitely feeling a lot better about myself nowadays. Some big fight here for Bandits still going on as we tune back in. They get their trade here. There should be a 2v2 on now. Now it's a 2v1. Pretty risky drop here, though, I must say. Absolutely dropping in full stand this on the G-Dolphin here of DSK. And he gets the scan off. A really good scan there. 1v1, and that is, I mean, kinda. Woo! Kinda with an absolute nuke there on to G-Dolphin, eliminates them, and Bandits now getting into a little bit of a rhythm here. We'll have to see if this gets them going here. As they were sitting down in like 13th place, now should be feeling a little bit better about themselves. We take a look back into the zone. Again, you see the zone pulling down this way. So again, we'll see these fights on this side of the zone. A lot of these times we've seen these zones pull potentially out into like this water area or over here as well. So we will eventually see a lot of our teams that are stacked up in Cedo have to rotate out. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But also, again, a lot of fights probably happening on this north side. We'll probably see Bandits and Orgless and Hungry Niki all trying to rotate in here. And then the Horde. Honestly, I love the Horde spot right now. We'll have to keep an eye on them and see how they're looking here moving forward.
Overlooking the Evo Harvester, and it is that one member just to make sure that their backs
Kind 4, hell yeah.
Know that they can get 3P from the back if they decide to hold the high ground of the hill that overlooks a lot of the action closer to the Moby Beacon.
Because I do substitute. Oh, Cryo, that's funny. Yeah, I feel for you though. I have a buddy that teaches down in Florida, and he says the same thing. He's very good into leading and all that though, so that's one of those things you just gotta own it sometimes. But I don't blame you though. That's gotta be pretty cringe to hear that most of the day.
We'll have to see how they do later on their journey. Speaking of other squads on their journey though, Eclipse are going to be fairly central and looks like they might have a mythic bin to work with as well if they're able to get it off.
Got Bandits again trying to hold out another team here.
And also ruining the day of anyone who's going to be trying to come in from this northern side. It's Orgless and Hungry on the other side of this.
Orgless and Hungry deciding to take this wrap all the way out here. They do get the first initial knock onto Tax. And they get the full kill there. I really don't understand that rotation from Orgless and Hungry there. Like, they have the other side of this hill where they don't have to wrap through zone. I truly don't understand that decision making there at all. Because they did not have to wrap all the way back there. So, I don't know. Now down to a duo, though, for Orgless and Hungry. Ah. Yep, that'll do it. Anytime you get stuck saying numbers like that, I can only imagine. We got the Kraber in hand here.
This is where they set up for preemptively.
Someone pick up that Kraber already. It's been there too long. It's making me anxious, please. Just put it in your hands and someone shoot someone. Thank goodness. Oh, I was getting a little bit worried.
My guys assume they were saving the Kraber for Kashera.
Now Eclipse are not only going to have a fairly central position, but they also
all you gotta do is keep saying it yourself. I mean, honestly, you're not wrong. If you can't beat them, join them. That usually gets rid of it.
Arriving in a little bit later, they can have UAV down to their south, Mamma Mia on the northern side, and then Made in Heaven on the west. They're the four teams that are with.
And we see here, so we got that zone pull that pulls a little bit more up into this particular area. So again, we're gonna have Eclipse in a good spot for now. But again, they're gonna get sent for that tree spot, so they're gonna have to really defend well from their position that they're in. Here comes Bandits trying to fly in here. It looks like they're going to try to go for the cave. But now we see the duo of Matafe trying to rotate down here as well. And they are taking this fight. He gets stuck. Oh my god, kinda. Oh my god, it's a 1v1.
Over on the left side, careful while they try to take this fight. The third party's here. What's going on above them? It's gonna be an umbrella of pressure, but the beams.
Great shots here by Henchman here. They have to see if they can get this res. I mean, again, Orgos and Hungary, I just don't know what that macro was. You go try to wrap into zone, and you lose out on one, and then you try to just run out in the open when you see a team flying in, and then you just, like, take that fight straight up. Like, I don't understand that one at all. I don't.
Who are in first place at the moment. They were having a little check-in, but it looks like they're going to be out of it as Heavener also trying to escape and move away right now, but do have that respawn beacon to potentially get their third back up on their feet as well. If they can get into this position, they should be able to hold out the likes of Bandits. But the real question
Heavener, or Heavener actually gets that off, and now Bandits looking to get aggressive here. I respect this from Bandits. I'm not sure if it's the best decision, but they're going for it. Did you get the initial knock here? The res still did get off, though, so I have to see how they're looking. Oh my god, they actually get the res off. Pod unable to help out the boys over at Bandits there to get those knocks, and the Wraith portal comes out, so they are out of there. Here's a right now with Priyaniki getting shot in the back. Down to just one. And that is Priyaniki out. Our game 3 winner. Back to the lobby here in game number 4.
Yeah, sadly, for them, it means everyone can start to play catch up now in their
now Max Strafey looking to try to get this res. Only 10 seconds left though, and they do have the Pathfinder, but they got to get him back in here though.
Like to use it, just need a little bit of coverage, a little bit of protection, but you've got the perfect comp to do so. Longbow in hand as well, try and get a little bit of damage, but Max Strafey.
We'll have to see which direction they decide to rotate into here now. Bandits is not an actual orc, I'm pretty sure, Cryo. That's just their name right now, I'm pretty sure. So Maiden Heaven in a pretty damn good spot here. And one of the only buildings that's left in. Again, definitely will probably get sent for their spot here, potentially, for some of these teams that are behind him. We got 3 men and Awakened behind him here. We see Zipline Mafia now trying to move in. CTG playing this bottom spot. We see a lot of our teams like to try to play, but they're only on blues versus the purple here now. But CTG is a good fighting team, so we'll have to see what happens here. That Maggie drill is going to tick, tick, and tick here, though. But the zone damage comes in here. They're trying to climb in here. They're trying to find a spot to play. But that zone is just forcing them so far out. Oh, my God. They're actually going to walk. They're going to walk through here? Oh, my goodness. How did they rotate in that spot? How did they rotate in? Citadel Gaming here just down to the Watson. Trying to live here now. Awakened goes down. That was that fight over in Cedo. We see the Horde go down as well to UAV. Maiden Heaven here on blue shields, but holding out for now. Bandits trying to find their way in. He stays up. Oh my god, some good shots by Henchman. They're getting so much damage off the Maggie here right now, but it's just down to 1 as it is Maiden Heaven looking to 3rd. A really good call here by Cinetic and Maiden Heaven right now. Eclipse goes down.
Reset fully, so it was a good call just to bounce out of there here. Bandits now
Batafe's ratting, okay.
Just trying to stay alive. Maiden Heaven looking about while 3 men are waiting to prowl.
Oh, Max Strafey, sorry, he's a Max Strafey. I'm an idiot.
I think this is a really well-built trio. If you think about the history of Cinetic on FaZe, we know what Tyler was able to achieve back in the day alongside.
Yeah, Light still just trying to hang out here as a solo. They get the full kill onto Henchman. Maiden Heaven here with a couple more points. We'll take over first place, but Zipline Mafia is hot on their tail. Yeah, Cryo, they definitely are free agents. Yeah, the end of April, I believe, is the deadline for EWC teams to be signed, or EWC orgs to sign teams. So that's when we'll probably see a lot more of the action here the next week or two. Maiden Heaven here trying to hold out here though in a tough position as they're trapped in this bubble, or trapped in this structure here. They're so weak. Oh my god, he gets behind the Newcastle wall, but he's getting burned. And they actually get the kills here. And now Light gets absolutely popped here They're just not gonna be able to get out. Oh, wait, is that in zone? There's no way that's in zone, right? Oh my god, that's in! That's in zone! What a play! On fucking 10 HP! Yeah, 100%, Tim. 100%. I cannot believe they're alive where they're at right now. That's insane. We've got Mamma Mia here. We've got Infinite. We've got Heavener. We saw Heavener in a terrible spot earlier, but somehow they've survived. And then we have Made in Heaven, which is crazy because Made in Heaven actually has the most space of anybody, where our other three teams are stacked up on this structure here. So can Made in Heaven somehow, as the duo, potentially win this game here? You'll see it here. They're all stacked up. Made in Heaven's going to have all the space. If they can get a res off, though, they're going to be in a decent spot. And here it comes. But we do see the, I think, a Wraith Portal coming out here, though. Yeah, Mamma Mia is now full sending this here. Some really good shots, though, by Made in Heaven so far. Oh, my God, in the knock! These guys are a two-man army! And the res is off! The res is out! This is incredible. Oh, my God, they wiped Mamma Mia, bro! That is insane! And we're going to have 3 full teams left with Synetic and them having the most space. And we're going to probably have a 3v3 here. Wait, now Infinite's just going for a crazy play here. Where is that Wraith Portal going? Oh my god, this is insane. And Made in Heaven, oh my god, Synetic has boxes he can loot. Bro, they are full sending. This is gonna be Made in Heaven's game to win. Oh my god. Down to just a solo. This is going to be Made in Heaven's game to win. And Made in Heaven somehow, some way, survive. The team's rotating out of Cito. They get the res. They hold off. They hold off Mamma Mia trying to portal on their heads. And Made in Heaven with the dub. My goodness. Tough look for FaZe, having just dropped the roster. And as we see here for game number 4, we've got Made in Heaven with 20, Heavener with 14, Infinite with 14, Mamma Mia with 7, Bandits with 17. They had 13 KP that game. My goodness. And then shout out to Zipline there in 7th place with 11 as well. We go to the overall standings here for our series, and we have Made in Heaven have now made a nice buffer to 2nd place. They've got 50 points. Infinite there in 2nd with 36. Priyaniki there in 3rd with 34. Zipline in 4th with 31. And then Bandits in 5th with 30. But look at this leaderboard, guys. We've got essentially from 2nd down to 9th. And if you even extend that down to 11th, all within 10 to 14 points of each other. So any of these teams have a banger game, they can easily take over 2nd place. It's going to be hard to catch up to Made in Heaven unless they drop a couple goose eggs. But overall, a lot to play for these last 2 games here. More like FaZe down. Hell yeah. There is an ALGS map stream, yep.
Yeah, and I think if anyone wants to learn some of the fundamentals of Apex...
Yeah, the map stream's goated. Yeah, that's why I have on this other tab here is the map stream. It's amazing. And it actually, like, it's not like freaking Face It where it's delayed. Like, it's literally, like, up to date as things are happening. So all of it's really, really nice. How do you feel about the Legend meta right now? Haven't played in a bit. I'm not a big fan of Gibby Newcastle, just in my personal preference. Thankfully, it's not like every single game that we see that, but it's definitely still prevalent enough at times. Crypto Alter is pretty, I'll say in my opinion, I don't like it very much. Pretty brain dead. At least we only see Crypto for 1 game. I just think Crypto just makes bad IGLs better. Instead of having to actually like scout and look for good spots that are just sitting in drone and just get all the information for free instead of actually having to play the game. And then I think with Alter, again, I just don't think her ult is like that fun to play against. when you can just literally get 2 guys knocked and then you just port them back after a bad play. So that's just kind of how I feel about it. I know the casual side, you know, that's probably more fun. So I like, you know, I'll give them some slack in terms of that. But for me, like, I just don't personally, I'm not as big a fan. Yeah, 100% cryo. Yeah, it very much, we've seen a lot of teams start to lean into the Watson a lot more as like a nice counter to like Gibby. Because like Gibby kind of, you know, Gibby can kind of dictate a lot of what's going on. Because outside of, you know, Crypto and Maggie, that's really the 2 big counters to Newcastle, or to Gibby, sorry. But Gibby definitely is still very much like on the minds of like a lot of these IGLs of like how they want to set up their comps throughout the game. Because as soon as you have like Crypto and Maggie go, or Crypto Alter go, you'll see a lot more of these Gibby comps and Newcastle comps come out. So it's definitely one to keep an eye on for sure with how things play. Yeah, just not a fan of Crypto. Never have been, never will be. Definitely not my cup of tea, that's for sure.
They have been consistent, but one thing they were lacking was that win, right? Especially in match day 1, we saw them doing
yeah, great job by the boys over there at Made in Heaven. Really good dub there. As we get ready for our game number 5. 2 games left for this group. A versus B. Second time round.
And I think these are 3 players who know what they're capable of. They're going to be more than happy to be aggressive in these moments, and I love watching them. They're just a fun team to get involved with.
Yeah, 2 more games here on Storm Point.
Certainly going to let a lot of our pros feel comfortable, especially after a win. You know exactly what you're navigating. Olympus being the new map, E-District being newer but not the newest map, so that could still throw some curveballs based on certain positions that they're not as comfortable with. Storm Point pretty tried and true for everyone who is in this lobby, and as we look to a game 5, going to be no different. That will set up for a
Falcons.
really
I'm ready.
Good performance. I know Dan.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see what happens with Falcons today, with Liquid today.
Vicky ready to go for this cast.
A lot of big names today. Needing some big games.
Before you toss you out of here.
I think that we need to see a little bit more from Pot. I think that Pot have been a little quieter than expected, so expect them to amp things up going into match 5 and 6 here.
All right. Well,
W comms from Gaskin as always.
I know that honestly, one of the cool things about being able to.
Yeah, nothing really too much like to look into right now for the standings, because obviously a lot of things will change over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting how things play out in NA today.
So many teams that can pop off. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these 4 winners win again.
Yes, there are games next weekend. The same kind of schedule: Friday night, and then very early Sunday morning, and then our EMEA and NA as always on Sunday. I believe it's this weekend, next weekend, and then the next weekend after that, and then there's a break. I believe that's the schedule. You'll be camping? Gotcha. Gotcha.
But that's kind of where the gap closes. You have Priyaniki right behind them with 34 points. Zipline Mafia 31. So I think that's why.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Of aggression when we either fight for these tridents or the positioning and the whiplash.
Should cancel my plans. I mean, that's up to you, bro. I mean, if you need some time away, go take your time away. That's why I did going to Texas, man. Got to hang out with Jayhawk for a couple days. Hang out with some of the other boys for a bachelor party. So, you know, mid-LGS season, I still took some time. So, break so that I can go on vacation. See, Kevin's the one that runs everything, guys. He is the man with the plan.
It means teams like Pot, who have a first place, who came in as one of our highlighted teams, can make a move to get there again. But if they don't, they'll pretty much be securing their fate into giving up that winning day to another squad. Who's going to take it?
Here we go. Get ready into game number 5 here.
One of my favorite Southern zones to land in. And
nice drop. Love to hear it, man. Not a big fishing guy, but just getting to hang out with the homies. It's always a good time. But yeah, no Watson here. So again, would not surprise me to see some Gibby, some Newcastle, some of our more aggressive teams. Probably still seeing like a Bang, a Seer, Maggie, all involved as well. This is a very interesting thing, though, with this particular group, is that we've seen sometimes Maggie be one of those earlier bans. So it's kind of allowed these teams to freely play Gibby. But now with Maggie still kind of in the game here, we'll have to see how a lot of these teams decide to play it. We see Made in Heaven going with the Newcastle Rampart and Pathfinder. to get some rotations and things like that. Obviously, with the Pathfinder, they'll still be able to scan survey beacons here as well. But Maggie will definitely be a big factor for some of our more aggressive edge teams that potentially want to take some fights for a lot of people here. Or take a lot more fights to work their way into zone. So
to the flexibility of the shield. She's still a shield character and pairs well with the Watsons and all alike, the Newcastles as well. But is it because she gets more appearances?
We see the zone coming in here. Looks like we're going to be going down to launch pad. So again, definitely what I would expect is a zone more potentially out in this area or potentially over here. I don't expect it potentially to pull. It could maybe pull all the way up here for Dev Coast, but since there's not a lot of Dev Coast in, I expect it to more pull much up towards like the area into like launch pad and things like that. So definitely expect probably something somewhere in there where we'll see a lot of the zone potentially pull, because I do think with not a lot of Dev Coast on that backside, it's going to pull up a lot more towards like launch pad and the fingers and stuff like that.
In this game, the Gibbies having to be careful with that wrecking ball. It's the strike that I like to mention whenever I talk about you, Rain Day, but it's also about these rotations from the
As we see here, Zeus Station, we got Gaming Gladiators already flying out here.
You need to be saying Turkey.
Moving their way in. GG, I believe, here running. They've got Maggie, Cat, and Gibby. So they'll probably pick up some information from the console and then move into zone.
For characters like Maggie, because a riot drill onto a dome shield,
middle of the mountain between Pylon and Echo.
That's the shield you're counting on, but a riot drill onto one of Rampart's multiple shields that she can just
all right, buddy.
Put another shield out behind it. That's not as valuable, and so she does decrease some.
We see some of the early fights here for some of these power spots. You got UAV was trying to race Blessed to that building, but Blessed in a much better position here early. But they do have the white shield, and that might tick him, and it doesn't quite get the knock, but they are pushing this. On the blue versus the white shields here, they have one purple shield in there. Oh my goodness. Some decent shots, but he does get absolutely murked here, though.
But getting really aggressive as the entry fragger is still being very reserved with that
Vantage. All right, I introduce you to my friend Kyle. Kyle, big Vantage guy.
And the job is done because it was a little scary for them. If they were going to get contested in this rotate, thankfully they had that catwalk.
Yeah, UAV getting stalled out here is going to allow some other teams to overlook this early and often. But now we see Micey already getting in the mix here. Looks like he will port back, though. We've got like 4 teams all involved in this already.
Bunkered down, thankfully to the Catalyst.
Yeah, UAV is going to be in a really tough spot here right now because they're in probably the worst part of the building and can absolutely picked apart from multiple angles here if they're not careful. We do see Zidane going down early for Infinite, so that'll be tough because that's usually the rotational character that he's playing with, like the Wraith or the Maggie or things like that. So that might be tough for the boys over at Infinite to start making some rotations without their Wraith.
You can see exactly how the team avoided it on the other side. Just a little scoop. Plenty of room to play in these buildings as teams start to get.
Okay, we see here the duo against a Rampart and Gibby, so very tough position for Infinite to be in, and down he goes here. They're gonna try to pop the res really quick. That's Gaming Gladiators. We'll see if they push this, which they're not. They're just holding that spot up top still. So. Looks like they'll be able to chill for now. They do have... Oh, my goodness. Gets absolutely wrecked by Pot. My goodness. Pot is just chilling up top, so they're not pushing that either. Holy crap. So their play is probably going to be to try to use this Moby that's out here and Gibby bubble it. But the Maggie is in the lobby, so they're going to have to be careful here. Now, oh my goodness, you see that Maggie ball come out and absolutely wipe them off the face of the earth here. It's just down to Max Strafey here now on the path. My goodness. Absolutely wiped them off the board.
So many kills, but no teams, Vicky, have fallen just yet.
Yeah, not yet. Max Strafey now having to stay alive for Blessed. See if they could at least
There's some more fighting over here between DSK and the Mall.
Spaghetti all over the floor because
Have a replay in slow-mo, please.
outside of zone here at Mill. Here's needs in trouble as Babylon's now pushes in.
Oh my goodness, here's 3 men now swinging here onto SJP2. Down to just 1 member left, and down goes SJP2.
Aggressive ranging. That is unfortunately the end for SJP2, but they will be able to get the res. It is round 1. That's why you see a lot more of these teams get confident in taking these fights. DSK
3 men now.
While they were
Picking up their KP, they got 4.
do manage to get out as a solo.
Early on here, we take a look at the map. Once again, you kind of see all these teams moving in here. You got the other teams playing pretty late. Bandits, once again, playing late on edge. You have all the teams kind of piling in here right now. Again, a lot of teams probably playing for third ring information, playing for some late survey beacon information as well. So we'll have to wait and see how that's all looking here once this next zone closes.
This is a good start to try to up that number. We'll see if they can make a comeback here.
Yep, and we got the pull into Launchpad here. So eventually all these teams up top will have to move down into Launchpad. Honestly, from there, there's a lot of different spots this can pull to. So our teams got to be very much ready for what to expect with this next zone pull.
Same exact thing, taking some kills away from one team, really running. And 3 men, you can see also before we get to where the zone is pulling, which is great for the Horde, great for Hardeki and that squad. Gaming Gladiators also nearby, which we've seen, and Made in Heaven, who were our winners of last game. 3 men and DSK, they're still doing this little back and forth shuffle left and right.
I see what you mean now. We have advantage in play.
All the way around.
My God. Because why not? Why not throw advantage? Let's just get blood out in here. Let's get Octane in here. Why not? Let's just have a ball with it.
Information and stay away from DSK. And as you
Some big fights definitely to pay attention for is going to be this north side between Bandits, Blessed, Mamma Mia, Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators trying to control this hill for as long as they can before they have to rotate down. Those will definitely be ones to keep an eye on here as we move later into the game.
Gaming Gladiators are trying to gatekeep Mamma Mia, who are looking at Bandits over at Stormcatcher. Blessed still down now as a solo are taking some shots too, trying to harass them before having to back away and take a roundabout position where they will also
a lot of or I shouldn't say a lot, but a good amount of Pathfinder in this lobby.
This is a team that we expect to be performing, and Oz's has certainly performed well, tied for 3rd place with 7 kills on the day. 4 assists,
some good knocks here by Orgulus and Hungry on to Priyaniki here. There's 1 more member left, and that is Priyaniki. Another unfortunate game here for them. They go out. That is some much-needed KP for Orgulus and Hungry here. Going with a full attack comp here with Maggie, with Sparrow, with Cat. Definitely a very aggressive comp here playing from Barrow right now. Here, another fight here. That's Mamma Mia, and that's Bandits here. Gonna flip over to Bandits real quick.
I'm feeling the corner, they're playing in. Really good. Really good.
Really good. They get the kill. Some great shots on the backside here as well. They got this guy isolated here. This should be another KP. He just needs to stay alive. Cannot go down. Very nice knock here onto Black Venom. And the POV reset. What happened? No, not the POV.
And cleaning up those 2 members.
Really good push from Henchman. And
what's your upgrade?
That's just classic Twitch, I'm pretty sure, being dumb. Anyway, let's go back to the main broadcast here.
It's not the point. Henchman pulls around, Light pulls around at that time and finishes it off. Barely takes any damage, just a shield cell to get back up to full, and that's an efficient fight from Bandits.
Really good job though by Bandits clearing out their north side, coming from command.
But that means medkits too,
or from Stormcatcher, excuse me. And they'll be able to work their way down this hill now.
Trying to third party that. So a really efficient fight, keeping the fundamentals right for Bandits, and obviously they have a chance to move in. Still job not done as 18 squads are left and they're not in zone.
They're not, and they're pinging actually the direction of where Gaming Gladiators was originally standing. They're calling them out, so they had that awareness rain day. You talk about holding a good angle when you want to take more of these risky fights, and I love these shots that we're seeing from Babylon's really.
Yeah, honestly, Tim, what I've seen, because like I kind of had a mixed opinion of him and his previous rosters he was in, but I've definitely seen now that like I just feel like he has a, I mean, just to put it out honestly, a better IGL. And why I think that helps put him in really good positions to succeed. I definitely think we're seeing the best of him and Henchman even. I would throw Henchman out there as well. Here we go, Vantage POV. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! We got Vantage gameplay, everybody! Oh my god, the nades even too! We do lose Gaming Gladiators. That was that fight on that hill that now we see Bandits end up taking them out up here. So that is going to be very important as they now will control this upper portion of the zone. It does bounce out, but now Bandits has options to work up top there. Who'd have thought we had a freaking Vantage highlight film on this fucking stream, am I right? I mean, Lady with the call out, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. That was not in my bingo card. Yeah, this guy's got to be dead, right? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh! Oh, this poor Newcastle. Yeah, we got a GTA mission out here. So, was that just double freaking healer? What the hell? Hey, you were on top of it. I'll give you that. They might have, honestly. So you see here, a lot of these teams now have to make their way into Launchpad here. So a lot of fighting is going to have to take place on this side. A lot of fighting take place, and oh my goodness. Bless getting absolutely walked up on by 3 men here. 3 men not waiting for the fight to come to them. Picking up this KP here. But now the zone's going to hurt, and they're going to have to leave their man behind. And Bandits doing a really good job of picking up some more KP here on the other side. Mamma Mia also going out as well. Trying to get that res here now. Now Bandits have found themselves in an actually pretty good spot, but they do realize they're going to have to rotate over here now. So Eclipse, which is Kashara's team, has a lot of work to do to hold their best spot in zone, but they do have the best spot. So we'll have to see what they decide to do here. Bandits, I'm assuming, is going to try to wipe out most of this side here. But as you guys will see, whoever can win this side, they might be able to play the finger out here. But then we also have a lot of these teams that they have to account for on the southern west side of the zone as well. So a lot of fighting is about to take place here. Orgless and Hungry now in a big fight. They got the kills onto Heaveneer. I mean, there's just no way he gets this res off. Oh my gosh. He's gonna get this off. Oh! He didn't know. No. He didn't get the res. Oh no. He doesn't get that off. And the Kraber from Prestis. Down to 12 squads here. Made in Heaven here again in a really good spot where they're playing at right now, and especially with the comp they have, the Rampart Newcastle should be chilling as long as they don't get pushed in their back here. The biggest thing is what is Bandits going to decide to do here? Who do they decide to have to pressure here? Does it end up being Made in Heaven? We'll have to see.
Add another one to the board, Rain. Before the ring closes in behind their back, Citadel get another res. It's been so crazy to see these pulled off.
Now we see Zipline Mafia trying to rotate in. Here comes the Maggie Ball for the speed boost. And the Pathfinder Zip gets them to the rock at the very least. My goodness, they have to try to survive this for so long here. And the ball puts them into zone. They're just, oh my god, the nade! But yeah, there's just way too much work for them to do. We see the Horde go down. Prestis just going absolutely crazy with the Kraber right now. Havoc Legends going down here. Prestis again. I might have to pull up that POV here. We do have the Kraber POV. They're down to a duo, but he's gotten so much Nox and KP with the Kraber. So they're just going to be chilling up top. Oh my goodness, he almost pulls that up. So much damage. So much damage. I've never seen so much damage to a Maggie drill. Oh my god. Oh, the 150 through the freaking Maggie Q. Oh my god, they're getting pressured so heavy up there though. We'll switch back. That's bandits that they're shooting down below too. Oh, they're going for the... Oh my god, that is so bold. Oh my goodness. You see this zone here now. 3 men actually end up in a really good position on that other side of the zone where everyone else is going to have to rotate out here. They really going to get this res off? Yeah, Prestis now out of Kraber shots here, it appears. Yeah, they just have like no ammo in their long range. I mean, these guys are just getting absolutely poked and prodded here on the other side. That's going to be a very tough rotate for Bandits to get in here. And they might have found a way to at least survive for this very second. Oh my god, they do. But this, yeah, them trying to rotate in here now is going to be next to impossible. They run into CTG now, but they've got the comp to try to end this. Yeah, I just don't... Oh my gosh, they live! They get the help from UAV. Oh my god, now he's gonna grief. Oh my goodness. Made in Heaven trying to rotate out here. They've got a spot at least for now. Oh my god, great shots by Cinetic. Bro, this end zone is insane. Oh, great shots here. Great shots. That Maggie Q, though, is going to absolutely eat them up. Dude, these drills. And here comes the send by 3 men, I believe. And down goes Made in Heaven. Eclipse now trying to live. This is Pot that's still alive, by the way. Oh my goodness, Pot. Prestis as the solo. Here comes 3 men to third, and that is a 3-man dub. I mean, what an absolute cluster of teams trying to rotate out of that last zone. My god.
Are you kidding me? From where they came, all the way on the western side, the chaos of
Absolutely insane, bro. Insane.
and Orgulus and Hungry.
We see here, we got 27 points for the boys over at 3 men. We've got Pot putting up a big game with 11 KP in second place with 20. We've got Eclipse in third with 11. Made in Heaven in fourth with 6. UAV in fifth with 13. Infinite in sixth with 4. And then Bandits once again putting up so much KP with 13 points there as well. We go to the overall series standings. We see a Maggie band coming in play here. But that gap to Made in Heaven has shrank considerably. We've got Pot now sitting in second place overall with 48. Like I said, all it took was one of those teams that was in that 20-point range to have a banger, and now they've already moved up the leaderboard. Same thing with Bandits, same thing with 3 men as well. All 3 of those teams have a huge game, jump their way up the leaderboard, and then now they're in second, third, and fourth. And then we've got Infinite in fifth with 40. We got UAV in sixth with 35. Pre-Aniki having another struggle game there in seventh with 34. Zipline also with 34. And then Eclipse with 30. And those are your teams that are all above 30 right now, to say the least. Again, though, you take a look at teams essentially 11 through 3, all within 15 points of each other. Just one banger game. A couple teams in front of you struggle, and you're finding yourself from 11th all the way up into 5th or 6th place. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out this last game. But absolute banger once again. The spinoff team, okay. Nice. The best kind of in games. Definitely makes it interesting, that's for sure. That is for sure. I'll be right back, though. I'm going to use the bathroom. Be back in 2 seconds.
And still jumping up these 4 spots. UAV 2 started to wake up just a little bit, but you know what? Better late than never. I always say, Rainy, because we still have another game on our hands.
Yeah, remember, there's so much that we have gotten from the teams in the Challenger circuit, from the Open all the way to our Pro League. If you want to be a part of the Challenger circuit, make sure to register now. You can go to battlefy.com/ALGS, whether you're in the Americas, EMEA, APAC North, or APAC South. If you like what these pros are doing, think you have a shot, well, sign up. Registration closes for the next one on April 22nd, and I'm excited to see maybe some of you watching in our next ALGS broadcast. All right, that's going to do it for us here. Rainy and Vicky Kitty will take a break. When we come back,
all right, game 6 will be loading up here in a second.
In the end of a great match day here.
Sit down here for just a second. Oh,
Sony InZone, the
been standing pretty much all day.
Partner of the Apex
Give myself a
Legends
second
Global
here.
Series.
Yeah, if you guys want to know, I had like 6K steps after my first walk this morning. And in the time I've just literally been sitting here streaming, I've got like another 1,000 steps. That's how much I pace back and forth. I don't know if that's healthy or not, but hey, it's getting me some extra calories burned, so I'll take it. Yeah, so fun story, which is related to this, but related to the steps. So when I used to coach baseball, for those who don't know, so that's why, like, behind me you see, like, a home plate. That's actually, like, a trophy that we won. If I could point it the right direction. Oh, my goodness, Donnie. There we go. That home plate was, like, a trophy we actually won at a tournament. I did baseball since I was, like, 3, and I coached for, like, 10 years after I got done with college baseball. And at tournaments, when I would coach, we'd play, like, multiple times in a day or whatever. I'd get like 18, 19K steps, and I'd get home and be like, why am I so tired? And I look at my watch, it's like, oh, well, I just walked like 7 miles in a day, so that's probably why I'm a little tired. So, definitely trying to get back to stuff like that. Maybe not that many steps, because that is pretty crazy, but definitely want to be more active in here, to say the least. But yeah, I just want to say, guys, appreciate you guys all being in here once again. Again, just, I mean, even having more than one viewer is sick. Again, just really appreciate all you guys, the support, just being in here, talking, having a good time. Because that's all we really want with the podcast at the end of the day, is just providing another outlet for you guys to watch Apex, talk about Apex, and just have a good day. So appreciate you guys, whether you've been in YouTube, whether you've been in Twitch. It's been amazing, the support between this morning and right now. I just, again, really appreciate it. Again, I never thought I'd be streaming, never thought I would be in this position to do what I'm doing right now, going on the main broadcast, all that stuff. And all that's because of what you guys do, supporting us in the podcast, supporting the streams, anything you guys do to help with our content is what allows us to do anything else. So appreciate you guys letting some people honestly just live a freaking fever dream half the time, because I never thought I'd be doing some of the stuff I'm doing, traveling some of the places I've been traveling. And still some other cool places left to travel to as well. So appreciate you guys for being here. We're getting ready here, though, to go into our game 6. One more game left. Up 2-0. Yeah, I mean, I could have told you that without even watching. I could have told you that 100% without watching. Appreciate it, lady. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I quit baseball, quit coaching baseball, and then went to the LA LAN, the Year 4 Split 1 LAN. That's where I ended up meeting Wyatt and getting onto the podcast and stuff like that. So, yeah, without you know, kind of having that other passion I was able to find, definitely would not be where I'm at now. So I find myself very fortunate to have met the right people at the right time. That's for sure.
As well, because if they get involved in a fight early on, they go down, then suddenly you're left biting your nails, hoping you don't get overtaken. And the likelihood with the gap only being, what, I think it was 6 points, then there's definitely a possibility for people to catch them up here. So they have to be careful that they don't let this one go. But we also have to look at 3 men, because with that performance, getting that first place with a 27-point game.
Would I rather coach baseball team of kids or grown adults playing ALGS? Baseball team of kids. I have coached Apex for 3 weeks, and I would much rather go back to baseball. It wasn't even like the team that I was coaching was bad by any means. Like, I loved saying Cody, RKN. They all treated me very respectfully. But yeah, I just for me, like, baseball, it just comes a lot more naturally to me. It would take me a while to really feel confident in coaching guys in Apex. And yeah, I feel like I could just affect a lot more change on, you know, the younger generation of baseball versus guys that have been playing Apex for a while. So that's just kind of where I lean with it. It's not even really about, like, the attitudes or anything like that. Obviously, it's kind of tough, but I've dealt with attitudes before in baseball. It's just more of, like, where can I affect the most change? Where can I impact people's lives? You know, and that's just, like, baseball has just always been where I've been able to do that. So
Didn't quite go your way. Maybe someone caught you on a rotation as well, but you will have one final chance here in this last match to try and bring things back and get back into the game and maybe try and surge your way up those tables as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's just, yeah, like I said, I've been able to impact a lot of people in my life, whether I played baseball with them or coached baseball, and that is something I'll never forget. Like, one of the last teams I got to coach was one of the best teams. Just like parents, the players, all that I ever got to, like, work with. So I'll never trade those memories for anything, with just the experiences I got to have, you know, playing baseball. I think I played baseball in like 15 or 16 different states here in the U.S. Got to travel around, do a lot of cool stuff. But I definitely, like, got to my end with that. And yeah, just being able to find another passion I've been able to do with podcasting and things like that. It's been a ton of fun, and it's been a really fun journey to go on. And hopefully, hopefully a journey we'll definitely do for a few more years at the very least. You know, we definitely got a lot of stuff we're trying to cook up for not just this year, but moving forward. And definitely excited for you guys to see. So.
Working themselves up a little bit, trying to do too much because they feel like they have to go for the win. Or that, oh, you know, we're desperate, we need to be making sure we get to top 3, and then perhaps just making a mistake or two here because they apply too much pressure on themselves.
Yeah, it comes in clutch when you land in Stormcatcher too, and you see a zone like that to try to just survive.
Yeah, getting ready again for game 6. We've got the Maggie band coming into play. So we'll see what some of our comps end up shaping up to be here. Taking a look at even the stats overall here, we've got Henchman and Kinda both leading the way with 12 kills. We've got Ozus, Alonzi there at 11 as well, and then Prestis, Weak, and Levia. I know I probably said that wrong. Levea, Liavi. I probably said that really wrong. With 10 as well. So take care, Drop. Appreciate you being here. Even with the accidental timeout. Appreciate you being here, man. Sounds good, man. We'll see you over there.
Two groups went up against each other. They almost just need that zone to go their way so they can really show what they're made of in those final zones as well. In terms of composition, sometimes they've struggled against certain legends that have been able to outdo them in certain areas as well. So I am excited.
Yeah, should be hopefully loading in to our next game here in just a moment. Looks like still not quite there with the players as of yet. So if Trop is gone, hey, I still got that timeout and ban button too, man. So don't give us your hot take for NA ALGS.
Otherwise, you're going to find yourself down in the lower half of that leaderboard, and we are getting almost to the halfway point of Pro League as well, Vicky, where we can start to talk about the overall standings a little bit more. I know we've only really
my hot take,
because it's less important because we're not quite at that point where we have to start worrying about elimination.
Let me think on that for a second.
Teams who are certainly in that nail-biting scenario where if they do start to lose a couple of games, struggle on a couple of weeks.
What would be my hot take for America's ALGS?
Next week.
And you know what's great to see too, like with a lot of these KPs that we're seeing from a lot more of our aggressive players.
I think that
right at home in our pros' hands. I mean, one of my favorite weapons personally, literally leading the
man, I'm trying to think here of what this could really be.
And with the Hemlock following up right behind it, for all the reasons that we've already seen throughout the course of Pro League. Now looking at
yeah, you know what he meant, Ionda. Don't give him too much crap.
Where these zone pools have been going.
What would be my hot take be?
Once again, to end this series, everybody, thank you so much for tuning into EMEA. Mad Maggie will no longer be in play.
Trying to think through all the teams and everything that's been going on in the Americas so far. I think my hot take is going to be that with all the map diversity, the current meta that we have with the legends and things like that, I think we'll see. I think we'll see of our favorites that came into the year. I think we'll see at least. We'll say at least 3. Now we'll say 2. We'll say 2 big names won't make land.
Shame on you, Gaskin. Shame on you. You're the numbers guy, man. Sorry.
I think we'll have some shocks in the region eventually by the end of the split. Channel your inner Wyatt. I mean, hey,
Again, to highlight, Maidenheaven did have that slight lead. Now it could escape from their grasp. And looking at how the overall standings have been shaking up, but specifically in this rematch between groups A and B. Pot right behind them with those.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna let Wyatt have the bad takes. The reason why I am on the podcast is to help correct those, or really like counteract to swing it back in a better direction and make us look good. So I can't go too hot takes out there. So.
I think the biggest disappointment, if you look at how these teams performed in the first match day against Now, would probably be Gaming Gladiators. 26 points in the moment. They finished joint second last time around. They just haven't been able to find those same kind of rotations. They've been caught out.
But yeah, I just think with how messy everything has been so far, unless we have a giant meta shift, which is still possible, I just think with as much as crazy as things have gone on, I think we'll see a couple big names not qualify for land that we expect to qualify. Rez, I'm going to give it one more match day. I'm really curious to see what adjustments they make after the first rotation. If they still struggle mightily this third day, you know, the door's going to be opening itself up to that possibility. So, but I am going to give them a little bit of grace just based on the pedigree of those players. Especially, I'm a really big fan of Don and Liuk as a coaching duo to help them figure that out. But I do think one more really bad match day, and then maybe we start kind of pushing that button. We'll have to see.
What I love about my team is that whenever we're in high tempo and we just get that one first team killed, we just keep going. It's like a snowball. We keep rolling on.
But yeah, I'll take a look here at our map. Let me see if I can get this camera a little bit better spot. There we go. Taking a look at our map view. Looks like we got one of these pylon, barrow, forbidden zone type poles. So we'll have to see potentially if it's more towards the barrow side. I'm assuming not, since so much of barrow is out in the next ring. I'm going to assume it's a little pretty similar to what we saw earlier, and I think it's going to be about right in that spot. Potentially where we saw for APAC North. So let's keep an eye on that for sure. The bat. I'm saying, man, people that are hating on the baseball bat, I'm fine if you don't think it's S tier. I personally think for me as a baseball player, obviously I'm a little biased. I think it's at least A tier, but I think if you put it below B tier, I think you're throwing, man. That's my personal opinion. I think the animations with spinning the bat sick. I think just having the animation to be able to literally slug somebody with the bat's hilarious. I think some of the recolors are pretty nice. I know some of them aren't great, but like I think some of the colors are pretty sick. And dude, you get to literally just run around with a baseball bat. I think it's hilarious. Like, are you kidding me?
As much as they would have liked, so that's why we don't see them necessarily at the top of the leaderboard. But there's still one more match to try and make that happen, as teams are starting to flood towards Jurassic, as you have said. Citadel.
As we see here now, the only problem with CTG, they have an okay spot for now, but one, they've got white shields in play, and two, they're gonna have to hold that spot out for a long time. a very, very long time. So that is going to be very rough for them to have to play for most of this game, because any team might be able to get a lick on them and potentially push that spot, since it's probably one of the better spots to win, especially when that Newcastle wall is no longer energized. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on CTG in the kill feed, which CTG definitely needs a big game for sure, as they sit down in 14th here. They definitely need a banger. And we see here Mamma Mia, another one of our teams. I told Jay I would hit the Mamma Mia every time we say something from Italy, or say Mamma Mia here, so maybe that's what I need to start doing, is just hitting the Mamma Mia. Maybe they'll start playing better.
Couple of fights happening at the same time. You've got this one at Barometer. There's also one happening up towards Zeus' side with Gaming Gladiators in August and Hungary. So a few teams in early engagements just trying to assert.
Mamma Mia is definitely goated for sure.
Looks like they're going to back off away from this one.
Now we see GG here in a fight. My goodness, Zane. Oh my gosh! Matafe just got put in the dirt! Oh my goodness. Zane just absolutely put Matafe. Dude, he was caught mid-reload, and Matafe still just got absolutely put down. Holy. And that is Orglis and Hungary's day done and over with quickly. I like the baseball bat as well. It's your opinion, which I understand, but you're still wrong. Hey, you guys will have to figure that one out. And Gaming Gladiators now rat SJP2. But we do get the trade. 2v1, though. And Zane, dude. Zane again, man. Zane again. They are just the absolute demons of this cave right now. My gosh. I mean, there's anybody else? Anybody else over in that cave that wanted to go take that fight? Probably not. But my goodness. Yeah, you're not wrong, Tim. That is, after a decent start, a couple bad days in a row for Orglis and Hungary, to say the least. As we check in on 3 I thought their other match day was pretty bad. I'd have to go back and look.
A little place to call home on this western side.
Maybe it was just mid and not bad.
Mafia might join them a little bit later on when they make their rotation.
All right, children, settle down.
Within this next zone now. I think there's only 4 teams who have not made it through. Make it 5, Vicky.
Gotcha. Good comms.
Yeah, making their own cover too. Even with that trident that's right behind their backs, you don't want to lose out not only on this trident but the rotational opportunities that they have. Calling out war that
yeah, we see here now we're gonna get their trident rotate from 3 men, probably taking their time, probably gonna go look to get the purple.
They're gonna be now zipping onto the other side of the mountain, seeing if they can find a position together as Light and Bandits also continue to pepper down even more pressure, this time coming out.
All right, Ryzen Island, you guys can chill now. Y'all can chill now. Play nice.
That information over in Stormcatcher with that beacon, but with them holding onto the high ground and being outside of zone, it's a
got 1 game left. Everybody play nice.
Bandits as well. They're not kind of playing the situation they find themselves in, where they're going to be, you know, oh, we need points to get into first place. Let's just play zone. We'll play this one slow. Hopefully, other teams get eliminated. No, they are going full on at other teams when they see a vulnerable team.
Here's a poll, and yeah, pretty similar to what we saw earlier. So again, a lot of our key fights here are going to be for the fence line. On this side to rotate in later. We'll see if Infinite can hold out their back from some of these southern rotating teams here. And then obviously some of these fights more on this side of zone as well, as I believe the zone's going to pull more into this southern side of the POI. So a lot of teams here. Again, we're also going to have a lot of teams coming in from down here as well. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on all that.
Okay, so they've cashed in a lot of the stocks here, and if they could take KP while they're at it, they'll be very happy to hear that.
Oh, I know, Rez, I know. I just, you know, as a streamer, gotta, you know, when we're creeping towards, we're creeping towards the line, we gotta, you know, just gotta put it out there. Majority of teams seem to be confirmed. I mean, yeah, we'll see. It's definitely tougher with only 9 teams from EMEA. So yeah, obviously, like teams down to like 13th, 14th are a lot farther away than you'd expect. Like with like NA, for example. you know, you have 13 teams going to LAN. So yeah, if we get that gap developing, it could be pretty tough for some of these teams to make the jump for LAN.
And that is just going to be there on the northern side. In terms of zone, we're moving a little bit further south.
You see here again, Made in Heaven, once again picking up a really good spot for this zone. Made in Heaven played really well today. I'll give him a ton of credit. I've questioned Synetic quite a bit with how some of his teams have performed. I've always felt like they should be playing better than they have been, and so far they're looking pretty good right now.
August and Hungary. I don't know who else. Oh, HJP2. Oh, HJP2, yeah.
Where has Pod gone though? The question.
Where do they land? Oh yeah, next to us. Yeah.
Next, they have to go
just don't care about zone.
No, they're just gonna be here. They'll just be like somewhere. They're probably.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at the standings here and kind of break down EMEA a little bit after today. We can even go look at the other regions and stuff too, real quick, depending on what time everything ends. Because I do need to get some more steps in before the Americas start, so it kind of just depends on when this ends and kind of what happens after the games are over.
Wait, why are they bubbling?
TP'd and fucking. Oh, I don't know about that guy.
Great comms. Great comms out of Made in Heaven.
Wait, one. No. Oh fuck, that guy's low. He was 1 HP on flesh and like 40 or 30 fucking.
That's fair, Tim. That is fair. Definitely lock in.
So Made in Heaven in particular trying to work out where Pot are, and they think they're down in pylon. Joke's on you, they're actually ahead of you in the dead center.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate the reconfirmations of stuff. It definitely helps when I'm trying to keep up with all 4 regions, so
and it's very good to just hear the listening there, Vicky, and
it is useful.
How they try and think about which teams are being eliminated, who's going to be where, and who's going to be a problem.
And how giddy they are.
As you see here, one of our main fights again is going to be out of this pylon side. So again, we'll see some of the fighting take place over here. But again, Blessed is going to be able to third party this or hold these teams out here. So that'll be a big fight we'll need to see. We'll also see kind of this choke. A lot of these teams could potentially try to move into this way and potentially cause a pile up here that Infinite then has to deal with. So we'll have to see that. And then obviously we'll see all the teams from the north side trying to battle their way in here, battle their way there and here. And we'll see who can kind of can hold out as time goes on here.
Drop and see if you can get anything to help you in this final circle. And now they can get back into their position, which is a very strong one, as I was alluding to a little bit earlier. DSK have now taken the southern side of them, so if the zone does shift any further south, Infinite may be a bit annoyed, but I don't think they should be in too much of a trouble. Now, I was speaking about teams on those fence lines as well, Vicky. It's going to be Blessed and Mamma Mia. 2 teams who are going to have a real opportunity.
We're going to see GG now trying to push into the cave here. They're trying to slow walk this.
Moving in from the north.
But here comes, yeah, they are already on top of it. They're already very aware. Only zone 2 though, so they should be in a decent spot right now. The problem will be is them trying to rotate up that hill on the Cedo side, rotating into Forbidden Zone. That is going to be a very tough rotate in.
They're running to Newcastle and Gibby together with Jans on this Pathfinder, but they can hear the team right next to them here. They slam down the Newcastle wall.
Here comes the wall. A big fight here. This should be pretty isolated unless Blessed decide to come third this.
It's a bubble off right now. Who's going to be brave enough at the moment? Oh, the 3P. Reality decide they're going to back off, yeah, because
that's Blessed here now. Blessed is looking to third this. Try to clear out their back.
Actually are just going to be able to wait and bide their time, and maybe the job will be done for them before they escape. But all the meanwhile, Zone is going to come in shortly and force all the
the longer this stalls out, the less time they're going to have to try and
they say, look, we tried to initiate
what's it called? Set up their next move. So they're going to need to come up with a solution quick here. Here comes GG trying to rotate around. And this is on Bandits here now. This is a pretty big fight. We're going to see how this looks here. And oh my god, they're already just exploding. They just got absolutely exploded. That was tough. Tune in, they're dead. But now it's going to be a tough rotate here for Bandits trying to make their way in. Big fight here for Eclipse and Heavener.
You can be shut down immediately, and it means it will be a disappointing week for Gaming Gladiators after such a successful one previously. Is now Eclipse.
Now Heavener gets the wrap here, and down goes Eclipse. That was that northern building here that now they're going to have to rotate down in.
Hey, welcome to Apex Legends. Sometimes you do not have a blessed zone day, and we've seen it happen to some of the best in the game now. Babylon's and the rest.
All these fights now breaking out for those points of contention that we called out earlier here. This is 3 men now walking up onto Awaken. This is a great wrap on the catwall, but they tuned away. Oh, big fight here for Bandits. This is on Maiden Heaven here. And yeah, this is just always going to be in favor of Maiden Heaven with the position they had. The cat down to just literally 5 HP here. And now here comes that Thermite out. It does get the shield swap, but it is a 1v3. And here comes the swing. Some decent shots, but down they go, and that is another big fight win for Maiden Heaven. And we're just losing everybody here. That's Zipline winning this fight down here. DSK trying to hold them out here on this bottom side.
Taking out Bandits, who of course one of their closest competitors. Priyaniki also went down as well, did Mamma Mia. So Maiden Heaven might just be in the clear now if they can spot Pop.
And here we go. We've got Maiden Heaven. We got the pull where we thought it would be, where we saw earlier in APAC North. So again, we're going to have a lot of our teams here. We're going to have the Horde trying to hold out this side and rotate in. We'll see where Zipline decides to go. If they go here, they go up there. And then Blessed has got to rotate into here to try to take some of these fights. And Maiden Heaven's going to have to try to find their way in. And then Heavener and UAV will probably match up here as well at the top spot. So we'll definitely keep an eye on all those fights here as we rotate in for this Ring 4 close.
If Maiden Heaven want to move to this final circle, they might have to fight through Pop.
At least from Press's side, he's got the infinite ammo, but I saw Taskmaster's light ammo, and he doesn't have much in the reserve. Maybe they could go back and forth here, depending on how much ammo Precious is using. But you could hear the pings, you could see the feed. Tyler, with the charge rifle, is able to get the knock onto Max Strafey, but you could hear the pings here.
We'll stand up real quick for the rest of this game. We might as well have been standing most of the day.
No one's trying to overextend, and they want to be able to hold this position because the zone is right to their backs.
I mean, it would be huge. If Pop can eliminate Maiden Heaven here, they give themselves such a fantastic chance of winning this entire match day. But of course, it's
we'll see here now. Again, the race right now for first is going to be between Maiden Heaven and Potts. And we might even see this fight take place here. Oh, Cinetic and them trying to walk up to take an angle here on that team that rotated in. I don't think Potts realized they moved. Oh, he's trying to go down, but he goes down here. But the Newcastle there in play for them. I don't know if that spot's in, though. But now here's all the fighting for this building that we talked about. Infinite trying to be the team that holds out here. So, yo, what's up, Intrepidus? How you doing? Appreciate you being in here. So much going on here. Again, a ton of fights that we knew would break out. Blessed now playing the roof of this building with Infinite stuck down below. Still 10 squads up in this zone. UAV now full eliminated. We have 3 teams on this building right now. That's DSK, that's Infinite, and that is Blessed. Heavener going down. That's 2 members down in the kill feed. So much chaos going on here. Zipline goes down to her top 8. They're just trying to hold out as long as they can here. Again, 3 teams on this building is insane right now. Yeah, Vicky's one of the GOATs. 100% one of the GOATs. Oh, appreciate you lurking, man. Support's always appreciated. This is a huge fight here. Again, this is potentially for first place. We got Pot on the inside, and we've got Maiden Heaven on the outside here. This might be your 3v3 to win here. The Caustic, though, is going to give Maiden Heaven trouble potentially. But here comes the rotate. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. But they go down. That's 2 down. And Maiden Heaven is down. So this opens the door for Pot to take the match day.
yet. They still have to do quite a bit here, but certainly have the opportunity now.
Pot here has his space for now.
To the left side of the action, that could be their opportunity to move forward, but there is a solo waiting right behind Pot. They're not going to take shots because their priority is surviving. That's Suki, by the way. ZQ still down to a duel.
Infinite here, still alive in this doorway. And now here comes the swing. Oh my god, you got the one knock, but that down they go here. I am shocked that Bless does not look to push that here. Heaven are still alive in this corner, but we're down to our 6 squads here. One of them being a solo, and I believe a duo is out there as well. Citadel Gaming, that have been holding that God spot for so long, now goes down as well. Their day is over with. Pot in a top 5 situation here. They are 8 points away from taking the outright lead here. 7 points would be a tie and would go to a tiebreaker.
Could be a thorn in their side if they don't spot them quickly. As in 10 seconds, Pot are gonna have to move. As eyes
Hot with the zip line, and here comes the rotate, but he gets absolutely beamed. Here comes the caustic ulti and everything, but that is gonna be it. Down to just a solo here for Pot, trying to live. Oh my god, he's still alive. But down goes on impulse, and Pot goes down. So that is going to be Made in Heaven winning the match day. 2 teams trying to use the Pathfinder zip. Oh my god, Heavener is still alive. Oh my god, this guy is still alive. Oh my god, another KP for the solo.
Now it's looking down at the 3-man that is Blessed, but can DSK actually be the saving grace for this solo to pop off?
It is Blessed. It is DSK. And down he goes. This will be DSK versus Blessed. The duo here versus the... Oh my god. The reposition. This is what we saw earlier. Does it work for these guys as well? He's got the shots down. He's so low. They get the first kill. They jump him though. It's 2v1. He drops in. He gets the kill. And down he goes. DSK. DSK, which is G Dolphin and the boys, pick up the dub in game number 6, finishing off the match day. The Pathfinder worked so well earlier in APAC North. Does not really work that well here for a lot of our other teams, except for DSK. What an end. What an ending, to say the least. My goodness. I also thought he left the team too.
A very important one indeed for momentum moving forward here in Pro League, Vicky.
Yeah, it's even a bigger deal though to highlight like
as we take a look though at game 6. If it'll let me pull up game 6. I hit it twice. Game 6 DSK with the dub with 19. We got Bless in second with 21. Heavener in third. A great work by the solo with 15. The Horde in fourth with 15. And Pot in fifth with 5. Pot does just enough to secure second place as Made in Heaven is your match day winners. Cinetic, Nags, Tyler. What a play. What up, Kylie? How are you? We'll see you, lady. Have a good one. Hopefully you're doing good, Kylie. Should I know why you're here, Kylie?
Surpass them at the top of the leaderboards, but sadly for them, similarly to what they had seen prior, they just got absolutely deleted.
But we got Bandits here in third. We got 3 men in fourth. We got Heavener in fifth. What a match day, to say the least. I mean, again, Heavener even ratting up to a 5th place. Amazing work there by the solo of Heavener to get up to 5th place on the day. Passing up a couple teams there. You see, again, we had Infinite at 43, Blessed at 41, the Horde at 40. So, yeah, the work by the solo really works themselves into a top 5 for the day. But, again, the story is Made in Heaven taking the match day with 60 points overall. You'll love to see it. Yep, there's the math for you from Intrepidus. Him ratting all the way to where he finished gets them into the top 5 for the day, which is huge for the boys over at Heavener. We take a look at the overall standings now for EMEA, and Pot still holds on to first place with 64. We have Maiden Heaven there in second with 55. Bandits in third with 47. Priyaniki in fourth with 46. GG in fifth with 45. Blessed in sixth with 41. And Aurora in seventh with 40. Alliance in eighth with 37. And FUL in ninth with 34. As of today, if LAN were to take place, and this was what was locked in, those would be your 9 teams advancing. So teams like the Horde would be out. Teams like Citadel Gaming would be out. Eclipse, which is Kashara's team, would be out. Infinite would be out as well. So a lot of teams have a lot to play for. We got Aurora and Alliance and FUL all only on 2 match days. So got to expect them to work their way up the leaderboard as well. So things are looking good. So absolutely, Intrepidus. You definitely take that as Heavener. Definitely working their way back up. Down still in 19th, but a much improved match day for sure. To feel in a little bit better position there as well. So, but yeah, really big match day for some of our teams here. Again, that top 9 really starting to take shape here. And now again, for these teams, they've played 3 of their 6 match days, guys. So they're only going to have 3 more shots at trying to secure enough points to get into the top 20 of Pro League. Again, for those who haven't watched a ton of Pro League, what that means is if you make top 20, you qualify for the regional final. The regional final is still considered another match day. So for those top 20, they'll play one more set on match point format. And whatever top 9... Yes, so for LAN, I'll get to that in a second. So whatever teams will have the regional final winner, and then the 8 other teams, not including the regional final winner, that are highest up will qualify. So again, it could be top 9 if someone from the top 9 wins. It could be top 8 if it's somebody outside the top 9 wins. That's essentially how it'll look. So you definitely want to keep an eye on the Pro League standings. Again, teams having to get into the top 20 to even have that last chance. And then being in the top 8 essentially locks you in for LAN. So again, that regional final is essentially another match day. So you add those points on top of your points you already gained from the other 6 match days, and that is where your actual final standing is going to be. So that is why all these days are important, because you need to make that regional final in order to have a chance to move on. So. Pseudo 10-point gap, yeah, no, 100%. I think that makes sense math-wise. Yeah, it's like Hugh said, top 8 regional final. Yep. Yeah, 20th to 13th to 5th. Yeah, you definitely take that if you're having her. Definitely improving for sure, and trying to work their way up. So you'll love to see it. But yeah, we got Henchman here as the kill leader. Big shout out to him and how well he played. You take a look here. He had 14, kinda had 13. Prestis, Cinetic, Sanya, Ozis, Weak, Liv, Alonzi, all with 11 as well. But again, big shout out to the boys over at Bandits with Henchman, with kinda being a nice duo there with 27 kills combined. So big day for Bandits. Even though they didn't really necessarily place the best at times, they did at the very least have some very good KP on the day. And they should be feeling pretty decent, at least about their fighting as of right now. Again, a lot's kind of working, I think, for their macro. But again, got to feel good at least about the numbers you're putting up KP-wise. So.
The crowd goes, Hugo! I want to see that for stats. Love for stats. The R99, I mean, that's really the weapon. APAC North, though, bringing the love for the RE45. I think we've seen some of the differences regionally. We're going to continue to see it. It's funny because as the game has grown, Dan, what we've kind of like only done at LAN, we have to do more of now, because you know these regions are so interconnected, especially when you get to the consistency of them playing in these leagues now for 5-6 years, all of these regions getting support. You know, Japan,
yeah, absolutely love to see it though.
Kind of the pinnacle of
big shout out to our teams today. Another great match day, to say the least. You absolutely love to see it. Again, EMEA really shaping up. Like I said, you pull up these standings once again. We'll mute this for a second, but you look at these standings again overall. Pot gonna be feeling pretty good where they're at. Maiden Heaven as well. They've kind of separated themselves a little bit from the rest of the group. But even look at, you know, Bandits, you look at Priyaniki, GG, Blast, Aurora, Alliance, all those teams really feeling pretty good about where they're at. especially those teams that have played 2 match days with Aurora Alliance and FUL. If they have another really good match day, they should be feeling pretty comfortable about where they're at. But again, we've got a long way to go, guys. A lot of match days, a lot of games left to be played for some of these teams. But again, this is the moment you take those first couple match days, you kind of figure out what works, what doesn't work, things like that, and then you really got to start kicking it in gear. And a team like Made in Heaven, I want to give them a ton of credit. They really did a great job of really controlling the match day from really beginning to end. So they played well.
We like wanted this like really bad, but yeah, man, we're just like chilling because you know it's still Pro League day 3. You don't want to be like too crazy, so like week by week.
Got you. Trying to stay locked in, stay focused. Job's not done. Let me ask you again. You know, the play I want to talk about.
Interview for Nags here.
In match number 4.
Yeah, once this is over with, probably go back through some of what APAC North and APAC South have done, just to show the standings and see where all those teams are at in case you guys have missed it. And then we can preview the Americas region as well. And we'll probably lead that into Jayhawk's stream. Probably won't stream all that because I definitely need to get some food and stuff, but I'll probably be on for at least another hour and a half or so until Jayhawk is on, and then we'll kind of raid into his stream. So, but we'll definitely kind of look at everything that's happened so far this weekend, everything you guys maybe have missed, and then we'll get into kind of previewing again the Americas region, talk about some things, and kind of see where we're at with all of that. So
yeah, I think our chemistry as a team is like really good, to be honest.
I really like to hear how the vibes have been for your team overall. I mean, it's crazy. Made in Heaven, guys, everybody, organists, by the way, so just keeping that in mind. But it's the way that you guys have been really able to perform and stay consistent. That play that Rain Day just mentioned blew our minds. I mean, imagine if you didn't have the Newcastle wall. I want to hear more of your thoughts, you know, looking on ahead and looking at the rest of the competition. You mentioned trying to conserve your energy. What can you talk to us a little bit about how it is that you guys practice, what you guys kind of focus on for those of us at home that want to be able to improve on our own respective gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like we're trying to play.
So what are you guys' thoughts of the day? Surprise winner, kind of how you guys expect it to go. What are you guys' thoughts on how everything went for EMEA? Curious to hear what you guys have to say.
We should be taking it because if we're like playing the game the same way we're playing Pro League, then we'll improve like drastically, like really quickly. But yeah, just like, you know, your comms, and just like pretty much just playing the game, and yeah, you just gotta take it serious, you know. It's like you gotta be professional.
Nags, all 3 of you have kind of been on rosters where
and Island and Boy absolutely locked in, going with the Vitality winning majors again. Not really too big of a surprise, obviously.
All 3 of you have fallen flat in different teams, or you've been on teams that have had relative success. Is this the roster, though, that you can finally say, you know, this is going to be the team we go to LAN, we're one of the best teams in EMEA? Because it just feels like there's something different about you 3.
Yeah, honestly, talking about this team that I'm in currently with Synetic and Tyler, our synergy is like really well together. Like the vibes are always good. Scrims, like,
I think the big thing with this version of Made in Heaven is that Tyler kind of gives you a more like out and out fragger that I think they've been missing, and it kind of allows Nags to fall into a natural role of some of those like controller legends and things like that, and allows Synetic just to kind of focus purely on IGLing. I think that's a big thing that I've noticed is a big change for these guys. And again, I think like Zane, as good as he is, he definitely has like can maybe like outpace some of his other players, whereas you got guys like Lufka and Blast who like can kind of like balance some of that pace, but also like, you know, bring him back a little bit at the same time. So I think just it kind of ended up working out for both teams, like addition by subtraction type thing. But I think overall it's just a really good
the moments like you showed in game 4
was outfragging Zywood in map 3. Jeez.
You and Tyler in terms of showing
not Apex.
Have you felt that you've had to shift a little bit as a player before we let you go with this new roster to be a little bit more patient, be a little bit more focused on the ultimate end of the game, and let, you know, some of your damage numbers, some of your kill numbers drop a little bit in order for the greater good for the team?
Yeah, definitely. Because I used to play like anchor, but right now I'm like playing Newcastle, like crypto, which is like, it's like really hard anchor. So like I need to like step back. Even like game 3 where
yeah, Mia was definitely really good today. I think Mia's definitely improved versus last year. Last year I just don't think the quality was there. I think there was a lot of teams that weren't really playing the game at a high level. But I feel like right now we're definitely seeing, you know, Made in Heaven has been a really nice addition to the top here. It's nice to see kind of Game of Gladiators getting back to a little bit more of consistent form. I know they didn't have the best day today, but definitely have looked better. Pot obviously has been a really nice surprise. This is now 3 match days that they've played pretty well. So you definitely got to tip your hat to them and realize, you know, hey, like these guys are pretty legit. So we'll definitely keep an eye on them. And obviously we've had the Aurora Alliance story of them kind of going back and forth between the two of them, which there's definitely still going to be a lot more chapters in that story since they're in the same group together. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye out for those teams and see what we got going on.
Like win a LAN when it comes to like, you know, EWC, these big tournaments. Like Pro League, of course, is, you know, it's amazing doing good, but yeah, my goal is like way higher than just Pro League. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's for the same for my team as well. Like Cinetic is like a new player as well.
I love it, man. Well, I'm excited to hear that. And I know you guys aren't, you don't have an org yet, but that's the type of thing an org would definitely want to hear, especially since lands are
Yeah, EMEA definitely,
appreciate you coming on.
definitely improving. I think I'd probably put it third right now. Maybe just a little bit above APAC North, just because APAC North had so much movement. I'd put NA still first, or Americas, and then I'd put APAC South second. But I do think EMEA has kind of worked their way back into the conversation a little bit, at least a little bit more comparable to APAC North.
It's 9.
So
he strikes me as a guy that's not going to bed at 9 p.m.
Definitely gonna be an interesting one the rest of the regular season here to see which teams are able to kind of put themselves in a good position to qualify for this first LAN of the year for sure. So
online kids who are so good throughout Pro League and they play so aggressive, then they get to LAN and they don't necessarily meet those expectations, but
yeah, definitely excited to see how the rest of this plays out. I'm excited to talk a little bit about some of the other regions here coming up. Excited to preview the Americas region here as well.
Meta changes and stuff like that, but they're certainly looking good at the moment.
I was liking Priyaniki. Yeah, I think they'll bounce back. I mean, I think you're bound to have one bad day in Pro League. It's always tough, but I do think they're due for a bounce back for sure. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
And found success. He was saying his Newcastle's getting pretty good.
Go ahead and sit back down as we talk more Apex here.
He's got it up there already, but I also like the respect that Nags has with the rest of the competition, on top of the factoring day, and Gasket, of course, that we are all together again here for another Pro League day.
Oh, so
yeah, I think Priyaniki will have a bounce back.
This is coming to a close, and I'm gonna let you guys go. We do have another part of Pro League coming up.
I do think we have I do see Priyaniki bouncing back next week.
Is on the horizon as EMEA has just come to an end. We said this was a day to advance, to claim a top spot. Maybe when you didn't. Well, Pot, they got really close to repeating second place, but Made in Heaven jumped up and took the first place in not only a game, but in a day that they had needed. We'll see if similar results follow in the Americas at 3 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, we'll see here. Should be coming up here in just a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to stay on for a bit. We'll talk some APAC North. We'll talk some APAC South to catch everybody up on kind of all the action from the weekend. And then we'll kind of preview the Americas here for a bit. And then kind of lead into Jayhawk's stream here, which will probably be about an hour and a half or so from now. So that win makes Ropes the only player to win 3 Grand Slams. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, big, definitely big day for a lot of our teams here in EMEA. Again, we'll pull up the final scores and kind of talk about some of these games, see what's going on here in just a moment as this closes out here real quick. Yeah, huge day for Made in Heaven. I think this is the kind of day they absolutely needed to really solidify themselves this year. This game really especially was the game I think that really made me realize how good these guys can be. That 2v3 was absolutely insane to hold out so they could res. I'm going to eventually get them to the God spot. I mean, just absolutely amazing work by the boys over at Made in Heaven today, for sure. But yeah, we got a lot more Apex to talk about. It's going to be a fun day for sure with the Americas to round us up for match day 4. Again, we're seeing our teams A versus B. We'll preview that here in a little bit. Like I said, we'll talk about APAC South here in just a second. right, and that is your main broadcast for now. But let's go ahead and take a look here. We'll go ahead and go back, talk about some of our other teams here, our other matches that took place. I know I didn't personally get a chance to watch for APAC South, but we'll definitely get into APAC South here, kind of see what the picture looks like, kind of talk about some of the big things that took place here for the region, kind of how the region's looking right now. And again, we'll do the same for APAC North, and we'll get into a little bit of a preview of the Americas here in just a little bit. But for those who did get a chance to watch, again, APAC South played Friday night into Saturday morning. We had Team Orchid take first place overall, which Orchid, they picked up a flow from the boys over at Five Fears. He joins as the IGL to lead Noah Sang and Masu as the first place team on match day number 4. So Orchid looking really good on this particular match day, and they definitely needed a bounce back as they hadn't had the best Pro League so far compared to some other teams. But again, Orchid with a really big day. They had some really good games from start to finish. They got the win in Game 2. They get the win in Game 6. Did a really good job in multiple different comps. Looked pretty solid on the day. Again, a much-needed day for them. So they should be feeling pretty good about where they're at right now. We had ARAM take second. Pretty big surprise second place. But should overall be feeling pretty good about where they're at. We had then Kakoi come in third place. And we got Play Apex with the raid coming in. What is up, everybody? Genome, what's going on? What is up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? WWW raid. Uncoded, thanks so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Hope you all are doing well coming over from Play Apex. Hope you guys enjoyed that EMEA action taking place. Appreciate you all for being here. That is for sure. Cheetah, thank you so much for the follow. Not rigged at all. Yeah, definitely not rigged at all. But no, I definitely appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Good to see you all in here. Thank you guys so much for it. For those who don't know who I am, my name's DK Don. I am a co-host of the Apex Podcast. And essentially every week what we do for the pod is we get player interviews. We review, preview Pro League. We preview LANs. We talk about LANs. Essentially think of us as your ESPN for Apex. You know, we're super excited to continue to do what we do. Wyatt Babb, who's the normal host and co-host with me, he's been doing this for quite a few years now, since competitive Apex essentially began. So we're really excited for what we're doing. If you guys want to follow exclamation point podcast, we're over on Spotify or over on YouTube. So make sure if you guys don't mind giving us a like, sub, whatever you guys feel like. It is definitely appreciated nonetheless. However you guys choose to support us, again, even just being in here for the raid, appreciate you guys tremendously. Jupiter, appreciate the follow coming in here as well. Thank you guys for being over here. What are your guys' feelings, thoughts about EMEA? How do you guys think the day went? Any surprises? Any thoughts you guys have coming over from the EMEA side of things? So, what are your guys' thoughts coming in here from the raid? How we feeling after the day? More 2K viewers to come. I don't even want to know what that might mean. I don't even want to know what that means. But regardless, again, a huge day though for EMEA. We had Made in Heaven obviously have a huge pop-off day. Definitely something that they needed for sure. Puts themselves in a much better position moving forward. We'll go ahead and head back there for just a second. But yeah, we had Mia, a really good day. Made in Heaven, really good day. Pot, once again, another really good day as well. Coming in, getting that second place, really starting to solidify themselves for sure. Kylie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you do. Obviously, modding literally everything that's out there that's important for Apex. So much appreciated for that for sure. But yeah, Pot taking second place, big time. They've really shown their consistency, how well they're playing. Things are looking really good right now for Pot and how well they're playing. Definitely a big surprise team. for sure. Bandits showing their consistency there in third place overall. They're also feeling pretty good about how they've been playing, so definitely keep an eye on them as things move forward with them. But as you guys already know, you guys watched all that. We're here to try to go through some of our other regions here to catch you guys up on all things Apex, because that's what we do over the Apex the podcast. We talk about anybody and everybody when it comes to competitive Apex. Paige, thank you so much. Appreciate you as always. You're my goat. My be a goat as always. Tree, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you. Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome to the stream, guys. First time people, whatever the case is. Really appreciate you guys being here. Again, really love what I do. Get the chance to watch Apex, talk about Apex. Again, co-host the Apex the podcast with Wyatt Babb, with Jumba, the occasional host of Jayhawk, Enoch in there as well. Really love what we do. I got a chance to be on the broadcast a couple weeks ago. That was absolutely insane. So we love that as well. But yeah, a lot of great things for us moving forward, and a lot of cool stuff hopefully coming up here coming up in the future. So we'll never know. Definitely make sure to tune in. We got some awesome interviews out there. We've had Imperial Hal multiple times. We've had Walty multiple times. We've got just about anybody and everybody when it comes to competitive Apex. We've had Greek on before. We've had some episodes recently with Genome. We had an episode recently with Kurev and Cole, the #1 team in North America right now with an IP. Make sure you guys go check that out. And then also, too, if you guys ever need a recap or talk about all things Apex, Apex the podcast has got you guys. Exclamation point podcast if you guys want to follow us either on Spotify or on YouTube. Make sure you guys go check that out. We've got you covered every single week. And also heading into the lands, we got you covered there too with all the coverage that you need outside of match days. But yeah, taking a look over, again, I'm going to start off with Apex South for those who maybe didn't get a chance to watch and see kind of everything that was going on. Jay, also thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. But starting over at Apex South again, they started us off on the weekend, the region of fun, as we always call it. Yeah, Team Orchid taking first place. ARAM there in second, Kakoi in third. Really the big storyline for me on the day outside of Orchid was RRQ. RRQ doing a really good job of bouncing back and taking that fourth place overall. They've had a pretty big struggle so far throughout Pro League, but they've done a really good job, I think, again, of bouncing back, kind of figuring out their chemistry. New team adding in Metro with the likes of Pricey and Strafing Flame. So always going to be a tough maybe start off to the season. But again, a really good bounce back so far. Taking the fourth place overall, looked much better. They pick up the win there in game number 3. So they're feeling pretty good about where they're at least after this particular match day. Again, through their third match day, so still a lot of work to do to really work themselves up there. But again, overall, probably feeling pretty good about where they're at. SAUL down there in 6th, as you all know. Seen them at LANs recently, at a 5th place at Champs recently. Have played really well. They get the 6th place overall. Had a couple games where they didn't really get into the swing of things, but overall played particularly well. Gen G, I don't even want to say really a slow day, but just not necessarily a normal Gen G day. So they've been a team, again, you guys all know, a very aggressive team, a team that loves to play Edge. I think right now, what I think a lot of these Edge teams are realizing, it can be very tough to play Olympus from Edge because there's just not very many playable spots to play late game. And if you just can't make those 1 or 2 fights to clear out space in zone, it is very tough for an Edge team to work their way through right now with Olympus being involved. So we'll have to see how they continue to kind of shape throughout the rest of the year. Again, I don't really expect them to be in any sort of trouble in terms of qualifying for LAN or anything like that. But yeah, that's just kind of your quick recap of what happened on Friday. The Pro League standings as we see it. VK Gaming, they are back. They are looking great. They are absolutely rocking right now with how they're playing. They got 56 points overall. I've had a couple really good match days. Have looked really good. QQ kind of up to his same standard now. Has looked really good for those boys over at VK Gaming. So we will definitely keep our eye on things as things progress. But yeah, I'm really excited about what VK Gaming's got moving forward. I would definitely consider them the best team right now out of APAC South. They've looked really good. Them and SAUL really have been like the two main ones. Throw in Wolves as well. Those 3 teams have looked really, really good comparative to everybody else. Gen G, kind of a step back behind them right now. They should be a team, again, I think we'll figure it out by the end of the split. But Gen G, a team that, we know they'll probably pick it up by the time it really matters. Again, I don't really see them having any sort of struggles to qualify for LAN or anything like that. But, yeah, really the class of APAC South right now has been VK, SAUL, and Wolves. Taking a look kind of at the other end of the leaderboard, Bear Claw Gaming got off to a hot start. Haven't really looked the same, at least this particular match day. Didn't have their best day. Team RRQ kind of having to bounce their way back after a really terrible first day. So we'll have to see how they look over the next match day or so, see if they continue to kind of develop over time. Again, I really like when Metro and Pricey are really in sync together, taking fights together. Because I think overall, when Strafing Flame is confident in his IGLing, as long as those two are really working well together, they'll get put in some really good positions to eventually win games. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how things look as things move on for Team RRQ. Some other big names. You kind of look towards the bottom of their leaderboard. We got Relove, who anybody that's watched, that's been like Sojay and Roy. Some big names kind of struggling this split so far. So there'll be teams that we have to figure out how things are looking. Ubi is another team there in 12th. They got Easy Flash, as those who've paid attention at previous lands. They're trying to figure some things out. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how those teams are looking as time moves on. Big thing with this region and how it looks for EWC and how it looks for Split 1 LAN. VK Gaming, based on the rules of EWC, has qualified automatically due to them being the previous champion of EWC last season. So what we've got going on with the region this time around when it comes to qualifying for Split 1 is that they're going to have 8 additional teams that can qualify on top of VK Gaming. So when we get into regional finals, which again is obviously the top 20 teams, we only going to see 8 more available spots for these teams to play off of. And if the regional final winner is obviously one of these teams that's outside that top 8 or 9, then it's really only going to be 7 additional spots that are available for everybody else, since the regional final winner is guaranteed to go to LAN. So if there's a region to kind of really keep an interest in, it's definitely APAC South, for the sole fact of having VK automatically qualified, and then kind of, only 8 spots remaining for the rest of the Pro League to get to Split 1. So definitely keep an eye out on this one. They are on for the U.S. time. I know it's 11 p.m. Central time, so 12 Eastern and like 9 Pacific time. Battleground, OCE, those will be the guys that are streaming everything. So make sure to go check out Q, and make sure to go check out Stony in case you guys haven't already. They're the ones that definitely got all your coverage for Battleground and running things down there for APAC South to give us the coverage that we are hoping for when it comes to APAC South Pro League. And like Rez Chandler said in chat here, a lot of good fighting teams. You'll see a lot of very interesting comps. We've even seen like Ballistic, I think, play at times. We've been seeing some very interesting bans where Alter is not necessarily getting banned. Like this recent Pro League day, she did not get banned at all. When, as you guys see over in EMEA and you see him over in the Americas regions, that's a character that gets banned quite a bit. So that's a region, again, just a different look than you're normally going to see from the Americas teams, from the EMEA teams, which always then makes things interesting when it comes to LAN. So definitely keep an eye on those guys in this region. It's always a fun one to watch. And again, it's a ton of fun to kick off the weekend if you guys have the time to watch. I know I stream it on Friday nights on this channel and the Apex Podcast YouTube. I'm dual streaming from both at the same time, so feel free to make sure to check out either one, as we'll be definitely on top of it each and every weekend when it comes to watch party in the region. We'll move over to APAC North, which was, for those who were in chat earlier, I was streaming earlier this morning at 4 a.m. watching all these teams play. And again, APAC North, for those who haven't really kept up with it, a lot of roster changes, a lot of moves, a lot of different looks that a lot of teams, you weren't necessarily prepared for potentially. E36 being one of them. They get rid of their third and bring in Obli, which you guys know is the South Korean player that was with Reject Winity when they won with St. June and Karampu. The only APAC North team to win a LAN back there in LA in year 4. He has joined with the likes of E36, and that's still the roster of Jusna and Synap. So again, if there's anything to kind of take away from APAC North right now, is that there's a lot of new a lot of new teams with a lot of new faces playing together. So that's going to be one that we've been keeping an eye on. Really, the only team that stuck together throughout the whole thing was Unlimit. Unlimit, obviously, most of you saw that watch champs last year. They're the ones that were running down the lobby. They're the ones that had a lot of KP. They're the ones that had a lot of pace, playing Ashe, all these different characters that really threw off the pacing of the lobby at times. But they've been playing pretty well so far. They didn't play this morning. This morning, obviously, for me here in the U.S., but we had some fun ones here, to say the least. Trinity was your match day winners with 65 points. WGR, a good story so far in APAC North. They took second place with 58 points. And then Kinotrope Gaming taking third place with Interforce 36 taking fourth there overall. Some other big names for those who maybe have watched a little bit of Champs or watched APAC North before. We had Taida and the boys over at Reignite. They pick up 8th place overall there. We had Riddle Order there in 9th place with Meltstera. They had a pretty good start to the day, but unfortunately did not really finish off the way that they were probably hoping for. But again, a team that has definitely picked it up on the KP. You saw they got 34 kills out of 42 points. So they were definitely being super aggressive. They were playing very aggressive when it came to Olympus. If you take a look at their stats, when it came to those Olympus games, they got 9 kills in 16th place in game 1. They had 2 more kills in 17th place in game 2. And then they had a few more KP there in 10th place for game 3. But overall, Riddle Order not looking too bad so far. But again, a lot of work to kind of work on moving forward. Reject, they had won your 3rd match day of the season, but unfortunately they fall down to 11th, only scoring 31 there for the boys over at Reject. And then really the biggest story, unfortunately, on the other side has been Fnatic. For those who haven't maybe kept up, Yuka F did leave Fnatic and has joined Zeta Division, which Zeta Division did not play this weekend. But Fnatic unfortunately drops another bad day on their side with Illy, Colonel Garcia, with Ein. Really just haven't meshed well, really haven't kind of figured out their chemistry with how they want to push fights, who's calling what, things like that. And again, when you get 3 players all kind of coming from different teams, you definitely can run into that at times. So that's going to be a team, again, we'll have to see how the rest of the split goes. Again, they've really kind of put themselves behind the 8 ball in terms of kind of where they're going to be at and where they're sitting. But we'll have to wait and see kind of how the rest of the split plays out and go from there for Fnatic. But you take a look at the overall leaderboard, though, for the Pro League. You've got Interforce 36 and Reject, both obviously on 3 match days, but they lead with 48 points. We got Trinity at 47. We got WGR at 46. Reignite with 45. And then Unlimit with 42 and Dory with 40. Those are your teams that are above 40 points right now. But the big thing here for this region is that it's just so close. It's so tight. It's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be very compact when it comes to qualification for LAN. And they're kind of in a similar situation as EMEA, where they only get 9 teams that are qualifying to Split 1 playoffs. So again, the cutoff right now is currently a 3-way tie for 9th place with 34 points, which obviously, again, knows as Fox in a pretty good spot since they've only played 2 match days. Zeta Division as well, Yuka's new team. They sit down there in 13th, but obviously, again, only on 2 match days as well. So we'll have to see what everything looks like. But again, expect Unlimited to definitely shoot themselves up their leaderboard. They've played really well the first couple match days. I believe they got 2nd both days so far. So definitely keep an eye on them. Again, they are super early on Sunday mornings for U.S. watchers. So again, definitely tune in. I'm going to be watching it. I know Wig does as well. So we'll definitely see how things look for APAC North as we continue to move forward here. Fnatic, I mean, maybe they decide to pick up another team. I know that's not really Fnatic's, I think, MO, is to drop a team like mid-split. Obviously, they've had Yuka that's always played so well. So we'll have to kind of see how things look for them. But it wouldn't really surprise me too much. But the thing is that for EWC, the deadline for picking up a team, I believe, is end of April, if I remember correctly. So Fnatic would have to make that move pretty soon to pick up another team. So we'll probably get more on that here in the next few days as we get kind of, again, quickly approach that deadline. We do have one more match day, which is A versus C next weekend. So we'll have to see, maybe there's some teams we see get dropped, some get picked up here. So we'll have to see if maybe things change between now and then moving forward there. So we'll have to take a look at that and see how things play out for APAC North. But again, what we can go ahead and do now, though, obviously we saw EMEA, we saw everything played out. We can definitely take a look at how things stand over in the Americas region right now. Right now, we've got all teams having played 2 match days. Obviously, again, here in about an hour and 20 minutes or so, we're going to have groups A versus B for their second go around. And we'll see the story of the Pro League right now, which is NIP. You know, NIP, we just interviewed Kurev and Cole. If you guys want to go check that out on the Apex Podcast, YouTube, and on Spotify, make sure to go check out those interviews and see how they feel about things, how they felt about it, playing as a duo, and kind of see, you know, where they're at when it comes to the rest of the Pro League and how they kind of feel about even the rest of the teams when it comes to Pro League right now. But yeah, NIP sitting really good with where they're at right now. I mean, again, just Cole and McLovin playing really well as a fragging duo. They got 27 and 22 kills respectfully. And just what I've really liked with this team is that they've just been playing their own style. They really haven't moved to like the Newcastle Gibby comps. They've been staying away from that so far, and they feel really comfortable with where they're at right now. So yeah, NIP is definitely gonna be the team to keep an eye on as they play again today. They had last week off, so feeling pretty good about where they're at moving forward when it comes to with this particular match day. But yeah, they're definitely your big story here. We've got ROC there in second. As we've talked about in the pod, really liked the pickup with Cersei. It's looked pretty good most of the time so far. Again, still some moments of maybe overextending and maybe overreaching at times. But I really do like when they get in like the Gibby comps, because Sauce has looked really good on Gibby so far. Does a really good job of bubble control, of being able to work different spots in zone. They did a really good job last week. If you guys watched one of those in games that they ended up winning, they ended up fighting for a top god spot on top of a platform above all the other teams, and basically were just able to shoot down. And they eventually ended up taking the dub there in that particular game. But overall, again, I've liked what we've seen so far from ROC. But again, they're going to be at times potentially. Do we see a lack of confidence? You know, that's going to be the biggest thing with this team. You know, if as long as they continue to stay confident, they continue to push the button, push that line of what's aggressive and not aggressive enough. We should see a pretty good version of ROC moving forward throughout the rest of the split. We got Team Burger sitting down there in third. Pretty much all Valk, Gibby, Newcastle. They love those comps, the main comps that they've been playing so far. So that'll be some teams we'll definitely want to keep an eye on when it comes to that particular comp, because even with early on in the match days, we'll see them play these Gibby Newcastle comps early and often. So as soon as they can play that, they're all the way out. I know usually Gibby's been getting banned before Newcastle, but they'll whip out like a Watson, in place of the Gibby, and so they'll play Newcastle Watson. But again, it's really been a comp that's worked well for them. My only concerns, obviously, are always going to be those first couple games with Crypto in play, with Maggie in play. If they're able to kind of get those characters worked out, and they kind of have the rest of the games to play the comp that they're looking for, that is always something that will that always will benefit them. But I've really liked the addition of Gent. Gent has looked really good with these guys so far with Empty and Slayer. I think Gent has been definitely an underrated player for a little while now. As Wyatt Babb would say, a Fresno State legend. If you know, you know, from the Apex podcast. But no, he's looked really good so far with these guys, kind of like their opener fragger. Also comms really well with Empty for a lot of fights they take, or a lot of positions they end up taking up in zone. And then Slayer has done a really good job of playing like that Newcastle character, really locking in that legend and playing that to a very high level. So I see a lot of really good things for Team Burger moving forward. Again, I expect them to get signed at some point. Maybe it's Virtus Pro, maybe it's somebody else, but I do expect a lot of really good things from Team Burger moving forward, because again, I just really liked how the Gibby Newcastle is fit for them. Again, my only worry is just, can they kind of manage those Crypto Maggie games enough, and then pick up enough points in the rest of the games to continue to play well. Time will definitely tell when it comes to that. Dinos, here in fourth, have definitely been the surprise of Pro League so far. They have been a team that does a really good job picking up KP. They had a really good game, for example, last week where it was a zone that pulled into the area just outside of Grow Towers, and they ended up taking up one of the bunker buildings, one of the huts, just outside of Grow Towers and that red structure with the horizon lifts. And they did a really good job of holding space. They were super aggressive with their Wraith portals, porting on top of teams, porting back and forth, just being super aggressive with everything. And we'll have to see if they can keep that up. The one player from that team definitely to keep an eye on has been DJ Killa. He is leading America's Pro League with 32 kills so far, which is insane. You know, again, just even leading the Pro League with how Hal can play, with how Perez and Cole have been playing. Definitely some teams that are definitely a surprise name to say the least. But Dinos really through 2 match days have looked really, really good so far. Obviously, they have 31 points. 25 of those was from a match day win. So we'll see if they can kind of keep that pace up. If they can, obviously things will look really good. But again, a lot of it with these teams that are, you know, maybe 1 or 2 splits of Pro League underneath their belt is picking up that consistency. Even on your bad days, you know, you pick up like a 7th or 8th place, you know, sitting in a pretty good position overall. And just making sure you kind of stay on top of the points you're picking up, because even like a 12th, 13th, 14th place could definitely put you more towards that bottom of the leaderboard. And again, with the Americas region, you got 13 qualifying spots. So we'll move forward down the list here in a second to talk about the rest of the teams. But Dinos, again, really have been that big surprise team that I don't think a lot of people were ready for. And again, DJ Killa, definitely one of the players to watch for moving forward in this Pro League, to see if he can keep up his pace, to see if Dinos can ultimately pick up their pace as well. You know, and just really see if they can continue on that momentum that they've built so far through the first couple, or through that last match that they just played. Moving into 5th place, we've got Oblivion. You guys know them, world champions, Monsoon Fun at Blinkster. Didn't have the best first day, bounced back really well in that second day. We'll see them again playing today, see how they kind of bounce back in their next, see their next match day here coming up today. See if they can kind of continue their form that they picked up from that second match day. Again, obviously a team that's going to play a lot more zone, going to play a lot more central zone, which can be very tough in those first couple games with Crypto Maggie, but then we'll see if things play out a little bit better moving forward. But definitely do not count out the world champions, sitting top 5 right now after the first 2 match days, and looking pretty damn good, to say the least, through the first at least part of Pro League here. But looking at our next team, we got JD Gaming, 6th place overall. We got Shuby, Naughty, and Floating. Again, big story with them. Obviously, Naughty IGLing and Floating coming in pretty late to the preseason, joining this team here, replacing Jelly as the opener fragger on this team. And Floating definitely, for the most part, has really been up to the task. He's looked really good. He's definitely had some moments again where he's overextended, but if you're not shooting the gaps, you're not doing your job as an IGL. So if they can continue some of the momentum again, kind of really have to pick up the consistency if they really want to be a threat and stay, towards the top of this leaderboard. But I do like a lot of what I've seen so far. If you guys haven't seen it, Jayhawk, obviously shout out to the man, the legend, Jayhawk. He has put out a tweet recently with Naughty's placements as an IGL. They've been pretty damn good so far. So got to give him a lot of credit with what he's been doing. A lot of credit to Talmadge, obviously, as a coach as well. Helping getting those boys locked and ready to go. Shuby, as always, one of the better Newcastle players in the region. Again, really some solid performances so far. Just waiting for kind of that big pop-off day, where we maybe see, them really shoot for, that first or second place. So definitely a team to keep an eye on as we move forward. Looking at the rest of the leaderboard, kind of filling out the rest of our top 13. We've got Legacy, we've got Stallions, we've got Full 11. Full 11, unfortunately, doing the first place to last place journey through that first 2 match days. But we'll obviously see if they can maybe bounce back moving forward after they're getting their 20th place. See if they can maybe put together some better days. We've got Liquid there in 10th. We got Thuggets in 11th. We got Falcons in 12th. And we got DKK in 13th. We're going to have to see how some of these teams play. My prediction was, if some of the bigger names, we might see 2 of these teams, some of our bigger names, but not make land, just because I kind of think of the Olympus map being involved, with some of the characters being involved. I think it's just very tough to necessarily carve out consistency across all these different bands. So I would not be surprised in the slightest if we see two of our bigger name teams potentially not make land. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's kind of my hot take for the Americas right now, to say the least. But Tim, I appreciate that. Yeah, follow is obviously awesome, you guys. But obviously, I just appreciate you guys even being in here, to say the least. Appreciate you guys doing. Just being around with the raid. Again, you guys didn't have to stick around. You guys didn't have to be here. But I do appreciate everybody that's been here listening. Listening to me yap. If you guys want to stay in here for at least the next bit, I'm going to be raiding Jayhawk after this, going into the Americas region. So if there's anything to stick around for, I'm going to be raiding the boy Jayhawk as he streams the Americas Pro League, and everything that he does. So if you guys want to stick around for him and his stream, definitely make sure you guys do so. Because again, he's definitely got his own stream going, and it's definitely a banger to hang out in. So make sure you guys are hanging out there later on when we go over to his stream later. But yeah, any follows are awesome. I appreciate it regardless. Even just hanging out in here is also great as well. And again, big support too, if you guys can, over to the Apex the podcast. That is definitely where the most support can go to. Just with, on Spotify, YouTube, make sure you give us a sub on YouTube, or even a like, whatever the case is, or go listen on Spotify, wherever you guys listen to your podcasts. We definitely appreciate support regardless. I again just love what we do. Love that we get to cover Apex every single split, every single year. It's definitely a great time for sure, and really appreciate you guys, to say the least. So, but yeah, moving forward though, like I said, some of our other teams we could talk about. Dan, also really appreciate the follow. Thank you so much for hopping in on that follow and just hanging out, being in the stream here is greatly appreciated, you guys. But taking a look though at the rest of our teams and this next range, some of our bigger names to talk about. We've got Liquid, obviously sitting down here in 10th. Obviously, the big thing for them is Zero playing crypto. That's the big question for a lot of people. What's that synergy look like with Panic? Does Zero decide to take back the reins of kind of playing those aggro characters? Does he decide to stick on the crypto? Again, I think either way, they could definitely be successful. It's just they just got to commit to something that they're all comfortable with, that they all feel good with. Again, they're definitely a team that, again, I really do think they'll figure it out by the time we get to later in the Pro League. But again, I'm very curious to see how these things play out. I do still think Zero will be on crypto for that first game, since it is really just one game that we'll see crypto being played. But yeah, it'll definitely be one to watch for and keep an eye on with how that synergy works between Zero and Panic, because I do expect Sykes to definitely still be anchoring quite a bit of the time. But we'll see how Panic and how Zero are really able to play together here moving forward. Obviously, another hot button topic for a lot of people has been Falcons. Again, obviously not necessarily the best start to the Pro League, being down in 12th. One decent day there in 4th. Another day wasn't as great as they would hope for. And obviously, scrims have been up and down. My biggest thing, guys, is, again, if there's going to be a team that's going to figure it out, it's going to be Falcons. I really do think they'll figure it out by end of split. Again, this has been one of the tougher metas to get a hold of, just because with Olympus and how it plays out, you got the crypto altar that allows a lot of different plays you don't normally see play out. Again, I'll continue to say it. The altar port, I do think, is making some of these bad pushes look better, because it allows you just to back out of something once you get knocked twice or get knocked once. I do think Alter is a character that I'm hoping that they're looking at to maybe mix some things up with that ultimate. I do like the rest of the kit with being able to move back and forth with Qs and things like that, but I do think that port is definitely very hard to play around in moments. I definitely think makes things a little more scrappy when it comes to some of these fights. But again, you mix an Olympus with how that map can play out, very unpredictable with rotations, with car plays that people are making. There's just a lot of different factors that I think all these IGLs are trying to get used to, and Falcons is no exception. But again, I do think if there's going to be a team, guys, that's going to figure it out, it's going to be Falcons. I really do expect them to have a really good day. Probably shouldn't try to make any predictions, but again, I just feel like we're going to see some of our bigger names start to maybe answer today and next week once we get into their second set of match days here. I just think they're too good to not get used to it. You know what I mean? So I definitely feel better about where they're going to be headed. Again, I think they will figure it out. But we'll definitely keep an eye on how they're looking come game 1 here, as they will be back in the lobby today along with Liquid. So those will definitely be 2 big names to keep an eye on. Some of our other names, we can look down the leaderboard. DKK is going to be one to keep an eye on. Again, a team they expect to be much higher up than they actually are. But, again, we'll see them kind of play out the rest of the Pro League, see kind of how the adjustments they make, where they play out. Again, one thing I really want to see from them is just consistency across the entire match day. Really want to see them play a really good games 1 through 6 and not necessarily 1 or 2 games at the beginning and then it not really work out the rest of the time. But we will, again, take a look here and see how well they are playing here moving forward. But, again, I expect DKK to potentially be a team moving forward here. Crazy Thieves, again, an unfortunate story just because Jen Burton hasn't been able to play. They've had Stunny as the sub. They do have this week off. So hopefully that gives Jen Burton a little bit more time to get his visa sorted out and get him back in the U.S., back and playing. So we'll have to wait and see how they're looking when they come back to their next match day. Hopefully, they're able to figure some things out and play a little bit better moving forward. But then another team I definitely want to keep an eye on is S2. I've really liked how they've looked in scrims. Jin will be in Canada next week for the next match day. Okay, perfect. That's good comms out at Island Boy. Will be nice to have Jin back to be able to play next week, at least over in Canada, and then hopefully get him in the U.S. to play with his team, be with Crazy Thieves and all that good stuff. So it'll be nice to have Jin back. That is for sure, to say the least. But yeah, taking a look at S2 though, like I said, I definitely wanted to shout them out because I've really liked what Zach has been doing with Carter and Lauder. I definitely think has been, hard on it at times, but has really kind of worked his way in, kind of developing that rapport with these guys. I think that they've definitely had some good scrim results, and now it's just kind of showing it out on game day. I do really want to see where they're at when it comes to everything. Here today, they had a really good start when it came to their first match day, but then things kind of fell off from there. So we'll have to see we'll have to see how these guys look. I really do hope that they have a nice bounce back day because, again, I do think they can be one of those teams that definitely works their way up their leaderboard and looks really good. Triple says in the chat, this team depends on Lauder. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really both Carter and Lauder. I mean, I think that, Carter, as their opener, playing a lot more of the aggressive characters, he's got to be really mindful of how well he's playing and the positions he's trying to take up and how far he's playing from his team and things like that. Really, again, towing that boundary of what's overly aggressive and not too aggressive. But then Lauder as well. He definitely has his moments where he's able to fry from that anchor position and really make some noise. I know his R99 is disgusting. He's definitely looked really good at times with that particular gun. You take a look at some of the comps that they've been playing and things like that so far. This is the cheat sheet I've got for all the teams here. Things they're playing, how well they're doing on certain match days and things like that. But you take a look at S2, though, and how they've been playing. Again, you've got a lot of that Newcastle comp for Lauder. Early in match day 1, then they switched over to Caustic, Newcastle, Watson there in match day 2. So we'll have to see if maybe they bring out that Caustic again. Maybe they bring out the Newcastle again. So we'll have to wait and see kind of what comps they decide to run early and often for these boys over at S2. But I really do like what they can do. Again, there's definitely moments where I do think they show a little bit of their inexperience with those two especially. So we'll have to see, again, how they kind of look as time goes on. But again, I'm really excited to see what these guys can do because, again, I think they're a team that can definitely work their way up their leaderboard as time goes on. But again, the last big team obviously to talk about is going to be Shopify Rebellion. Again, everyone's calling for, they're going to make land, are they going to do this, they're going to do that. I still have faith that they can make land. Whether they do, obviously, that's another question right now just because of where they're at on the leaderboard. But I really do have a lot of confidence in what Don can provide as a coach. Obviously, the much cooler Don, SR Don, and then Liuk. I really do think they can help those boys really solve a lot of their issues that they have. And obviously, last week we had Zainu with a lot of internet issues, kind of really put them in an unfortunate position to play some of those games out as a duo or essentially as a duo, even if he was there. But yeah, I do think Zap, Zainu, Koifel, I do think that they can definitely figure it out They just really have to figure out the legends that they want to play and how, you know, the tempo they want to play at. Because I think when they're playing at an up-paced tempo, I definitely think they could be one of the best teams in the world. But it's also being able to reel it in at times and know where they cannot push certain fights and things like that. But again, it all really comes down to me is going to be their comms. You know, can they clean up their comms? You know, can they really allow Zainu to IGL them to really good positions? I think at times there might be some overflooding of comms, which really doesn't allow the actual game plan to come out for these guys. And I think if we give Zainu kind of that space to IGL them into good spots, I think we'll see some better results for these guys moving forward. So definitely keep an eye on these boys over at Shopify as things play out. Again, my bet is that they still will make LAN. But I don't know what you guys in chat, what are you guys' opinions? Do you think Shopify makes LAN? Do you think they don't make LAN? I want to hear some thoughts about you guys, or even just some thoughts about Americas as a whole. You guys got anything in the chat for me? Somebody's got to have an opinion. Get triples thinking it's too early. Yeah, I think so too, 100%. Anybody else out there with some opinions? They went throw out there, even not just about Shopify, just about Americas as a whole. Wyatt picked SR, so I'm saying they ain't making LAN. To Wyatt's defense, he did not actually pick SR this split. He did not do it. We made sure he didn't do it. So we'll have to wait and see. You know, we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. But maybe he's already put that name too out there too much. So maybe that's, you know, maybe that is the problem. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, definitely a team. It's gonna be an interesting one to see how they play. See how they play moving forward. It's gonna be one that everyone's gonna want to keep an eye on, to say the least. They need one more match day. I think so too. I do think that one more match day. I think to see the adjustments that they can make, see where they're at with everything, see if they make some adjustments in comps that they've played. You know, some adjustments to the strategy that they've been playing. Again, I kind of really put that second day as to not really their fault, just based on the internet issues that he was playing with. But if you take a look here with Shopify Rebellion, again, you've seen the crypto come out early and often for these guys. Obviously, you know, playing along with everybody else. You know, you see the Caustic come out for these guys early. You know, they've tried out the Crypto Alter Caustic. They tried out the Crypto Alter Maggie. So we'll have to see kind of what they decide to start off with this particular time. You know, by the end of it, they're playing like the Watson, some Seer, Wraith in that first match day. Then they tried Watson, Valk, Bang the second match day. So again, definitely they're still really trying to figure out their comps here to see what they really want to do. You see they pulled out that Valk Gibby Newcastle. We'll be interested to see if they decide to do that again, to see if they stick with that. Again, could be a situation where they have to play it at least once. But we'll have to wait and see some of the character picks they decide to come out with this particular match day, because I'm going to be very curious if they get super aggressive or not, for sure. Drop Zainu for... Okay. Now we can relax. We can let these guys cook. Let them cook, you know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I do agree. I think we need at least one more match day to really figure out, you know, what this true version of Shopify is going to look like, to say the least here. We'll definitely have to see how things play out for these teams. But that's really the standings of the Americas right now. Again, 13 teams qualify. Obviously, again, still very early to tell who those 13 teams will be. But obviously, we'll get our regional final winner and then the other 12 teams that mix in with that. But again, really keep an eye on that top 12, 13 spots here to see how teams are looking later on in the splits. But taking a look here now, we can go ahead and preview. We'll spend some time here until, again, Jayhawk is live in about 45 minutes or so. Kind of just previewing the day. You know, we'll get things here, see how everybody's feeling with our teams. Again, the teams that are playing today is going to be groups A versus B. So last time those groups played out, we had Full 11 taking the win, followed by Stallions. They're in second. We had NIP in third, Falcons in fourth, and Men of Culture in fifth. Moving back to this particular match day, we've got, again, it's Elite Esports, which is Dig Vibes, Caden, and Dark. We got Free Thinkers, which is Orange, Gary, and Negative. We've got then Full 11, Legatron, Future, and Soviet. We got NIP with Kurev, Cole, and Vane, which, again, if you guys have not checked out that latest episode of the Apex podcast, make sure you guys go check that out on Spotify and on YouTube. Got that going for you guys. If you guys want to go check that out, anywhere you can listen to podcasts as well, Apple Podcasts, all that good stuff. But we got Oblivion, same roster, Blinks Are Fun, Monsoon. We've got Source Gaming, which is Kate's, KJ, and Lunix. Stallions with Skittle, Sacred, and Alb. We got Liquid with Sykes, Zero, and Panic. We've got Thuggets, which is Dine, Vlazery, and Dan. We got Flat with Nano, Big Louie, and Qzier. We got HBM with YNV, Voxy, and Perfections. We got Huss with Kimchi, Duplex, and Jelly. We've got Legacy with Yanya, Giozzi, and Jaguaris. We've got Men of Culture with Aveki, TMC, and Voddery. Got Nice Guys there with Sang, Cody, and Hambino. Purple Slushy with Deeds, Crook, and then they are making a change that I believe it's Enemy that's playing today. So we will see Enemy step back in for this team, which means no Pluto, from my understanding, at least from what I saw. Obviously, I can get corrected by somebody else, but that is at least what I saw, is that Enemy was playing. I believe Enemy was scrimming this week, potentially with these guys, so we'll see them back. No, Pluto still is? Okay, I thought I saw Enemy. I thought I saw somewhere that he was going to play, so maybe I just got baited on Reddit or something. But yeah, it could still be Pluto then. Decide he doesn't want to play. Okay, well, there you go. There's the update. Again, maybe he tried to play, decided not to. Okay, there you go. He changed his mind. So good comms there. So it is going to be Pluto still playing with those boys over at Purple Slushy. But we obviously got Falcons with Hal, Guild, and Waltzy. We've got Unreal Nightmare with Davis Wave, Rails, and Huntsman. And then we got Zest Fest at the bottom there with, I believe it's Fred, Slopes, and Kinzo are going to be the three playing for them. So any more games today? Yes, Legion over on the YouTube. We do have America's Pro League starting up here in about an hour. I'm going to stay live up until things take place over there, and then I'm going to raid Jayhawk whenever he goes live. He'll be the one taking you through all the America's games. So if you guys want to be hanging out with Jayhawk, make sure you guys stick around here as we preview America's Pro League here. Going to be feeling really good about where things are sitting at when it comes to Jayhawk stream and everything. Make sure you guys are there for that. But yeah, taking a look though, back at our teams, at our POI draft and all that stuff. We've got Olympus and we've got Storm Point again, as our maps have been throughout the entire week. So make sure you guys are once again keeping up with how these maps get played out. Again, Olympus, very open, very unpredictable. A lot of car plays, a lot of just different things you wouldn't normally see on the map, to be quite honest. Again, we're going to see a lot of these like crypto altar picks very early on. But yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting one to see how things play out over with the Americas teams, as now they've seen the rest of the teams play throughout the world so far. But taking a look at the map view, taking a look at Olympus, we have got some very interesting POIs. We'll start up here with some of our bigger names. We've got Falcons over at Rift. They've had some up and downs with how they've liked Rift with the rotations and things like that. The big thing with Rift is it does take a while to loot, and if we do get a Rift zone, which from my understanding the spawn rate of console is not very high in Rift, but if we do get these Rift zones that we've been seeing quite a bit of, we'll see a lot of teams that are by the phase drivers and things like that will take it into Rift to then fly into a spot into Power Grid and to some of these spots over in Rift. So Falcons will definitely have to be on top of their game. We'll definitely have to be quick rotating in case it is a Rift zone. And we'll have to wait and see kind of how they play things out. Because, again, there's definitely been some mixed bag results. But I do think they're probably able to hit the drawing board here. And hopefully will feel a little bit better about themselves moving forward with their comp picks here. But some other big names here around leaderboard. A team you always got to keep your eye on is going to be Miniculture. They love to fight. They love to take on anybody. And they've got the big power POI of Summers University. So they're definitely looking to get aggressive, get some good loot, and probably run at some teams. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take a look at a team like HBM. They try to take a look at a team like Legacy. They try to take a team like Nice Guys if they're still around Grove Towers. I mean, they are going to be a very unpredictable team on this bottom right side of the map. We've also seen a lot of pulls into the Grow Towers area and even back here to Bonsai. So how these guys decide to play things out is also going to lead to a lot of interesting gameplay from this bottom right portion of the map. So definitely something to keep an eye on. We've got Liquid and Stallions over on this left side of the map with Hydroponics and with Dockyard. Dockyard, a very good POI for Liquid to play out of, so they should be feeling pretty good with that. But Stallions definitely will be very unpredictable from Hydroponics. Again, they should be getting a car from there. So they can definitely make some very interesting plays. Again, some interesting rotates. Going to be looking to potentially play edge a good amount of time if the zones don't pull to them. And again, with somebody like Cersei, he can be the change in any fight every single time out. So that is going to be one that Liquid will definitely have to be very mindful of when they're rotating on this side of zone, because Stallions will definitely make some very interesting plays. And Alb and Cersei are a very dynamic duo when they're fighting together. So that'll be one to keep an eye on. We got Oblivion, your world champs over Estates. We got our leaders in Pro League right now, which is NIP out of Hammond Labs, which would be very interesting because they've definitely played a lot more aggressive comps. So we'll have to see how they feel rotating from Hammond Labs. You know, I'm assuming they'll still play some of these, you know, aggressive comps like Crypto, Alter, you know, maybe mix in the Maggie early. Maybe they mix in Caustic since they're playing from center map. We'll have to see kind of how they decide to play things. It wouldn't surprise me if they maybe mix in a Caustic or a Watson early on with these guys. They've talked about how they've really liked the Watson. So we'll have to see. Potentially could see that Watson come out early and often. Yeah, Hammond's can definitely be a tough POI, but it is one you can definitely rotate very quickly from. So if that's how they decide to play and they can get into some decent spots to a lot of these zones, see some decent games from NIP. One thing I've really liked about when they've been defending their spots in zone this split is that they've been really aggressive with how they decided to do it, which really needs to be like the way for a lot of these non-real traditional zone teams to play when they have zone. It's definitely just being as pushed out as you can and being super aggressive. So I'm really excited to see what NIP can do out of there. Finishing up ourselves around the map here, we got Huss over at Stabilizer will be an interesting one to keep an eye on. We've got S2 and Legacy, two of our bigger names down here from Bonsai and Icarus. So does Legacy decide to be super aggressive onto S2? That'll be one to see how Zach decides to play that one out. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to get into the car and rotate very quickly away from Legacy, just to avoid any sort of confrontations. But again, if we see some of these zones that come back to Bonsai, like we have, it would not surprise me to see Legacy get really aggressive onto S2 early and often. So we'll have to see what some sort of tests that Legacy may give us as we look at S2 here. I think the teams that I think should be feeling really good on this map is going to be Liquid from Dockyard. I think that POI has played really strong for a lot of our teams. So I think they should be sitting in a pretty good spot. Free Thinkers is going to be a wild card from Oasis because that is just straight edge POI. And they're just going to fly at some people. Seeing full 11 and Free Thinkers between Fight Night and Oasis. Do not be surprised in the slightest if we see Free Thinkers run at Fight Night and take that fight. They did that the first time out on Olympus. So we'll have to see if they repeat their patterns here and see if we get these early fights early and often. Then maybe Huss decides to join in on some of that KP. We'll have to wait and see. But again, I do like where Liquid's at. I like where Stallions is at with their POIs. I really do like what Minute Culture got for their play style because they'll be buffed on loot. They'll be in a really good spot. They should get some sort of Evo on this side as well. But again, it's just depending on how they decide to play out of here. It's going to be a very interesting question to follow because, again, it would not surprise me in the slightest to see them run at somebody early and often. So definitely keep an eye on them as time goes on. But those are some of the big names and some teams I like from some of these POIs moving forward here. And again, as always, keep an eye on teams like NIP, Falcons, S2, some of our bigger names in the lobby as well. On Olympus, you have to finish fights fast. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that is the name of the game. When you take a fight, it's got to be quick. You either got to get in and get the fight over with, or you just got to get the heck out. Because if you sit there long enough, you're going to get third-partied and third-partied and third-partied, and it's going to be a tough one to deal with. So, yeah, 100%. Definitely need to be on top of your game. Definitely need to be taking fights quickly if you're going to do it. Otherwise, you need to get to zone, play zone, and chill. and just again do a really good job of defending your spots that you've got. So, but again, a lot of it's really just depend on where these zones are pulling. We've seen a lot of rift zones play out for these teams, which again will be very tough for a team like Falcons if they aren't able to get the blue shields at the very least. They're definitely gonna be fighting some teams potentially while they're on white, so these other teams have some better stuff. So we'll have to see how Falcons is able to play some stuff out there and see how they're feeling. Coming to this match day, and again, teams like, Oblivion, NIP, how they're going to rotate through this middle part of the zone. Are they taking fights? Are they able to avoid the fights? Car rotate, things like that. Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting bag of results. But again, a lot of it, as always, is just gonna depend on where these zones pull. Because again, if we get some crazy zones that pull like outside of gardens, where we've seen basically no playable space, if we see some of these zone pulls that pull up to like the hill and the rift. We see some of these zones that pull all the way down to bonsai, the openings of hydroponics. I mean, there's just so many open field zones that make these things very tough to play. So again, especially when we don't have like Newcastle, we don't have Gibby potentially early on. These teams are going to have to be very, very intelligent with some of the fights they take. We need a gamba for how many alter TP saves we'll get. That number's got to be like, I don't even know. It's going to be like freaking 55.5. I don't even know. It's going to be so many, to say the least. I don't want to try to be that person that counts that whatsoever. So, yeah, we'll definitely take a look and see how Olympus plays out. Again, it's always unpredictable. You never know how this stuff's going to play out. But definitely keep an eye on how these teams all shape out here over the next portion of games. And then we'll see games 4, 5, and 6. Always going to be interesting with Stormpoint is second, because, again, usually a lot of these teams will pick Stormpoint first, just based on the rotations. If you look at the POI draft really quick, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 of our 20 teams picking Stormpoint first, which, again, I mean, Falcons essentially, I mean, it was just one pick and then the next, so can't really count them. So 18 of our 19 teams picking Stormpoint first outside of Miniculture, going for Somers University, which, again, not really too big of a surprise given their play style. They definitely want the buffed loot for sure. But, again, we are going to see potential non-Gibby gameplay for some of these cars. So we'll have to see when Gibby gets banned. Does he get banned by Game 3? Who knows, to say the least. But, yeah, we'll have to see how everybody decides to play this map out when we don't have Gibby in play, because obviously the car rotates are super important, to say the least. Yeah, Falcons North Pad, yeah, they were literally the second to last team to pick their Stormpoint POI, and then Miniculture was the other one. So they basically, it's either Coastal or over there, because neither one of those teams are going to play Mountain Lift. So last time these teams did pick these POIs, and they basically stayed out of each other's way for the most part. So I do see the same thing still playing out here, and I really don't see either one of these teams wanting to take that fight. But again, very unpredictable team with Miniculture, so we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But again, it wouldn't surprise me if they decided to quick rotate out, just because I don't really want to be the one to probably take that fight with Falcons, unless you can catch them by surprise. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But again, we got NIP up here at Zeus Station. Definitely a team to keep an eye on. We got Liquid down here at Launchpad with the 9th overall pick. Could be feeling really good about rotating from there. S2 from Devastated Coast will be an interesting one. Again, I don't expect these teams to fight. But again, how do they decide to rotate with Liquid here? Does Liquid take a little bit longer to rotate? Do they get out quickly? Because I'm assuming whatever resources they don't have here, they'll just go down and use from Launchpad. But we will definitely have to see how they decide to play things out. Taking a look at everything else, we have got free thinkers over at Basin, so would not be surprised to see some chaos down here between Legacy, Thuggets, and free thinkers, because I do think they're going to try to run at Thuggets, if I had to guess, based on how those POIs are there. They're going to quick loot and try to run at these guys, would be my guess. So Thuggets will really have to be on top of their game to be in a really smart position to put themselves, in a good spot to potentially avoid this fight, because I do not think they want this fight early and often, because they're going to absolutely ruin their rotate. So Cenote usually is a longer POI to rotate, or to loot, so that is the only issue with Cenote for these guys, and free thinkers at Basin. So we'll have to see how that plays out. as things move forward. But again, we have Legacy over there at Mill. Going to be a very good POI for them. We got Elite Esports there at Down B. So we got Oblivion at Checkpoints. Full 11, your match day 1 winners from this group before over at Cedo. And then you got Stallions over there at Wall as well. Again, my assumption is that they should be out of the way by the time NIP wants to do anything. A lot of the times if we get some of these rotates over here, they'll take the balloon and rotate all the way in to like Stormcatcher and then rotate in again. So I don't expect these guys potentially take fights. But a lot of the zones that we've seen so far, we've seen some launchpad zones play out down here recently. We've seen some of these zones over in the Forbidden Zone and Pylon areas. So that'll be one that would definitely be tracking of. Again, North Pad is always a very popular pull as well, along with the pull into like the Mountain Lift area. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how these teams decide to play all this stuff out. See where they decide to rotate from. All that good stuff. But you guys got any... We got any predictions for today? How are we feeling with predictions where everybody's gonna play at? How we feel about teams? Which teams might take some dubs? We'll have to wait and see here how things play out. But what are some of the predictions for some of our teams here? We got Rez saying Rock playing in a JV lobby. Interesting comms. I know you're joking, but yeah, Rock should be having a good match day the next time they come up. So we'll have to wait and see for sure for how they play. But again, today I'm definitely locked in on Liquid. I'm locked in on Falcons. I'm definitely locked in on NIP as well as the leaders of Pro League. We'll have to see how they play out this match day as kind of like the ones to chase right now. So we'll have to see how they're feeling with things. Just kind of go from there with how things are going for these particular teams. But yeah, you guys got any takes? Anybody with some predictions? We got Rez there with Legacy, Liquid, NIP, and Elite. So that'll be one to keep an eye on to see if Rez ends up being correct with that. I think it's Elite and Full 11 will have some good games. Yeah, we'll have to see if Full 11 can repeat their performance from before. Again, they struggled that second match day, so maybe the moment maybe caught up to them a little bit. Can they make that adjustment this time around? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, anybody else in chat with any other predictions that they want to add to the match day at all? Again, going to be an interesting one with Olympus and Stormpoint. Again, the bans will be one to keep an eye on. If you're taking a look at the bans from the first few match days, we had the Caustic, Alter, Newcastle, Crypto, and then Watson. Obviously, that's changed very quickly. As we move forward, we had Alter, Crypto, Maggie, Gibby, Newcastle. So in this case, this would only give us one game with Newcastle, Gibby on Stormpoint. And you take a look at that third match day as well. You've got Alter, Crypto, Maggie, Gibby, and Newcastle. So again, really identical bans between the 2 days. We'll have to see if that sticks. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Watson potentially get banned today. That's going to be one that could definitely prove quite interesting to see how that looks from the Watson side of things. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this match day plays out. It is going to be an absolute banger. Absolute banger to say the least. Again, really some of our wild cards for today. Free Thinkers. Going to be a team again that you just never know how they will play things out. I'm going to stand up real quick for the last little bit of the stream just so you get the blood pumping a little bit. But yeah, Free Thinkers will definitely be an interesting one. I'm really curious to see how well they play, to say the least. I'm really curious what NIP and Full 11 decide to do with their match days, because obviously they come off of the top 3 the last time they played in this particular group. So I have to see if they're able to pull off the same thing. Got to see, if S2 had a hot start last time on Stormpoint and then kind of struggled. I wouldn't say struggled, but didn't have necessarily the same big games towards the end. So I have to see how that looks with these particular teams. What else we got? Obviously, the world champions at Oblivion struggled quite a bit this last set they played, so we'll have to see how they are looking when it comes to this particular time around. What else we got? Not too worried about Falcons. How could take the first 3 games to pop off a 20-plus game and get back in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, that's always the thing, right? Is that Falcons can always put up a anywhere from 20 to 30-point game, right? It's always one of those things that, you never know exactly how they're gonna play, in terms of like having that one banger game, right? Like they always have that potential to drop that big game that they need. Again, I really do think a lot of it with Falcons is just making the adjustment to the meta, like everybody has to. And again, I think once the better teams have a chance to adjust, we'll see some better match days from them. I mean, you already saw like with Alliance, right? They had one kind of okay match day, but then figured it out eventually. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on, to say the least, when it comes over to EMEA. But back to Falcons again. Like, I just think that they're too good not to figure most of this stuff out. I think that ultimately, when you look at Falcons, again, it just comes down to how well they can kind of time up those little moments, right? I do think there's times where the ult usage isn't necessarily synchronized. So you get like a Wraith Portal that's maybe like 2 seconds ahead of like a Crypto EMP. And so the timing's off. He comes out of the portal. He gets stunned by the Crypto EMP. That then slows down the fight that extra 1 or 2 seconds when really, if they timed it up, he's still in his phase. And then you got the EMP pops, and then he can just immediately be on the attack as soon as he gets into a spot. So we'll have to see if that stuff gets cleaned up. But again, I do expect a lot of big things from these guys. Again, a lot of it is just kind of not letting... I think it's just not letting the lobby necessarily like pick the flow of the game. It's them kind of putting themselves on the front foot. We had saw a moment, for those who didn't see it. There was a moment where they were on blue shields and Rift during scrims the other day, and there was a team on purple that was on their backside, and they have to rotate more towards zone. Hal had thought this building was still open and decided to rotate into power grid, which it really was about 2 minutes or so blind of information because they had hit the survey beacon earlier. And so they didn't really get the chance to scout it. They end up trying to queue into the building. There's a team there. They still almost won the fight, but they do eventually die. And Waltzy, I think, made a pretty good point that I'm curious to see if they switch up their mindset a little bit. Is that he just feels like we're one of the best teams in the world. We have 3 of the best players in the world. I don't care if we're on deficit shields. Like, let's go take a fight on these guys, right? So we'll have to see if some of those moments maybe pop up again today. See if Falcons maybe make the adjustments to how things play out. But again, I'm really excited about what hopefully Falcons can do moving forward. Hopefully we get a lot of good gameplay from Falcons today. Because again, no matter what your feelings that you guys have about Falcons, it's always better when they're playing well. So I am excited to see what they can do here today. Again, I do expect a good lobby for them today. Again, where they finish, I'm not really sure, but I do feel like they should have a better lobby. I'm expecting the same thing from Liquid. I think, again, they're too good not to figure it out. But again, a lot of it obviously, comes down to how zones pull, how some of these other, lower tier teams maybe decide to take fights. So we'll have to wait and see what some of these adjustments are to the lobby and see if they maybe take some different rotates that they did last time, or take some different fights differently than they did last time. So that is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. That is for sure. But I'm very excited for how the day is going to go. Again, I think there's a lot to be excited about when it comes to this America's Pro League. And again, there's just a lot to be excited about. I think when it comes to just when it really comes to the whole Pro League as a whole. I think there's still a lot for these teams to play for. A lot for again, a lot of points that are still up for grabs. And I do think that we will see some of the better teams start to play better with time. Again, I just think that they're too good not to figure it out. I think Hal, Walty, Guild for Falcons. I think Zero, Panic, and Sykes. Talking about Shopify as well. I think Koiful, Zainu, and Zap all those guys are just way too good not to figure this out. Not figure this meta out, figure out a way to adjust to how things are being played. But again, I'm really excited because again, it's been one of the most open pro leagues I think that I can remember. I know last year we kind of had like KCP was a team, if you guys remember. They were a team maybe that had some not so high expectations heading into things, and then they popped off and looked really good there for a bit until Cersei ended up leaving the team. So that's always one we definitely want to keep an eye on. To see, if like the teams like Dinos, the teams like Full 11, teams like, just some other teams that are up here in the Pro League standings. Full 11, we got Dinos. I mean, even if you work way down, like Revival, I know they got Madness, but like, how do all these teams kind of work their way up? Buckle Boys even had a really good day last time out. Can they back it up the next time they come play? There's a lot of teams that, again, are really trying to make their stride, really trying to make a name for themselves. So we'll have to see if some of these teams can. We'll have to see if people can make adjustments from the top end of the leaderboard, but also the other end of the leaderboard. So definitely be tuned in, guys. It's going to be a fun split. I'm really excited again as we're already through the halfway point of the regular season once we get done with Americas today. So, again, we're going to look at the standings after today and be like, hey, this is your top 13. There's a lot of work for some of these other teams. Some of these other teams feeling pretty good after the 3 days that they've played. Definitely be locked in. Obviously, we'll be on the podcast talking about anything and everything when it comes to Apex Competitive. And, again, we're really excited. Again, if you guys don't follow us already or don't listen to us, the links to the podcast are in the chat for you guys. And obviously, if you're already watching on YouTube, you guys are already there, already watching us, and much appreciated. But for those in Twitch, those are the links for Spotify and the YouTube, in case you guys want to go like, subscribe, whatever you guys are able to do. We appreciate any support possible when it comes to the pod. Again, you guys are the reason why we've been able to get on the broadcast. You guys are the reason that we're able to have an audience, that we're able to record every week. So appreciate any listens, anybody that's really enjoying what we do. We're going to continue to try to have fun, provide the Apex content, the interviews, everything you guys are looking for. Again, we've interviewed Hal a bunch of times. We've interviewed Walty. We've interviewed, so many players, and it's been a while since we've interviewed some players, but we just interviewed Cole and Kurev from NIP with how well they've played. We've interviewed Aku. We've interviewed, Genome as a caster. We've got some fun teaser interviews coming up here with some other casters potentially. Looking forward to those over the next couple weeks. We've interviewed Panic. We've got a lot of people out there. We've got Verholz. We've had Phony. We've got anybody and everybody when it comes to competitive Apex that we've probably interviewed at least once. So we're really excited for, again, another fun split. Again, going to be through the halfway point, which is already crazy to think that we're already halfway through the first set of match days for some of these teams. But it is going to be an interesting one for sure. Definitely really excited here, to say the least. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has got any other predictions. Again, got to be kind of talking about things, previewing things until Jay gets on here in about 10, 15-ish minutes or so. But yeah, any other predictions, any other insight? Anybody else got anything that they wanted to talk about before we headed into the Americas Pro League here? Again, should be another really fun set. Again, really looking forward to how things play out on Olympus. A lot of question marks, obviously, for a lot of these teams when it comes to playing Olympus. So we'll have to see how some of these teams look when it comes to kind of the chaos that is that map. Because I'm not very in favor of Olympus being in, but I know it's a part of it, so got to enjoy it while it's here. See how these pros adjust to things. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun group of games. That is for sure. Here today, again, we've already seen some of the chaos that's happened in some of the other regions, how things are looking. And again, it all gears up towards Split 1 playoffs there in July. So, we're really just right around the corner. We're just less than 3 months away now From it's like 2.5 months, I believe, till our first LAN of the year. We'll obviously have regional finals and everything leading up to it, so I'm really excited for what's to come. It's going to be a banger of a time, that is for sure, and really looking forward to how things play out. Honestly, I'm really excited to see how the Americas teams especially play, making these adjustments from their first time they played out, um, from their first match day. So we are cooking, man. We are another fun year of Pro League. Gonna be a great time, to say the least. But yeah, I am excited. That is for sure. But let's see here. What else we got? Do do do. Yeah, once again, too, thanks for everybody that's followed in the stream. Again, W Raid from Play Apex. I really appreciate them doing that. Again, definitely don't have to. Again, I know I'm a smaller stream, so I definitely appreciate these guys when they reach out. It's definitely always a banger time. When they raid, shout out Kylie as well. One of the mods for Play Apex and things like that. W Raid, W shout out to them. And also W shout out to all the production people too. They've been putting on a much better presentation for us for when it comes to the Pro League, with the multi-view, with the broadcast, everything in between. It's been a lot of fun so far, to see some of the things they've been cooking up for year 6, and things are only gonna get better, man. It's only going to get better. That is for sure. So definitely very excited, to say the least. But yeah, like I said, just gonna be chilling out here for just a little bit longer. We've got Jay, the man Jayhawk himself, about to start his stream up in a little bit, and he'll be working through things all Americas for us. We'll get y'all over to him here in just a few, when he goes live. But yeah, gotta be a real banger of a set here, and really excited to see how it all plays out, man. It looks like a lot of the players are getting warmed up and loose and ready to go. Just kind of pulling up here and see what we got. Yeah, a lot of our teams getting warmed up already, obviously, so should be a good one, that is for sure. Appreciate you guys being here again for the stream, even if you are, lurking or away. Much appreciated for you all. But I think I will call it good for today. Appreciate you guys being here. Obviously, make sure you guys go check out the podcast. Link in there. We got Jayhawk again going live here soon. But again, I have run out. Honestly, I'm pretty tired, so just gonna relax, watch Americas, all that good stuff. But appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully, you guys have a great day. And yeah, we'll see you again next time for some more Pro League. Take care.